Heidegger's reading, it may be said, ultimately made all the difference for Hölderlin's reception. For what von Hellengrath's Promethean venture had done was to dislodge Hölderlin's over from the guarded reserves and the critical esteem of his more conservative editors, and of scholars like Nietzsche's own teacher and others from Vischer onward, setting a new aspect of the poet before a new generation of war-sober eyes and revitalized judgment. In this way, like Gadamer before him, Eckhart Forster recalls Heidegger's priority in Hölderlin's scholarly reception, which, to be sure, is to the great advantage of an English-language audience. Citing Nietzsche as the philosopher who set the stage for the Hölderlin Renaissance in our century, Forster conreams the importance for Heidegger of von Hellengrath's edition as an earthquake. In Heidegger's words, these are the same words Stefan Zweig employs, recalling not only Nietzsche's own description of Hölderlin's Hyperion as a turbulent wave crashing over him, but Hölderlin's own account of the self-transformation effected by his sojourn in Bordeaux, and as it is said of the heroes. So I may say that Apollo struck me. Forster is thus able to situate the critical and perhaps unique importance of Heidegger's reception of Hölderlin. Beginning with his lecture courses, held directly in the wake of Heidegger's failed debut as Nazi rector, Forster writes that Heidegger entered into a dialogue with the poet that continued throughout his life, whereby Hölderlin represents the alternative to the entire metaphysical tradition that reaches its peak in Hegel's system. In specific and contrasting focus, Henrich's interpretive project opposes Heidegger's reading, both as an account of his poetry and as philosophy, reclaiming Hölderlin, at least in theory, and qua theorist, to be installed within the frame of idealist philosophy, vis-a-vis Kant, Hegel, and Schelling, and Fichte, Schiller and Goethe, as much Reinhold as Maimon. In this way, Henrich proposes that we understand Hölderlin from the perspective of idealist philosophy, hearing his poetry under the same constraints. It is hardly any wonder that Henrich refuses the poet a voice in his interpretive text, that is, Henrich cites Hölderlin himself as sparingly as possible, just where the poet's own words might have opposed the same reductive claim. Nietzsche and Hölderlin. The ground of Empedocles and the tragic ideal. Nietzsche stands between Hölderlin's archaicizing and metaphorical invocation of the forgotten deities of Greece and Heidegger's politically charged assertion of the essential relation between Germany and Greece. For Heidegger, this affinity is found, as Heidegger ultimately ends everything, in language. But this connection is hardly unique either to Hölderlin or Heidegger, and other perspectives have identified this special relationship in terms of the tyranny of Greece over Germany, as in the title of Eliza M. Butler's still indispensable book, or more commonly described in terms of a Germanic nostalgia for Greece, as Jacques Tamanayot offers a considered and careful philosophical reprise of the classicism of German idealism and thought at the turn of the century that irrevocably links the fortunes of the 19th to the 18th century. The contrast between other national approaches to the legacy that is Greece and the special privilege that is Germany betrays the primacy of interpretation over philosophy. Such readings have increasingly been expressed politically. In this way the scholarly is the political, and one betrays one's orientation by one's choice of the heroes one makes one's own to invoke the language used in certain readings of Heidegger's lamentable Politics. In this same politicization, we can retrace the moralistic tone of recent debates on the national or the proper. These debates seem to be intended to remind the reader that Heidegger's focus on the specifically, identitably, regionally German in Hölderlin's poetry was for its part and in its time nothing other than a massively unhappy emphasis, that is, a historically fatal mistake. The associative play governing all such national namings and alliances need not, cannot, interest us here, nor indeed the question of whether it is, or could be, correct to trace the origins of Greece to the Orient, or substitutable Egyptian/African, but instead to note that the key to such a reading seeks to establish not merely that the Greeks are foreign to us, as Hölderlin already wrote, but utterly and polemically presented as Hölderlin's insight into the Orientalism of Greek antiquity, precisely other. Nor would I seek, in a context including Nietzsche as much as Hölderlin and Heidegger, to argue against this radical difference exactly as the Hölderlinian difference between what is one's own and what is foreign as it is expressed in the Heideggerian context of open appropriation. This is the challenge of culture from Goethe to Hölderlin to Nietzsche to Heidegger. It is a resonant echo from Pindar to be heard as a tension between Hölderlin and Nietzsche, coming to be what one is, at the end of an unlikely and longer day, as a coming home that can only be mediated as remembrance, as and through what is foreign because, as Heidegger draws out these reactions, what is most one's own remains what is most alien in exactly the passage he named eros. The issue at stake in the contrast between what Heidegger recalls that Hölderlin named the holy pathos and the Occidental Junonian sobriety of representational skill in the essence of the Greeks is the contrast between Heidegger's concept of Roche and what Nietzsche named the grand, because political, style. But it is important to add Hölderlin's own reactive word to an account that is so dependent upon the poet's dense and provocative word just because for Hölderlin, as much as for Pindar, one may not freely dispose of what is most one's own. To articulate the relation between thinkers such as Nietzsche and Heidegger, we can take Hölderlin to mean that the disposition over one's own is obstructed and, to gain some purchase here, we are to turn to what is foreign. But and exactly for the Germans, in Nietzsche's extraordinary expression, all bridges are broken, KSA. To my mind, the new prospect of the modern world, under the aegis of globalism, suggests that the same shattered prospect holds for the French, as for the English, and must even be assumed for Americans, despite the melting pot mythology, as well. The remedy, if there is to be one, might lie in the almost that must be counted in the place of so much in life. It is only after we have almost lost our tongue in foreign lands, Hölderlin, Mnemosyne, that we can begin to return to or read a sense back into the poet's imperative suggestion that the Greeks are not really master of the holy pathos, since it is innate in them, but are rather those who dispose magisterially over the Junonian sobriety to the very extent that they made it over or assumed it into their orbit. But to appropriate what Nietzsche called the rainbow bridges of concepts, KSA, that is, both fantasy and saturnalia between foreign lands of thought, one must go beyond the passion for thinking he casually mocks as the will to ghost-likeness Geisterhaftigkeit, Ibid. Thus Nietzsche describes scholars as Hellenizing specters grassisierend Gespenster, while adding as his own redemptive transfiguration of the scholarly, indeed scientific spirit, but some day, we may hope, also with our own body. Ibid. Beyond mind and body, the same transfiguration would also be the key to divine happiness. One must come to oneself, not as a homecoming but as a recognition of the foreign that inheres in one's own heart and history. Where Nietzsche begins his preface to On the Genealogy of Morals with the claim that we are strangers to ourselves and concludes with a reaction on the urgency of learning to read, as he elsewhere reminds us of the necessity of learning to think and to love, Hölderlin explains that what is one's own must be learned as thoroughly as what is foreign. For that reason the Greeks are indispensable to us. But precisely in what is our own, in what is our national gift, we will not be able to keep pace with them, since the free employment of what is one's own is most difficult. Nietzsche's effort to approximate the problem of the free employment of what is one's own lies in his work, patently traced through the lines of the self-rected lineage of an author's self-becoming, that is, his ecce homo, how one becomes what one is. Nevertheless, it is obvious that the prejudice in question contra Germany, and its historical equation with Nazism, and antiquity, called Greece, is the same as the prejudice or convicted thinking of the 19th century academic response to Hölderlin that had judged him, as he had been in Nietzsche's then contemporary response to this judgment, qua all too Greek, and hence, qua insufficiently German, far too strange. And here we recognize once again the Cartesian bugbear endemic to both poetry and philosophy, insufficiently clear. I have already observed that Nietzsche's response to this critique was delayed until the untimely Meditations. Nietzsche's response then coincides with a convergent reference to the point of Hölderlin's own letter to Bollendorf between what is one's own and what is foreign, the difference between what is achieved with ease or grace and what can only be won in a reign of Kissed by language, as Bettina von Arnim's enthusiasm expressed the medium of Hölderlin's poetic vocation as the very elemental re of antiquity. Bathed in re, standing poet's head drenched in ethereal lightning, the Greek attains, this is the tension tensed within itself, the one in itself differentiated, that is, the vermatchness contrasting the Oriental aorgic nature with the Western European organic, that is its own nature in the play, or re, of the word. Nietzsche discovers the same tension in the very different, still of names of the gods Dionysus/Apollo and the poets Archilochus/Homer in the oppositional, lyric/epic dynamic of. Heidegger, like Nietzsche, uncovers the most dissonant terms to convey the legacy of ancient Greece and its poets, which he explicitly appropriated from Hölderlin in his reading of the strange and the uncanny in Hölderlin's translation of Sophocles' Antigone. And thus, if only for this reason, the recent tactic of rereading the postmodern conception of Levinasian/Derridean difference or Alderide against Heidegger's concern for the foreign and the distant cannot be expected to work against the one whose most enduring achievement was to teach a generation of scholars to think an extraordinary legacy, as our own generation is beginning to mark its absence. But this means that Heidegger's language-referred effort to trace the relationship between Germany and Greece has more in common with Nietzsche's tragic sensibility contra the standard review of the reception of antiquity than has previously been conceded, given the antagonism scholars continue to install between Heidegger and Nietzsche, as a chasm separating the one philosopher who engages Nietzsche for philosophy, and not merely for and as an exegesis of his thought. For Heidegger, for Nietzsche, as for Hölderlin, the Greek is not imagined proximately German, the banality of saying the same, as much as the Greek is utterly distant from the German. Thus the modern is charged to come to win itself by an effort to approach the foreign, to track, and so to measure antiquity with the sense of a prior eclipse or disappointment in Heidegger and echoing in Hölderlin's double and complex sense of the elusive challenge of archaic measure. Nie treffe wie ich wünsche, / das Maß. Much though I wish to, never/I strike the right measure. Already echoed in Nietzsche, and already found in Heidegger's response to Hölderlin, Philippe Lacaille-Labart reminds us of this double reax. This Oriental Greece, if you will, always tempted in the direction of what Hölderlin calls the aorgic in order to distinguish it from the organic, is nally what continues to haunt the German imaginary up to our time, and what will at any rate traverse the whole of the text of philosophy from Hegel to Heidegger. And with this, with the Greece Hölderlin invents, to use Lacaille-Labart's expression, we are returned to our reaction on Nietzsche and the tragic mode of antiquity. Nietzsche and Empedocles, the philosopher as lawgiver. The perspective Nietzsche adopts is as little tied to historical references as the many nominal references characterizing the style and course of his discourse. This illustrates less Nietzsche's particular and personalized imprecision, as his critics charge, than the very critical purpose and point of his own historical, all too philological, we would say all too scientific or all too scholarly, emphases. It is no accident that Nietzsche sets the claim to any other emphasis than such a critical and questioning, openly scientific emphasis, that is, what Eugen Fink characterizes in Nietzsche's own case by saying that Nietzsche's enlightenment is enlightened about itself, enlightenedly scientific about its own scienticity, as the conruming demonstration of what Nietzsche called a failure of or lack of philology. Once more, one misses the point if one charges that Nietzsche gets things wrong. Of course he does. The point remains in Nietzsche's assertion of the veritable impossibility that it would be to get them right. This is not a conclusion, philological or otherwise, but the beginning of a problem for philosophy and for the task of understanding Nietzsche's thought. The key here is not the issue of error, what is wrong with being mistaken? Nietzsche asks again and again. Not getting things wrong, not being in error, Nietzsche's problem with his own profession was what he repeatedly decried as a lack of philology. For him, that failure bespeaks a lack of scientific exigence. This lack of scholarship is the conviction that one has settled a scholarly question once and for all. In its place, Nietzsche called for questioning, the scientific critique of all such condenses, not just the ones an all too, still too fashionable rationality deems nonsense. This critical contention against the security of knowledge, challenging the conviction that one has a right, any right, answer, is the substance of Nietzsche's critical epistemology, the same epistemology that Nietzsche's scholarship, be it German or American or French, not to mention mainstream philosophy, continues to ignore by reducing Nietzsche to a mostly moral thinker. For the sake of their insight into the essence of being as existence, that is, nature as such, as well as for correlevant ancient teachings, Nietzsche would invoke the names of Empedocles and Heraclitus. Nietzsche's cardinal opposition to reigning convention, denouncing this illusion of Greek cheerfulness in Socrates and Greek tragedy, puts the point on his own teasing counterrection, as if there had never been a 6th century with its birth of tragedy, its mysteries, its Empedocles and Heraclitus, indeed, as if the great artwork of the time were unavailable, each of which in its own way cannot be explained on the basis of such a senile, slavish delight in existence and cheerfulness, but imply something utterly alien, KSA. Nietzsche's artistic account of the nature of understanding, i.e., the Nietzschean illusion of knowledge, constitutes his very apostrophic and specifically antagonistic or polemical history of philosophy, for example. From Thales to Socrates, nothing but transferences of man onto nature, the immense shadow play of man upon nature, as if upon the mountains. KSA. Paralleling Nietzsche's Heraclitus with Nietzsche's Empedocles, Nietzsche uses Hölderlin's orthography here. It may be objected, in good philological exactitude, that Nietzsche only highlights Heraclitus's basic misanthropy, in careful contrast with Empedocles/Zarathustra's popular devotion to the people, toward the end of or in a Hölderlinian modality for the sake of a higher reconciliation with the world of nature and in a still greater context, with time or the divine, Hölderlin's Cronus and Hölderlin's Cronion, Saturn and Jupiter, as we shall see later. But, and again, it is Nietzsche's circumspect context that must be considered with reference to clarifying this coordinate connection. Hence Nietzsche writes, mastery of the knowledge drive or the strengthening of that which is mythical, mystical, and artistic, Heraclitus, Empedocles, Anaximander. Legislation by greatness, KSA. And again, he lists, Empedocles' love and hate in Greece with Heraclitus. Cosmodicy of art adding, Democritus and Pythagoreans. Natural science and metaphysics, KSA. In this way, Nietzsche regards both Heraclitus and Empedocles as lawgivers and as artists of the mystical, of the mythical, and, Nietzsche affirms, in Empedocles' case, of the magical. Nietzsche's politics turns on the questions of myth, magic, and mysticism. And if one is to understand Nietzsche's notion of artistry in a political context, the question of style, especially the grand style, it will be by way of such a mystical expression. Beyond Nietzsche's associative reading between the names of Heraclitus and Empedocles, scholars have wreaked it on the implications of Hölderlin's Empedocles for Nietzsche's thinking, especially for the Gur of Zarathustra. Nietzsche's Zarathustra, including his versions or drafts for the same in his notes, echoes both the character and function of Hölderlin's Empedocles, not merely with reference to the historical philosopher but as a creative, literary, and dramatic venture or work. This works both as a guise Nietzsche's Thus Spoke Zarathustra conceived and presented as a masterwork, as Nietzsche proposed the text as a calculated or parodic work, was also conceived esoterically, as a kind of Trojan horse one might say, so that in a parallel with the grandest spirit of ressentiment-driven duplicity, as an aesthetic triumph of the same ascetic idealism, all the world would swallow just this bait, GMI. Yet prior to such an ironic stylistic achievement, we can recall Nietzsche's query in his untimely Meditations, answers Schopenhauer's pessimism with Goethe, do you affirm this existence in the depths of your heart? Is it sufficient for you? Would you be its advocate, its redeemer? For you have only to pronounce a single heartfelt yes, and life, though it faces such heavy accusations, shall go free. Thus Nietzsche is able to advance the sacrificial moment beyond this life as enacted by Empedocles as both spiritual answer and corporeal refutation. With Empedocles, Nietzsche evokes Zarathustra's deepest insight set alongside his heaviest thought. Likewise, Nietzsche describes the tragic countenance and comportment of Anaximander as Empedocles' own exemplar. He lived as he wrote, spoke as magnificently as he clothed himself, he raised his hand and placed his foot, as if this existence were a tragedy in which he was born to play the hero. He was Empedocles' great paragon in all this, KSA. And Nietzsche offers a description of Zarathustra's manner that similarly embraces Zarathustra in the idealized light of his own inventor. Empedocles is the pure tragic human being. His leap into Etna, the knowledge drive. He longed for art and found only knowledge. But knowledge creates Fausts, KSA. Later, Nietzsche would extend the same tragic projection of the transformation of art conceived throughout his philosophy and via his Zarathustra project beyond the limits of the sacrificial death of Empedocles. In addition to the project of the ascetic ideal in science, knowing without measure and limit, Nietzsche observes in a manner reminiscent of his later incantation of the life-affirming urgency of art as a shield in the face of the deadly efficacy of truth. This drive must generate art, indeed, as healer. A similarly aesthetic reference is evident in Nietzsche's own careful association of Empedocles as rhetorician and the speeches and the task of conversion or persuasion ascribed to Zarathustra. I have suggested that Nietzsche's association of Heraclitus and Empedocles be understood in terms of his own apostrophic but philologically dictated history of ancient thinkers. This classicist's perspective is important because in his notes or studies, from early to late, Nietzsche rarely presents a single pre-Socratic name out of context, and this is a significant difference again to the published declarations where Nietzsche, like Hegel, noisily professes his own affinity for Heraclitus. Otherwise, Nietzsche exemplifies a careful philological concern to trace the names of antiquity as they are given to us, in citation and report, in terms of enuance, a dedication that took every bit of Nietzsche's philological formation, ultimately as articulated for the sake of philology, today's classics, and thence to philosophy. Not to abandon the discipline of philology for the liberties of philosophy, as some less careful readings can conclude, Nietzsche much rather sought to raise critical questions in that same tradition and thus to represent the ancient philosophers, the Eleatics, Heraclitus, Empedocles, as the tragic philosophers, KSA. Thus, no more than his RST book on tragedy, Nietzsche's unpublished study of philosophy in the tragic age of the Greeks does not amount to a refusal of his RST formation but constitutes the heart of his contributions to that same science of reading, discovering, the archaeology of, the Greece of antiquity. Recent readings recast Nietzsche's philological achievements by measuring what counts, in exactly the same disciplinary esteem, as measured by what is apprised as good, scholarly work. As a result, Nietzsche's name can fail even to be mentioned in passing in studies bearing exactly on areas where his work might seem to be of some value for philology, if only by contrast. It is the difference made by one's scholarly formation that is crucial here. For we have been attempting to raise the question of the relationship between philosophy and poetry as unequal offspring of the spirit of music. And whenever the question is raised, we must also remember that the univocal answer uttered from the side of criticism is a claim that refuses philosophy any purchase on, any reactive rights concerning, poetry, while claiming that the origins of this same disqualification derives from philosophy alone, stamped out in the imprint or tread of, Plato. Thus its literary advocates inform the philosopher that the meaning of poetry is to be found nowhere but in the poem, which in turn turns out to be exactly or nowhere else but only where the critic NDS it for us. Claiming that philosophy means to vanquish poetry, as literary criticism cries again and again against the wolf of philosophical critique, is to exclude the judgment, the perspective of the philosopher in advance, which preemptive strike seems ironically, tactically, retrospectively necessary, for whenever the philosopher does manage to speak, the rest of criticism is henceforth conducted on its terms or else, and this is the same it is preoccupied with refutation, to wit Heidegger's interpretation of Hölderlin in both German and French as well as Anglophone criticism. For the professional ambition of literary criticism, admissible concourse is only to be between poets and explicators of poetry for the sake of exegesis, criticism, theory. Except, of course, and this is a grievous weakness. Like the philosophers, the poets themselves do not speak as critics, and when they do, as Hölderlin does, speaking the language of theory, their words are regarded as matching what the critic can say and are ultimately reclaimed as still in need of the same reading and so subject to the authority of the critic's discipline. Nietzsche and Hölderlin. As we saw at the start, Nietzsche proposes to understand the archaic nature of tragedy as a poetic and musical art. But at the same time he emphasizes that what is tragic in tragedy is comprehending the world from the point of view of suffering, KSA. The Dionysian tragic myth is summarized in music. In this, as we have seen, Nietzsche's inspiration was Hölderlin, who had earlier found the secret of joy in the mystery of tragedy, joyously to say the most joyful, and the tragic is the countertone to every word that speaks of mild air, soft breezes, the tension between abundance and loss corresponding to the poet's capacity for pain as he wreaks on himself, as on his native land. Drum bleibt dis. Ein Sonder / ich, Zio Leben gemacht, Zio Leiden. Nietzsche made the tension between pain and beauty the keystone to his and the Inians of Hölderlin's Hyperion, or the Hermit in Greece, arguably begins here, a dark Inians that will culminate in Nietzsche's Thus Spoke Zarathustra. Indeed, in the third section of his book on tragedy, Nietzsche cites and then goes on to offer an extended reaction on the words that served Hölderlin as motto to the second volume of Hyperion. So be it, then. A son of earth / I seem, and made, to love, to suffer. Fune, tuna pantanicolagon. To d epi fan bidne cein, on persi, I polituteron wv tagista. Sophocles *. Hölderlin's own context elucidates an Empedoclean resolution, the play of love and joy the sweet bitter, of Sappho's Glycopicron and concludes with the rending that drives harmonies apart only to be reconciled in Hölderlin's favorite Empedoclean image, like the quarrels between lovers. At the conclusion of this chapter, we return to Hölderlin's recourse to music as an expression of erotic harmony. Living tones are we, tuned together in your harmonies, nature. Who then can sunder? Who can separate lovers? In this context of harmony and dissonance, to speak of lovers is also to invoke literally musical intervals. Scientific vivisection and the feminization of pain. If it is tempting to think of Nietzsche as a philosopher of laughter, it is perhaps even easier to imagine the man who lived a life accompanied by persistent illness, debilitating disabilities, all aggravated by pain, as a philosopher of pain. At the same time, however, he is not to be thought a philosopher of Pythagorean, Epicurean, or even Schopenhauerian sensibilities on the matter or question of pain. Even less is he to be conceived as a philosopher on the more routine level of modern analytic philosophies, somehow insensitive, reactions on the problem of what we might call, to risk an awkward parallel, other pains. Despite his, perhaps because of his, complex understanding of pain, Nietzsche is inclined to petty provocations on the subject. And he has a number of these. Indeed, he might be compared to the Marquis de Sade or else, and for a more contemporary example, with Georges Baudelaire for the frequency with which he has recourse to images of cruelty, indeed, and the parallel continues, often in salacious terms, especially in On the Genealogy of Morals. We are, reading Nietzsche on such themes, disturbed less philosophically, I will suggest, though this is surely also at work, than by the dissonance of his allusions, catching us up in our own more or less non-philosophical prejudices concerning both pain and empathy. Hence the deliberately contentious point of his collocation of comparisons, opposing scientific perspectives, can be all too easily overlooked in our politically enlightened horror or better knowing contemplation and our corresponding urge to overspring its content. Not to be born is best, past all prizing, best, but, when a man has seen the light, this is next best by far, that with all speed he should go thither, whence he hath come. Perhaps at the time, pain did not hurt as much as it does today, at least a physician might draw this conclusion who has treated Negroes, taking these as representative of prehistoric humanity, for serious cases of internal intimation, Such animation would drive even the best organized European almost to despair. Nietzsche, as we recall, had an intimate knowledge not only of such animation but also of the social and outward manifestations of pain, but in the case of Negroes this does not happen. In fact, the curve of human capacity for pain seems to fall off relatively abruptly, once one passes the upper 10,000 or 10 million of high culture Überkultur, and I have no doubt that in comparison with a single painful night undergone by one hysterical little cultured lady, the total suffering of all the animals questioned in the interests of scientific research by means of the knife simply does not enter into the balance. GM2. This aphorism appears in the context of the second part of On the Genealogy of Morals, the same part that begins with questions of punishment and selective breeding, promises and rights. Nietzsche's reference to vivisection, it is important to note, largely replace Kant's very influential juridical model of experimental scientific inquiry. It is here that Nietzsche most memorably attributes nothing less than the invention of human culture itself, or its more interesting variations, to what he calls the mnemotechnic of pain. Pain, in conflict and oppression, is the engine of ressentiment. As the emblem and proof of the ascetic ideal, pain is also perhaps the most recognizable instrument of self-creation. Presuming upon scientific conventions, Nietzsche proposes at the same time to challenge the scientistic convictions of 19th-century neuroscience. In this challenge, the complex detail of Nietzsche's description of pain underscores the elusiveness of sensibility and the impossibility of sentiment. For we do not and we can never feel another's pain, although at the same time, and this is why Nietzsche's counter-question to the challenge of theodicy works as it does, we can know the pain of the other by exactly direct perception, we can feel that they suffer, while at the same time we can also disregard the pain of the other. The advantage of the Bildungsweibchen, that is, the cultivated or cultured little lady, today she would perhaps correspond to a lady of standing in the social register, is precisely that this 19th-century invention can reach for the smelling salts, she can faint or threaten to do so, she can sigh, beat her breast, and in general make enough fuss about it that one adverts to her indisposition, even if only under the sign of the dismissive word hysteria. In our interactions with one another, at any level of society, the same games continue in different, more contemporary guises. We tend, in our own estimation of it, to downplay another person's pain even as we acknowledge a declared expression of pain with sympathy. We note it without altogether believing it, wondering if, perhaps, it is not quite so bad, if perhaps one might not be overdoing it. Because the other is well aware of this discounting, there is, in truth, a tendency to exaggeration but less to mislead than to persuade, and this dynamic feeds the cultivated drama of headaches and the communication of social pains. And so we have a script that we use not only in public but also intimate contexts, and this cliched constellation is hardly an accident. I really have a headache, my head is splitting, I am dying. Complete with pantomime, the play would not be out of place for Nietzsche's society lady. To review the further point regarding other races and other species, precisely on the Victorian continuum invoked by the deliberately denigrating reference to the hysterical little cultured lady, driven as she is by nature, today in the form of what we call hormones, and psychiatrists continue to characterize women with reference to hysteria and the only organ that matters to science, as Simone de Beauvoir quotes this judgment, tota mulier in utero, woman is a womb, Nietzsche's diminishing references to Negroes and animals continue the analogy. Forgive me for these examples, but it is important to consider the slaughterhouse workers who harry and bludgeon, and nally bleed out the lifeblood of tens or hundreds of thousands of animals, cattle, horses, pigs, sheep, without counting chickens, ducks, geese, etc., transforming them from breathing, conscious and bellowing, crying beings to bloodless meat. That bloodlessness is the reason animals are exsanguinated, deliberately bled to death on an unimaginably massive scale in automated processing plants, or of the hunters, shers on their off-season, who systematically club every baby seal in sight, skinning them, sometimes alive, in the view of their consternate mothers, or of the dog butchers who slowly strangle and beat dogs to death for the sake of ensuring maximum agony, as it is precisely the animal's pain that is believed to improve the benefits of the meat for the sexual debilities of aging men. Or modern vivisectionists who work in research labs in the university, our universities, and industry, or workers who put animals down, often by gassing them en masse, or else by painful injection. Expense and time constraints dictate this, on the scale that is the daily business of animal shelters of whatever kind, etc. The individuals who systematically kill animals, a process that involves deprivation and suffering from start to end and is enacted nearly always more brutally than not, in the course of their everyday occupation, are hardly unaware of the pain they enact in what they do, but they are inured to it, they disattend. Manifestly, we can know another's pain cognitively, as the preceding, all too offensive examples plainly illustrate, if it is also true that we can always discount our empathic understanding. That we can directly apprehend another's suffering Nietzsche does not deny, hence his recognition of the priority of conceptual, consciously represented agony above real or bodily torture. Nietzsche's image would apply to no one better, no one less literally than the late Susan Sontag, among many others. The pain of the other is an inherently feminine pain, or better said, it becomes feminized pain. This is the pain that is the trivialized hysteria of the lady of culture or learning, to rename the translator's blue stocking from an earlier generation, for, make no mistake about it, we are of course talking about academics. These are the same educated women that Nietzsche always accused of reproductive dysfunctionality, all while celebrating his own books or children, but not both, he would write. The pain of animals, the pain of a woman, the pain of non-Europeans, the all too Aristotelian dimensions of Nietzsche's comparative scale traces the problem of other pains, pains that are conspicuously not our own. But all this is exactly not the same as to say that we feel what others feel as they do. This means that we do not feel the other's pain as we feel our own pain, even if our feeling appropriation of another's pain can be the keenest felt occasion of personal anguish. One thinks of battle companions, a sensibility to a fallen comrade that since antiquity has been compared to the pain of lovers or the pain of the mother in the face of her child's suffering. For in these cases, the agony is our own, and in sympathy we wince within. But as we wince for the other, we wince for ourselves. In the grip of sympathy, note the haptic image, we feel their pain as our own, and this is why so many of us simply turn away from or block out the sight of cruelty, particularly the horrifyingly brutal images of the same animal slaughter on which, of course, our civilized lifestyles depend, in nearly innumerable ways. We eat and we drink, we wear and are shod with, we sleep upon, and we play with the artifacts of death. More than our own existence and even more than death, our pain is our own, even when we are able to transcend our own pain in spirit or in the soldierly fortitude practiced by the young Nietzsche. As already noted in an earlier chapter, we recall that after Nietzsche suffered his famous injury while mounting his horse for a military exercise, he would continue to complete the morning exercise, riding without giving a sign of pain and not adverting to his injury, even after dismounting, looking to his horse, and continuing in this routine fashion until nearly collapsing later in the day. The nobility of his personal comportment, as Nietzsche doubtless imagined his conduct, condemned him to a wound that would abscess, eventually to require surgery, and which subsequently took months. For recovery, the persistence of injury, the worsening of a wound one does not attend to, is to the point here. Like one's own shadow, Nietzsche spoke of his more chronic, systemic pain as his dog, gs, for pain transcended, or temporarily forgotten, is not conquered. Pain is loyal even without our attention to it, like a dog. Reciprocally, we can add, even when a pain has vanished, the mind goes looking for it, as Leo Tolstoy's character, Ivan Ilyich, does this in the course of his illness. But as pain and sympathy refer us to ourselves, this same singularizing isolation also means that what we lack with respect to the pain of others is not the apprehension of those pains but ultimate respect, as Levinas for his own and quite different part has turned this key point into an entire philosophy. In place of the awe that might be the appropriate complement to ignorance, rather than pity and not sympathy for another's suffering. In a move Nietzsche repeatedly analyzes even where our moral rule would commend such a high regard in our feelings and in our own minds, we answer the imperative command of perceived suffering by diminishing the other's pain, and thus we block our apprehension of it. In consequence, we reduce it not merely to a cognitive or intuitive estimation but instead to nothing more than our own feeling. But this is also to say that from our own vantage point we are well able to degrade the suffering of others to greater or indeed to lesser degrees of insubstantiality. For Nietzsche, we are inclined to imagine that what we feel, the other feels as well. Hence, he calls attention to our propensity to suppose that where we feel nothing, it seems, nothing exists, KSA, cf. Pointing to the ancient traditions that paired festivals with suffering, Nietzsche would argue that the celebratory pleasure associated with the very sight of suffering that continued not only into medieval times but into the New World, stocks, public hangings, etc., even traffic jams at the scene of an accident have an element of this schadenfreude, betrays much more than the exhilaration that it isn't me but a dark and deeply loaded and very human pleasure in seeing suffering but also in making suffer. Nietzsche analyzes this pleasure in On the Genealogy of Morals as the prime motivation behind the ancient institution of punishment, a motivation that persists in the modern as well, and not deterrence and not correction, despite the fact that we prefer to name houses of punishment in this way. But feeling no pain for one's part, and without investment in the pain of the other, the objectivity of the experimental scientist that can also be named schizophrenia, one can go so far as to claim that certain human beings, and all animals, feel less pain, as Nietzsche recounts it, or indeed no pain at all. Nietzsche's example invokes the contrast of animals subjected to the institutional torture that had begun in the archetypically scientific Enlightenment of the 19th century and Claude Bernard's almost single-handed invention of the practice of vivisection in medicine, all for the timeless good and pointless, because pure, aims of science. Bernard, who is known today not for his grisly operations but for the inner environmental theorization of the organism, the milieu intérieur, experimented on the family dog, a circumstance that alienated him from his wife, who divorced him and was moved to lead an anti-vivisection movement in France, a family split on more than one level, that Bernard for his own part would ascribe to intellectual philistinism and lack of support for the ideals of science. To this day, medical schools and hospitals are in Bernard's debt for his specific sensitivity not to the animals in his charge but to the human researcher. Like any animal, the human animal reacts, viscerally, jarringly to animal cries of pain, and this reaction, Bernard recognized, tended to compromise objectivity. By severing the dog's vocal cords, Bernard was able to reduce the dog's cries to soundlessness. If the dog continued to feel pain, the animal could nevertheless no longer be heard, yielding the now common view in animal experimentation from the side of its practitioners, that the thus prepared animal in fact feels nothing like pain but only neurological and other physiological effects of the kind observable on the terms of the experiment behavior. Bernard's experimental protocol renders animals literally dumb, and its intention is manifestly phenomenological, for the researcher is to aspire to Bernard's detached ideal. The physiologist is not an ordinary man, he is the scientist possessed and absorbed by the scientific idea he pursues. He does not hear the cry of animals, he does not see the owing of blood, he sees nothing but the idea and is aware of nothing but the organism that conceals from him the problem he is seeking to resolve. The dissonance of this ideal, as Nietzsche would emphasize for us if our own experience could not do so, is that we hear and respond to pain across the species barrier. Step, even by accident, on a puppy's tail, and we feel the animal's pain as it shrinks away from us. We hear it and feel its pain, as it cries. Not for Descartes, the father of the mind-body distinction, of course, a connection that perhaps best illustrated the violence of the Galilean imagery of the Book of Nature, a book to be read by the scientist. But how are these pages to be turned if not by a perfectly careful eyeing, a laying out and a laying bare, as in the iconic images that are the legacy of V.E.S. Elious? In an article that uses the example of vivisection to illuminate third world underdevelopment, the Indian social anthropologist and philosopher of science, Shiv Visvanathan cites Descartes' defensive answer to a visitor who faulted him for the paucity of books in his rooms. Descartes pointed to the animals he was then dissecting, identifying them as his books, using Galileo's metaphor to do so. Descartes' texts were not the pages of tradition, his was what we may call a hermeneutic laying out of nature itself. Hence, as Visvanathan expresses it, Descartes' texts are alive, and the great methodologist believed that the cry of an animal could be compared to the creaking of a wheel. Extending the ideal of vivisection in science to its systematization in scientific management and its embodiment in the assembly line, its ultimate expression may be found as much in genetic engineering as in the idealization of modernization justifying the oppression of the Third World in the name of progress. Opposition to vivisection has usually been dismissed by scientists as sentimentalist. But one must see it as a paradigm for general scientific activity extending towards wider domains of control, incorporating innumerable sets of violence within the genre of vivisection. One witnesses the violation of the body in the search for scienticized production and control. The violation of the body soon leads to the vivisection of the body politic in theories of scientific industrial development. And these examples are transforms of one another. The vivisectional code underlies and underwrites the violence implicit in all of them. Like the project of Third World development that has built the infrastructure for today's globalized world economy, like the medical school's cadaver, the silenced dog, or the similarly silenced and immobilized cat, is used for medical instruction and demonstration, that is to say, for practicing surgical procedures, in utter inattention to the animal under the knife. Along the way, one learns the ideal of objectivity, learning to negate sentimental responsiveness, sympathy, empathy, and inculcation assured by deliberately discarding the experimental object. Science is a matter of numbers and practice makes perfect. But this means that the experimental scene with all its blood and its literal and metaphorical life-sacris is to be repeated again and again. For Visvanathan, as for Luce Irigaray who speaks of the scientific skis, there are two registers in science, the extant, standard, or received view of science as such, as well as that casual accompanying view of practice and everyday assumptions that science has no problem condemning on examination as pseudoscience excluding from reaction but not influence. Limited to the purposes of the current consideration of pain, one can take Irigaray's suggestion further to imagine this same schizophrenic practice on the model of a business that keeps two books. Thus the medical student can ND himself in search of suitable animals to complete his studies and take himself to an animal shelter, adopt the animal in the morally conscientious and responsible social mode of one promising to care for the animal as a pet, or companion as we now say to prove our open-mindedness, only subsequently to proceed to use the animal in the above fashion. As the art of healing and care, what is philosophically relevant here, apart from the grievous moral issues with regard to the animals themselves, are the consequences of such learning experiences. The young doctor not only learns the techniques of surgery but the duplicity of vivisection as well. The techniques learned for healing are deployed without empathy, and these same techniques repeatedly end by underscoring the precise irrelevance of death from the point of view of the success/failure of an operation. It is naive to imagine that he or she might fail to remember this lesson, a lesson in hardening or disattending when it nally comes to the human patient now treated under the terms of an exactly professionalized solicitude. If it is no accident that Nietzsche could begin with non-Europeans, specifically with Negroes in the aphorism we cited at the start of this chapter, only to end with reference to the numbers of animals killed in the name of science, it is also no accident that his conclusion concerns woman in her guise as exaggerating, hysterically intensifying her own pretended suffering, hysteria. Much of the advice of both Sada, especially in his philosophic legacy, and the sullen arguments of the rapist, or his legal or journalistic advocate, who insists on the consensuality of an act that cannot be denied in the face of the law, or as it can be heard in the resentment of the abusive lover, has the identical tone. She doesn't really feel pain, she need not feel pain, really, she could enjoy it instead, as he does. Even today, for different reasons and following yet another paradigm, we speak of non-Western cultures, or, as in Nietzsche's example, of historical eras, in which pain is not quite pain. Just as animals in general are, per definitionem and following the Cartesian paradigm, described as feeling nothing like pain but stimuli responses or behaviors instead, so too scientific theorists once similarly proposed to reduce the differences between social and cultural expressions of pain and the relevance of similar differences in perception in general between the races, black, white, Asian, and above all native or so-called aboriginal peoples, and which races once also, all too conspicuously and precisely interior to a Western point of view, happened to have included the racist phantasm of the difference between Aryan and Jew or Eastern European. Nazi experiments on human pain simply applied the same test of pain thresholds from experiments that had been performed on animals for centuries, the same experiments on animals that continue unchecked after the end of Nazi experimentation to this day. Perhaps the reason is a strange repetition compulsion, but it is more likely that tracking the relation between an electrete or heated cage and the agitation and distress of the caged occupant is easy to quantify. Or, as it continues to be assumed, and it is scientists who still tell us this, women just feel less pain than men do, be it the pain of childbirth but also the stress and pain of illness, fatigue, casual injuries, etc. Additional examples include the discounting of pain in the circumcision of the newborn, castration of livestock, or, to come closer to home, the dismissal of the pain of ill and the terminally ill and the elderly by medical practitioners who fail to provide adequate pain relief for fear of inducing addiction, and so on. We have already emphasized that Nietzsche's keenly unsparing focus on pain clearly distinguishes him from Hölderlin's more archaically minded Empedoclean comprehension of the interconnection of love, Liebe, and suffering, Leiden, Leid. But, and just as elementally, Nietzsche agrees with Hölderlin on the substance of joy. Nietzsche's struggle with the uncomfortable and demanding insight he calls tragic knowledge is thus a Hölderlinian insight, one that not only drives his reading of antiquity but corresponds to the very essence of Nietzsche's Dionysian invention, greeted as the dangerous festival prince of the art cult of tragedy itself. Thus if the alchemical transcuration of the Apollonian aesthetic illusion is understood as veiling for the course of a tragedy the power of a real Dionysian effect, bt. Nietzsche nds that both music and the tragic myth play with the thorn of displeasure toward the justification of nothing less than the existence of even the worst possible world. bt. Nietzsche takes both the notion of dissonance in the world and in life resolved in terms of musical harmony understood from Hölderlin's Empedoclean conception of the conciliation that is the lover's tension. The quarrel drives lovers apart, opening both desire and the possibility of reconciliation. The question of the nature of tragedy is expressed for Hölderlin as the reconciliation of individual suffering and the divine nature or the world at the end of Hölderlin's Hyperion, as he speaks in the voice of the one he elsewhere names conciliator and which we cited at the start. Living tones, are we sound together in thy harmony, nature, which who can undo, who can part lovers. Hölderlin goes on to address the Empedoclean resolution on a cosmic scale, O soul. Soul. Beauty of the world. Indestructible, ravishing one. With your eternal youth. You are, what, then, is death and all the suffering of human beings. Speaking of delight, of Empedoclean love as the source of everything, we recall that Hölderlin reminds us that like lovers' quarrels are the dissonances of the world. Reconciliation is there, even in the midst of strife, and all things that are parted end one another again. This is the same question Hölderlin resolved, but, relevantly, did not Nietzsche, in brilliant poises in his The Death of Empedocles. There they will open destiny's book for you. Go and fear nothing. Everything recurs. And what is to come is already completed. In this way, what Hölderlin calls the aorgic appears in Nietzsche's in the same Sophoclean epigraph already not to be erection that follows Hölderlin's negative paean to human passion, desire or longing, or the Sophoclean word he likewise repeats, underscoring the strangeness or wonder of the human wanderer between animals and gods, the same strangeness that recurs in Heidegger's introduction to metaphysics reprised after Heidegger in Irigaray to be two. It is no accident that Irigaray pursues Hegel's question, as much as Heidegger's, inquiring into love by way of the political idea of the uncanny or the strange. As Hölderlin articulates its echoing, what is man, so might I begin, the poet has Hyperion right to Bellarmine early in the RST book of the novel. How does it happen that the world contains such a thing, which ferments like a chaos or moulders like a rotten tree, and never grows to ripeness? How can nature tolerate this sour grape among her sweet clusters? These echoes recur in the pronouncement of Nietzsche's Silenus, illuminating the tenacity of foundational pessimism with Nietzsche's insight into the Dionysian world, bt. For Hölderlin the tension is that we are so utterly in the clutch of the nothing that governs us, so profoundly aware that we are born for nothing, that we love a nothing, believe in nothing, work ourselves to death for nothing, only that little by little we may pass over into nothing. The reconciliation Hölderlin NDS for such a keen sensibility takes him beyond the romantic to make him one of the most important, if still too little adverted to, correspondents of Nietzsche's thinking, and where Heidegger affirms the same poet's ignorance so plainly for his own part that we do not need to discover it. As Nietzsche critically turned his review of the birth of an ancient art form from a forgotten sense of music, in direct contrast with the classical tradition's conventional conviction on the matter, a convention that has continued beyond Goethe and Winckelmann in the neo-Hegelian image of Greece as the childhood of mankind, enmired in the mists of primitive superstition and slowly ascending to the sobriety of logic and reason, a dialectical evolutionary process that Nietzsche never failed to challenge throughout his work on the grounds of both logical coherence and epistemic adequacy. The tragic wisdom of the Greeks was a heightened responsiveness to pain as such. Thus, as Hugh Lloyd-Jones reminds us in this context, the Greeks neither sublimated nor did they repress. These conventions are too modern, but rather in a fashion alien to us, they set terrible and irrational forces in motion for their own distant purposes. The difference between Nietzsche's view and contemporary, increasingly subtle or sophisticated readings of such extreme and irrational forces, qua sublimity and transcendence, resides in Nietzsche's insistence that the Greek was superficial, not because of a naive, primitive, or childish blindness, that is, not because he could not see but, and very like Hölderlin's Sophoclean Oedipus, much rather because he could see and because of what his sight brought him to see out of the depths of his suffering. In consonance with, for the sake of, life, Nietzsche argued, the Greeks recognized that what would be required for life in the face of pain would be to stop in an abrupt and daring way, to halt at the surface, the fold, the skin, to adore appearance, to believe in forms, tones, words, to believe in the whole Olympus of appearance. Those Greeks were superficial out of profundity. Gs4, for the Greeks elected to remain at the surface. In this way they were able to believe in forms, in tones, and in words. It was from such a deeply superficial perspective that Nietzsche could cry, all that exists is just and unjust and equally justed in both. That is your world. That is a world indeed. Bt. The quote is from Goethe, Faust I. The balance attained by stopping at the surface, the skin of things, is the secret of musical complexity, not the sweetness of simplicity, but complex dissonances, and the resolutions only such dissonances make both possible and uncannily beautiful. The pleasure produced by the tragic myth has the same source as the pleasurable sensation of dissonance in music. The Dionysian, with its original joy, is the shared maternal womb of music and tragic myth, bt. Thus Nietzsche draws the logical consequences of the aesthetic question with which he began. If one could imagine dissonance in human form, and what else is the human, then, for the sake of life, this dissonance would need a magnificent illusion, covering itself with a veil of beauty, bt. Nietzsche's erotic artist as actor/Jew/woman. In philosophic reviews of the erotic, particularly analytic treatments, abstraction invariably ablates the wings of the god. In what follows, I do not attempt to explore Nietzsche's thinking in terms of the philosophy of sex and love, yet I do seek to question the role of eros in his thinking, and to do this, rather than fantasize about the personal life of a man dead now for more than 100 years, I review his perspective on art, his aesthetics, which he approaches from the perspective of the artist, rather than the spectator, as is traditional in philosophical aesthetics. In a single, Evocative aphorism, the problem of the artist, G.S., Nietzsche proposes a concisely phenomenological investigation of the artist. Bracketing, as dangerous, a direct focus on the artist, the actor is reviewed and then left off in favor of the Jew and, still yielding an epistemic tension with reference to the mask, subsequently given over to the intercalation of diplomacy, and the pragmatics of rhetoric. Thus the same question recollects the origin of scholarship in general to culminate in the problem of woman outlined against the cultural phantasm of genius, especially as contrasted with the more virulent opposition between philosophy and science. Given the paradox of Nietzsche's profoundly democratic sensibility, precisely in its emphatically anti-democratic character, this complex register recapitulates and consummates almost the entirety of the gay science. In the same way, the problem of the actor, qua artist, fool, Jew, diplomat, rhetorician, woman, articulates the hysterical sarcasm that represents Nietzsche's ultimate word on the problem as a whole: woman is so artistic. The problem of woman, the particularity of the words used to refer to women, is essential here. Nietzsche's language with reference to women repeats the structure of the aphorism as a whole. Indeed, the conclusion of the aphorism tracks the terms in the routinely vulgar but obviously ordinary language used to speak of woman. Starting with Frau, he then moves to Frauenzimmer, and ends with Weib. This now hysteric resonance articulates a deliberately overwrought determinism, an excess to excess to excess. The critical and dangerous significance of this associative cadence for contemporary Reaction is Nietzsche's metonymic transfer of the problem of the Jew to the 19th century image of woman as a coy, fainting, fashion-conscious lie, BGE, and Klaus Thuelit's painstaking deconstruction of the extension of this same metonymy in Nazi imagery and rhetoric shows that it can be broadened to include the generic concept of the Eastern European. It is in this way worth remembering the ordinary reference of the histrionic to the theater, and the hysteric in the jokes of everyday life, whereby the apatheicization of the artist becomes the focal point for the question that is the problem of the actor, or the mask, transformed into the question of woman. Commentators have made a good deal of the elusive resonance of this last connection, replaying the music box of Nietzsche's theme in his Twilight of the Idols, wherein it becomes, by turns, Platonic truth, taking a Jewish detour to become Christian love, then becoming sufficiently female for Goethe's eternal ideal of woman, to end, via the Enlightenment, via Königsberg and socialist sentimentality aground on its own evolutionary peak or loss of values. For Nietzsche, the evolution of the ideal is the decay, the decadence of the ideal. It is at once Plato's conversion, into Christianity, into the province of popular Enlightenment values, and as such an inversion, it is also the instrument of Plato's revenge. What world is left? The apparent world perhaps. But no. With the real world we have also abolished the apparent world. How the real world finally became a fable. Innocence and becoming, change, death, eros, and God. From the beginning, Nietzsche regarded the modern scientific progress ideal as the optimistic foolement of Socrates' invention of modern scientific thinking, that is, a rational inversion of tragic culture characterized by a profound hatred of change or becoming. The same antipathy to process and becoming undergirds the technological enthusiasm of contemporary Western culture. Our horror of the desultory effects endemic to the corruptions of becoming and time means that we want technological excess in our cosmetics and, ideally, in our medicines for aging, sickness, death, and decay. To all appearances, and appearances are all that matter, we want the same excess on the same values in our engineering science for environmental disorders and contamination. In this way, the cult of the new denies, mortal, change. This is the contemporary cult of juvenile perfection, all promise and potential, nothing actual or real unsullied by quotidian exhaustions or the everyday detours and spiritual stulticaton of procreative investment or the wearing costs of both consummation and growth, not to speak of the desultory transformations of illness and senescence/decadence. It is capital, it is also extraordinarily difficult, to note that Nietzsche does not simply oppose the optimistic status quo of this Socratic inversion qua life stasis or cultural stagnation. Instead, Nietzsche opposes the remedial program of Socratic knowing to the life-affirming potency of the artist who would consecrate or immortalize, and so imprint or stamp, not ideal reality but becoming in the image of being. The keynote will be a pure moment of overowing abundant joy. Without this excess, without what Nietzsche names abundance or owing out, his ideal of affirmation, amor fati is impossible. But failing Nietzsche's careful, constant attention to the disagreeable, to pain, suffering, or equally to banality or pointlessness, any expression of the affirmative ideal is empty. Without Nietzsche's emphasis on suffering, without pain, anxiety, and despair, that is, failing an oppressive and hard edge in life and love, Nietzsche's teaching of affirmation reduces to cliché-quality therapeutic counseling or television evangelism or New Age consolation offered to the victims of cancer or terminal illness. The placebo New Age spirituality of popular culture does not merely blame the victim for his or her own condition, caused by lifestyle, drug abuse, alcohol, cigarettes, etc., but conspicuously tends to deny the condition itself. There is no suffering. Although we are, of course, as mortal as we were in Socrates' own time, and although, for all its fanfare, modern medical science has done not a thing to eliminate the ultimate threats of disease and death, it is a commonplace to maintain the opposite. No matter the lack of evidence, in the promissory culture of technoscientific modernity, Nietzsche called this the culture of Alexandrianism in his RST book. The RST thing we assert is a triumph over pain and disease, and we are sure that a remedy is in the offing for old age, perhaps even for death. We are committed to a celebration of accomplished permanence, what Heidegger is pleased to tease out of Nietzsche's Nachlass notes as the ideal imprinting of becoming with the still form or image of being. This means that we celebrate what becomes in a measure that reeks our best and own most possibility, not according to any tragic accounting of being as / and in time, but as good, little Platonic footnotes. Following in the wake of the inversion of Platonism by way of the Hellenic invention of Judeo-Christianity and the latter's conversion into Western scientific rationality and technoculture, we today are careful to reserve our enthusiasm not for a tragic affirmation of becoming, i.e., with a choral affirmation of coming undone, but, and instead, we keep our rounds for the latest Spinozic invention and preservation. Adverting to the ordinary images of consumer culture, we will buy anything that promises to keep us healthy or beautiful, and if we might avoid illness, accidents, or age, any one of us could spare a curse, for Nietzsche's lonely, moonlight demon arrived to sell the eternal return of the same. The eternal ideal, eternal love, eternal life, eternal youth, yes, but the eternal return, life as it is / was, just as it is / was, no. We want, because we desperately need, a non-literal interpretation of Nietzsche's teaching of the eternal return of the same. Yet the basic pattern of eternal recurrence is the ancient Greek insight into the tragic essence of life as the breath or O of birth and emergence, spontaneous growth, persistence and pain, failure and a wide array of possible deaths. For Nietzsche, the fundamental characteristics of life, growth, procreation, aging, and dying, inherently involve pain. In the exactly Schopenhauerian dynamic of a business that cannot cover its costs, the enterprises of life entail failure. In exactly this connection, we recall the myth invented by Plato that gives us the genealogy of eros, precisely conceived as compensation, exchange, return, a gift born of life's poverty, penia in its calculating concourse with resourcefulness, poros. We will need poetry to stamp becoming with timeless, inalterable value, because in truth, for Nietzsche as for Anaximander, Heraclitus / Empedocles, even Parmenides, there is only alteration. Science and mathematical logic cannot secure the becoming of what is as perdurant being. Like poetry and like art, both science, including the human or the social as well as the natural sciences, and mathematics work as conventions or inventions, but lie about and most perniciously to themselves. Inventing itself, dressing itself to seduce its own expectations of reality, science's unshaken cadence embraces the metaphysical reality of its own invention. The real, the experienced or lived world exemplifies nothing but the very unremitting change or becoming Nietzsche celebrates in his most unsettling descriptions of the same world Plato deplores. Contrary to Plato's protest against physical life, the secret of tragic wisdom is the knowledge of ineluctable perdition. Opposing becoming, philosophers seek unchanging truths or logical forms in the same, Lacanian, locus where theologians seek God or purpose, and scientists pursue a unit theory of everything. Nietzsche's project to restore the innocence of becoming, to stamp becoming itself with being, thus affirms neither the scientific mummification of the present moment nor the eschatological dream of the full time of an eternally ultimate life. Such a project plays the music of becoming not only as the native character of the physical or natural world but as the best truth of the world. This is the determinate scheme of erotic benediction here conceived under the transformative aegis or valencing of art. Speaking of eros, or speaking of art, or, indeed, advocating the renewal of innocence, should not obscure that what is thus transfigured is the tragic character of becoming. Nietzsche thus returns at the end of his published reactions to his original tragic insight: all becoming and growing, all that guarantees the future, postulates pain, what I owe the ancients. Affirming subjective pain in every process and needful in every innocence, one is oneself a piece of fate, but and this is the heart of Nietzsche's insight, not fated by any determining power as a power that might intercede or change anything. Thus everything and anything that happens must be imagined as it is without blame. What is critical in the doctrine of amor fati is its unremitting emphasis on what is disagreeable or challenging. What is must be as it is, not because it follows the law of God or nature. The point of the claim ni Dio, ni matra, bge, affirms the substitutive logic of secularity, where the regularity of the law substitutes for both God as Father and Master and as nature, but rather because it is without plan, beyond God or law, and that is also to say without recourse, either in salvation or scientific remedy. If what becomes towards some end, this goal is its reason for being. In this telic projection, it loses all innocence. The event is valued in terms of its mediate good, or evil, that is, its ultimate utility. In order to love the world as Nietzsche's doctrine of amor fati proposes, and not merely to accept or to endure the world as it changes and becomes, one has to deny the concept of ultimate truth or purpose, indeed the concept of God. For as soon as we imagine someone who is responsible for our being thus and thus, etc., God, nature, and therefore attribute to him the intention that we should exist and be happy or wretched, we corrupt for ourselves the innocence of becoming, KSA. Naming God the greatest objection to existence, in an earlier text, in a wholly, melodically related context, Nietzsche invokes Meister Eckhart, to remind us that exactly when one attains to sanctity, transcending illusory and excess attachments, one has still to ask God to be disencumbered of God, cfgs. The erotic domain illuminates this insight as both attained, in ecstasy, and destined to be saccharide, in death. Nietzsche's teaching of amor fati is thus an erotic affirmation. The key to such an affirmation will be consummation, that is, works not faith. As eros, such an affirmation has no part in the resignation endemic either to vulgar nihilism or positivist determinism. Some have maintained that the secret of this teaching is what everyone, including Nietzsche, would call love. And yet as an erotic, Dionysian affirmation of life, Nietzschean amor fati teaches an eros more demanding than agape, and this is an ideal impossible for the devotees of the cult of sexual distraction. Love, just love, or the idea of sex, the imaginary realm of pornography, an increasingly virtual fantasy domain, is meaningless unless immediately, really affirmed in praxis, declared, enacted in what we do. Whatever one's confessional standpoint on the question of faith and works, it is the working or the practice, that is, the act of love that counts in the real world. As the work of love that is empedoclean cosmological power, love does not sit and catch an effective emphasis, like the bourgeois vision of the love of the world inspired by a night at the theater, but lives and acts in the world, like Hölderlin's Napoleon or like the variant forged in the same coin, like Nietzsche's Roman Caesar with the soul of Christ, KSA. This real eros is the same as the Nietzschean program of reconstrued or restored innocence, or amor fati, which teaches the musical necessity of every individual and every event. The idea of restoring the innocence of becoming is difficult because it is every bit as counterintuitive and as implausible, or pointless, a notion as the restitution of virginity. And in reference to love in particular, it is likewise essential to emphasize the contextual reference to the pre-Platonic, pre-Socratic understanding of erotic love, particularly Empedoclean love, as a physical not a psychosociological dynamic innocent of the constructions of both the anti-materialist Platonic eros and the Pauline eristic. Becoming is the crime or fault of change, aging, and death. Thus the innocence of becoming, as Nietzsche conceives it, is an erotic innocence, and the purity in question, wholly innocent and wholly erotic, is the incarnate chastity of true love, cfbge. To regard becoming in such erotic innocence presupposes nothing like a passive tolerance but much rather an unconditional passion for the world, where the impossible impetuosity of real love is a prerequisite for attaining an affirmative disposition toward the world as it is, where affirmation means desire and not resignation. In a Nachlass note from, Nietzsche proposes the most important viewpoint, to attain the innocence of becoming, by means of excluding purposes or ends, KSA. Denying God the ideal of perfect being and constancy, we forswear blame, attributing guilt and responsibility neither to our intentions nor to the world of natural determinate causes nor to a supernatural God. Likewise, for love of the world of ux and becoming, we deny accountability and restore the passing of things to innocence. Renouncing the dream of salvic compensation, by denying accountability in the purity of love, we redeem the world, the four great errors. By excluding the concept of God or of truth, excluding the ideal of unchanging being as of ordinal laws of nature, Nietzsche affirms the lack of ultimate purpose. Apart from our own dreams, we invented the concept. Life becomes, in all its becoming, transformations, its decaying in sickness, age, and death, very like the cherubic rose without pure blooming, not only buzzing confusion as James's pragmatism winces, but also pure gift. Really to see this, even once, really to catch the aspect of life as affirmable excess, desired as growth and decay, joy and pain inextricably mixed, requires at least one good day. You have, as casual language puts it, to be there, and, in a passage entitled Vita Femina in the Gay Science, Nietzsche reminds us in his most rueful tonality, that the raw odds against any such revelation are extraordinarily high, gs. Even then, the mischief will be to GHT the fade. The sour note here, as it is this that has produced the world-altering contours of slave morality and culture, is that for the most part, for most of us, there are few moments that remain or can stay present as such a divine moment of consecration and blessing, amor fati. For this reason, what Nietzsche recommends remains impossible or inconceivable for us until we catch what is given on such a needful day as may still come to pass. Indeed, such a transformational, not salvic, day of neediness is nothing other than the day of longing, real desire, even Lacanian desire will do, that is the temptation to the expression of passionate love. And here we are thinking exactly of actors, of artists, and particularly of women, and I will add the necessary twist, not romantically but exactly as problematic. Faking it, Nietzsche's view of woman's erotic artistry. For desire to work as the everyday model of the Dionysian intoxication Nietzsche proposes, it must be a sensualist, aesthetic desire, felt and lived in the world, not merely lust played at, and not at all. And this is the heart of the problem of the Jew, as it is the problem of woman, of actors, feigned or simulated. Thus we have here to do with the dangerous conception that is the artist. For this reason, Nietzsche uses the case of woman, not only in the West but the world over in a diachronic extension, to illustrate the difference between actively felt or creative or manly, artistic, desire or reactively induced, slavish, or womanly desire. The problem of woman, for Nietzsche, is that she is rarely genuine but much rather and always an actor, a vertrete eros, a stand-in in her own space, playing herself as object, playing herself not for herself but for another, be it her parents, her children, and most paradoxically of all, be it a lover, playing herself for another's desire, but always playing herself in place of herself. This Kochvian, Lacanian desire for such a desire cannot be understood on Hegelian terms as the desire to be the desire of the other's desire, expressed as so many rings in a Lacanian necklace, mapped upon a topological space of repetition and reduction, a Riexive ring in a necklace made of rings. For Simone de Beauvoir, who wrote an entire book in the effort to make this elusive point, the disingenuousness Nietzsche identifies as characteristic of woman, as actor and artist, is endemic to the traditional cultural situation, or manner, of literally becoming a woman in the act of love. To affect desire, which is what it is to be the object of erotic desire, that is, to affect desire, in the heat of desire is the eternal sexual calling card of women, Nietzsche claims. No matter, and this should appease gender theorists, whether one speaks of a male or female woman, the point for Nietzsche is that she plays at what she does even when she gives herself das sie sich geben, selbst noch wenn sie sich geben, gs. Thus the casually ironic problem with women in love is that woman plays at loving precisely in the act of love. Ibid. Part of the problem is surely male awkwardness and the socialization of desire, and the erotic sphere, that is not female desire but that is not the whole of it, as Nietzsche argues, and as de Beauvoir, Lacan, and Irigaray also attest. Nevertheless, what Nietzsche imagines as the spiritualization of sensuality in his ideal description of passionate love is the realization of art. The supposedly certain fact, how do we know this? A book has told us so, that he had so little experience of sexual love in his own life is immaterial to this insight. Indeed, a lack of experience may well have been what enabled him to hold to it, not because one must be naive to love, nor does naivete help, but rather because the work and the working of love is hard. If, as is likely enough, Nietzsche lacked experience, it would mean that he might have escaped the compromise, and compensation, the negodium of misappointed love, where what one so often learns in the experience of love is not how to love but how not to love, the art of compromise, that is, what Lacan, again, has very seductively described as giving up on one's desire. Thus Nietzsche, too, like the Napoleon he imagined himself to be, with the soul of Christ, might have imagined himself the martyr of love's ideal. Artistic affirmation and ressentiment. What the artist realizes in art, this is its erotic valence, is the external in himself, the eternal joy of becoming. And every one of us can and every one of us does do just this impossible thing in those moments of sexual arousal and intoxication that are not cancelled by annihilation and fear. The mischief is that it does not stay, and the evil is that we rarely mark it as such. In such abandon, and I am not saying it is not so rare that it were not almost as if one never has and may never yet experience such a possibility, one realizes what Nietzsche calls the joy-encompassing joy in destruction, bt, a joy with nothing to do with violence, a cruelty that is also a rueful name for sadness. Such a tragic joy is the affirmation of life, because no affirmation, and no love, can choose any one part, such as life and not also death, or ecstasy and not also longing, disappointment, and consummate sadness, or joy and not also suffering, or being and not much rather and also becoming. Joy in tragedy characterizes strong ages and natures. It is the heroic spirits who say yes to themselves in tragic cruelty. They are hard enough to experience suffering as a joy, KSA. Thus for Nietzsche, those imposing artists who let a harmony sound forth from every conic are those who bestow upon things their own power and self-redemption. They express their innermost experience in the symbolism of every work of art they produce. Their creativity is gratitude for their existence, Ibid. To have such an artist's joy encompassing a joy in destruction would be at once to realize and to love both pain and pleasure, affirming the inherent deception in all seduction, the consonance of Rilke's terror, that is the meaning of beauty as violence, which the French poets of the last century saw in the Hellenic smile and the face of dreaming stone. It is because the erotic is that species of consummately, irredeemably wrong feeling glycopicron, as one haunting antique voice sings the song of erotic, bodily love, that a tragically erotic aesthetics necessarily avoids the focus on right feeling so prominent in recent readings of the politics of Nietzsche's eternal return. Against this radically wrong feeling, more than one specialist has proffered the same profoundly simplistic solution to the irreducible danger of thinking Nietzsche's thought of the eternal return of the same as affirmation. Nietzsche, as he tells us, sought to teach the will to will backward. He wanted to effect a retooling of the will on the level of memory and the valences of desire. That is the meaning of amor fati, as it is expressed in the thought question of the eternal return of the same. Yet from a moral point of view, as we have seen in chapter, scholars have asked if the ambition of the eternal return is justable, in the pure spirit of the counterfactual that inspires so much contemporary philosophy. Why not affirm as desired certain changes to the past as it was? Why not say of the past, as we do say, all the time, that it would have been better had it only been otherwise? Would one have to be able to will exactly everything great and, what was Nietzsche's word, unutterably small, or could one not limit one's affirmation to the good parts? We note here the precision of Nietzsche's understanding of the interwoven necessity of time and process. What popular science writers and novelists call the buttery effect illuminates the vanity of our backward-working wishes to change an undesired aspect of the past while yet supposing that everything else might remain as it is. For Nietzsche, the best way to understand the whole cloth of physical, real temporality, as opposed to our fantasies of what might have been, expresses the question in almost mathematical terms. Thus his Zarathustra poses the question in a cosmological if clearly ecstatic tonality: have you ever said yes to one joy? Oh my friends, then you also said yes to every woe. All things are linked, interlaced, and in love have you ever wanted one time, two times, have you ever said, you please me, happiness? Instant blink of an eye. You thus wanted everything to come back again, all new again, all eternal, all enchained, interlaced, and in love. Oh, so did you love the world, you eternal ones, you love it eternally and for all time, and also to woe do you say, pass away yet return. For all joys want eternity, z. 4, the drunken song. This is the question of the eternal return, the question in each and everything: do you desire this once more and innumerable times more? Gs. The doctrine of the eternal return entails a question that turns on the desire of eternity. This is a recurrence raised to infinity, it is a recurrence of desire of delight and joy to eternity. For Nietzsche, as well as for other contemporary philosophers otherwise unrelated to him, like Levinas and Thunissen, but also like Theodor Adorno, who knew how to read Nietzsche critically but who also went far beyond him on just this question, philosophy can hardly do better than to begin, and to end, with the problem of suffering exactly as this is related to joy. We overlook Nietzsche's Schopenhauerian care for the suffering of animals and his developed sensitivity to pain when we take the course of easy or unthinking prejudice, pronouncing Nietzsche a philosopher of joyful cruelty, the heartless philosopher of the will to power as the will to oppress others. Such is the associative metonymy of misinterpretation, and it is by far the most common error otherwise competent scholars make with respect to Nietzsche. For it is absolutely crucial to recognize that Nietzsche's diagnostic reading of the will to power neither celebrates nor does it prescribe power over other people. Much rather, Nietzsche articulates the genealogy of the ubiquity of power, as power appears everywhere most perniciously of all in the will to power of the offended or injured spirit that becomes the sole consciousness of the physically as of the psychically offended or injured. This is the will to power that burns as moral outrage. Finding an alliance between Nietzsche and Hobbes, or Callicles, is the most enduring beginner's mistake. Beyond Hobbes, Nietzsche points to the long memory of the disaffected and the disadvantaged contra the impossibly short, because unsustainable, tenure of any brute state of nature in the life of any fantasized blonde beast in the prime moment, and I do mean moment, of bodily strength and health. The physical condition of the powerful is inherently impermanent, expressive by nature, it cannot be preserved. By exact contrast, weakness, sickness, impotence enjoy undying staying power because the drive to power of the weak is the conservative, acquisitive drive of lack itself. It is for the same reason that Nietzsche argues that the will to power of slave morality is the driving force of cultural development. Physical power, the strength of a Goliath, as we have heard it told in the Old Testament, was not and will never be a match for any David who comes to compete, whirling a slingshot to down his opponent at a safe distance. And we have had thousands of years of advancement in the technologies of rendering irrelevant our inadequacies as the not yet determined animal, e.g., the naked, tool-needing animal. The will to power must also be seen, as Heidegger has emphasized, as the will to overcome the lack of power, not to get beyond power, not as so many techniques of Gelassenheit or peace, but for the sake of the acquisition of or cultivation of power. Self-overcoming, self-discipline, asceticism, is thus of the essence of religious as well as technoscientific calculation, as Nietzsche perceives it, and it is that same part of being human that Zarathustra intends when he speaks of overcoming the way of human being in his doctrine of the Übermensch. As we seek to redress injustice, Nietzsche teaches us to remember that demands for justice and redemption are desperately complex. The will to power as the will of democratic politics is the engine of slave morality. Far from expressing the will to power of the masters, the age of modernity in its ultimate consequentiality is the age of slave morality. In this way, National Socialism as well as Soviet Stalinism but also the currently ongoing US ventures of global imperialism in the name of democracy may all be regarded as instantiations of slave morality to the extent that these represent intrinsically reactive moral cultures rather than master moralities. What is important to understand in this claim? That the weak can, and do, have dominion, or does one really believe that the power elites of this world correspond to what Nietzsche meant by the noble or the strong, concerns the extraordinary, world-building, and culture-creating force of ressentiment. And yet, and this is Nietzsche's subtlest insight, because ressentiment, because what he calls slave morality is reactive, it never attains to nobility, it never becomes active even at the moment of success or supremacy. Because it remains a morality of implacable resentment, it continues to resent even in a position of dominion, going so far, when it ends itself without an external obstacle, as to turn upon itself. Thus we do well to consider, as Nietzsche sought to remind us, that the victim of any kind of violence, not only physical but also psychological and emotional, that is, in whatever register at all, to use Lacan's canonic terminology, imaginary, symbolic, real, is also seething with the kind of anger that is not only inverted but is of such a valence that it will never, because it can never, burn itself out. This conception of life highlights the question of every theodicy, reworked in modern terms under the auspices of mass murder, systematic brutality, or as the question of everyday suffering and difficulty in postmodern terms, cruelties unimaginably easy to overlook because our way of life obscures them for us, from slaughterhouses to vivisection in the blanket name of scientific and consumer research to the suffering, starvation, and illness of the poor in our own Western countries as well as elsewhere in the world. This is the testimony of Bourdieu's The Weight of the World, to the havoc in the life of the planet wreaked beyond any estimation, and possibly beyond recovery, by industrializing and mechanized agriculture, not to mention oil production, mining, and the management of natural resources. Who owns these, the details and extent of which take place beyond popular representation? And this includes war, devastating and protracted, innately protracted if we learn anything at all from Nietzsche's account of the mechanisms of ressentiment, for there are many ways, to use Adorno's expression, of inventing other Jews. Wars we learn about today by the graceless pity of an increasingly politicized journalism, and so on, and on. In the wake of the death of God, i.e., in modern, postmodern times, Nietzsche turns his appeal to the artists rather than to the theologians. To teach the love of the world, to teach the love of life, amor fati, one must learn how to love, as Nietzsche reminds us. And loving anything at all, is an acquired art. To love the past and to call it good is to see that everything of what was is wholly necessary, is equally needful, and that one is not apart from but a part of, an intrinsic piece of the whole. This love of fate does not make tragic suffering any less tragic. As Nietzsche means to teach this, the task is to learn to love everything nearest to you, the love of one's neighbor. And it is that affection for what lies closest to us, in Nietzsche's telling of the Syrian gospel, that remains hard to gain, not automatic, and not already accomplished. What Christianity's teachers remanded to the paradisiacal heights of the afterlife, Nietzsche returns to the realm that is mortal immortality, the heaven all about us. That is, immediacy and memory, the spare domain between blessing and curse in the human heart. We recall that if Nietzsche advocated music as the ultimate redemption from the perception of life as error, he also distinguished between the music of the theater, or mass culture, the hysteric or melodramatic music of high society, and the heart's music. In this way, Nietzsche's listener was to become, an active musician. This answering resonance is the esoteric key to Nietzsche's resolution of the problem of the artist, and it is also key to the problem of the other as such, the problem of the actor, the Jew, and the problem of woman. What is now transformed is nothing but the reactive spirit, now rendered, and for the rst time, to use Nietzsche's word for felt affinities, in artibius, echoing the song of life in its own desire. Every advance consists in coming to own what one is, in winning every best and worst future. But in order to become what you are, to use the friendly encomium Nietzsche borrows from Pindar, there remains the challenge of consummation. Not already accomplished, becoming the one you are always entails that something is to be done. So far from a comfortable self-acceptance, such becoming entails that you lose your convictions about the self, or subject, you take yourself to be. We are to seek ourselves, but this seeking can only be accomplished by forgetting ourselves. Thus Nietzsche reminds those who are inspired to follow his Zarathustra, in the RST book of Thus Spoke Zarathustra, on the bestowing virtues, and again to close his to his Ecce Homo. Now I say unto you, lose me, and nd yourselves, and only when all of you have denied me, will I return to you. The point, for us, of course, as modern, self-absorbed as we are, is that the ancient philosophic word reported from Delphi holds true today. We have never sought ourselves, bgei. Finding ourselves, like following Zarathustra, can be accomplished only if we begin by losing ourselves. Only then. This is not a paradox. Looking directly within, we ourselves block the way, and there is no one who can jump over his own shadow. We need the oblique, the indirect, the rected, or as Hölderlin teaches us, we need the stranger, the other, that is for Christians, Jews, for Jews, Christians, that is, for men, women, for women, men, and for slaves, masters, for masters, slaves, and so on, all in order to begin to teach us who we are. To understand this literal obliquity, it will not do to redeem Nietzsche's errors, neither the wrongness of his feeling, the erotic as royally wrong, nor the wrongness of his doctrine of amor fati or the eternal return of the same, nor indeed the timely wrongness of his examples. This is not only because it involves an injustice to Nietzsche's thinking, but because what is of lasting importance in his thinking turns exactly on the redemption not of right but wrong feeling and the transformative power of art in the reply to the question, how can we make things beautiful, attractive, desirable for us when they are not, gs, as what is best learned from artists. As we shall see later, Nietzsche's aesthetic sensibility is both astonishingly Christian as well as exquisitely antagonistic to this same ideal. This is the meaning of what we name Nietzsche's aesthetic gnomon as it is variously expressed: art is worth more than truth, KSA, or, we have art so that we do not perish of the truth, Ibid, or, as Nietzsche writes in the last of his untimely meditations, where Wagner's Schipenhauerian Bayreuth is rendered beyond itself with a quintessentially and sweetly Hölderlinian insight, art exists so that the bough shall not break, Richard Wagner in Bayreuth. Bent by life, alive as we are the bough, we are life lancing forth. This is Heraclitus's profoundly ambiguous paradox: the work of life, the bough biov, is death, transformed as it is by Hölderlin, who understood the meaning of inclination better than anyone before or since, expressed in the gore of the holy sobriety of the swan, swimming head curved into water, in the sight of the poet's tower looking across the Neckar to the Plataninally and thence to Greece itself. Echoing the poet's reactions on Oedipus, Nietzsche explains the meaning of tragedy: the individual must be consecrated to something higher than himself. He must be free of the terrible anxiety death and time evoke in the individual, for at any moment, in the briefest atom of his life's course, he may encounter something holy that endlessly outweighs all his struggle and all his distress. This is what it means to have a sense of the tragic. Or, there is only one hope and one guarantee for the future of humanity, it consists in his retention of the sense for the tragic. Richard Wagner in Bayreuth. The problem of the actor-artist. The problem of the actor, the problem of the artist is yoked to the problem of art and life. Because the problem of the artist, and the problem of art, exceeds the artist if only via the actor, Jew, diplomat, woman, more is at stake than a turn to an active, or virile, or creative. Aesthetics in Nietzsche's artist's aesthetics. More than a matter of understanding the provenance of the rare or exceptional or consummate human being which is the 19th century and still ordinal vision of the artist as genius, the problem of the artist for Nietzsche is much rather the problem of education or culture, and the problem of culture is again the problem of mass culture. And for a good many cultures, Nietzsche argues, there will simply be no way to see the difference between the artist, genius, or criminal. If Nietzsche deans the problem of the actor as falseness with a good conscience, he does not simply excoriate deceit from the moral standpoint of truth and lie. That is, contrary to current analytic unreadings of the cogency of Nietzsche's cognitive claims, Nietzsche does not merely praise the lie of art as an honest lie, it is that, to be sure, but that is only the beginning. Instead, where the truth of truth and its value is in question, illusion, the mask or the appearance, takes on a different character. But no. With the real world we have also abolished the apparent world, how the real world finally became a fable. To explain this point, as the challenge of art for Nietzsche, it is not because Punch and Judy are puppets or because the actors in a tragedy are only players, that the violence represented is ameliorated or redeemed. Nietzsche's philosophy of art is not a theory of cathartic, Aristotelian discharge or relief, nor indeed Freudian therapy. Not Schadenfreude, the pleasure in the pain of another, the thought that it is not me. Nietzsche understands the pleasure of tragedy on the model of musical dissonance, rendered in human terms. Nietzsche's aesthetics is a creative, artist's aesthetics in this fashion. As the art of illusion, art is the quintessential achievement of human intuition, and only from its origins in sense perception can it move to the free invention of the imagination or of cognition. Reducing the claims of truth to the conventions of art hardly suffices to make every human perspective the achievement of a poet. For the most part, the human artist is less an inspired genius than a dreaming savage, incapable of naming the dream as such, and ultimately unequal to it, even where the course of therapy, or philosophic insight, can lay claim to the dream in words, the lying truth as Lacan names it. That one becomes what one is presupposes that one does not have the remotest idea what one is. Why I am so clever. With a word of praise for even the blunders of life, for its wrong turns and its wastes of time, Nietzsche speaks of the great sagacity below the surface of consciousness itself. One is, Nietzsche explains, much more of an artist than one knows, bge. The archaic pathos of Nietzsche's reminder that we are neither as proud nor as happy as we might be, gs, suggests that lacking consciousness of ourselves as artists, Nietzsche's programmatic teaching is meant to recall us to ourselves in our strangeness, as other than we take ourselves to be. For Nietzsche, the other is the artist, the actor, the Jew, and, perhaps above all, the other is woman herself. Starting with the actor and the artist to get to woman and including the Jew along the way, Nietzsche traces the excluded grouping of disenfranchised others, both as disenfranchised and in terms of the power of that same exclusion. All coyness, irritation, dissembling, delight in the mask, like the depths of all love, must be understood in terms of its origins. As psychologist, using the biological metaphor of pulsion, Nietzsche always traces the genealogy of need. But Nietzsche never traces a genealogy just to leave it there, and here he uncovers the frisson at the heart of every basic need. In the same fashion and in the same locus he captures the desperation of a God. In a reading that is anything but anti-Christian, Nietzsche reads the stories told of the life of Jesus as one of the most painful cases of the martyrdom, of knowledge about love, bge, cf. To negotiate the inadequacy of human love and the deiformity of desire, Cartesian, Augustinian will, Nietzsche dares a painful series of reactions concerning what a God of love would have had to come to know, to learn about love, bge. Posed here in this question is a sensitivity to the Son of Man as forsaken and as abandoned in the world. Nietzsche has all the insight into the vulnerability of the divine that characterizes the cherubinic wanderer, with none of the mystic's esoteric generosity. Given the innately self-wreaked demands of human need, Nietzsche is rarely attuned to the uncountenanced and uncountenanceable need of divinity itself. Here too we see again that Nietzsche's reactions approximate the same Meister Eckhart he is inclined to cite in an ascetic mode, as we noted earlier. As the non-erotic god of love, the anti-Dionysus par excellence, Nietzsche does not have Hölderlin's syncretistic temperament. The sky god of the Jews fell from nomadic jealousy and a thunder god's vengeance to become the cloying god, the god of nuzzling, Judeo-Christian neediness, cgs. In this way, love becomes the supreme characteristic of God, and the need for love becomes the supreme passion, the agony or the suffering of the divine, bge. And because this is key, the banal and ordinary run of humanity is anything but divine, anything but pure, but only and all too human when it comes to love. Human love inevitably falls short of the name. The divinity of love works in love because it is a reaction of our humanity in the gamut that runs from the carnal profundity of eros, the body redeemed by the soul, as Nietzsche expresses it, to the purest height of the love that transforms the human into the divine, giving the soul wings, in Plato's words. In the economy of seduction omnipresent in love, human and divine, the infinitesimal might of human love must be transfigured as the measure of redemptive potential or salvation. Thus the somehow always embarrassing sentiment of the 60s generation ideal, and this will be the key to Milton's twist on the same Hesiotic eros, from Lucifer's light to God's deep blue sea, moving over the waters of Genesis, is the claim that the world needs love. This is a foregoing and foregone point of departure for Nietzsche and for every theogony and for every story of love. Everyone needs love. But the need is key. Quite literally, and just as a woman might long to be loved or as a child demands to be loved, every male porter, Nietzsche cheerfully reminds us, condently expects an admirer, tlksa. To teach us this lesson about the nature of Christian love, we needed this pastor's son, famous for reminding us, as every pastor has ever done, that God is dead and that we ourselves have killed him. Protestations of love turn out to be little more than the cries of a child, a need for, a demand for love. For Nietzsche, even God's love is such a demand, a claim for affection, like the Christian's own demand for exchange, or requital, a chid for being as such. The human ideal of love is the ideal of just deserts, purely deserved love or free love, but the law of love, the compact between the human and the divine, Old and New Testament, is the exchange of justice as love. The Judeo-Christian qua Enlightenment qua Smith-Weberian, or Protestant, ideal of love is the innate, disinterested, favor that would be the love of the world as a free choice to love everyone as one's nearest and dearest, just as one is oneself unconditionally unaccountably loved, and this too will be a demand for the sake of the self. Like Kant, Nietzsche uncovers the self-seeking core that lies as the grain of corruption in the gold of this Enlightenment fantasy. Raising the question of love in Christianity, Nietzsche also poses the problem of the neediness of human desire in our own lives. The dialectic of love requires love and a neediness that extends to the God of love. And beyond the need to be well paid, redeemed, saved, Nietzsche turns to nobility and sacrus, the erotic ideal of consummate expenditure, without reserve. This is the erotic point at issue in the valence of art. The context of the satyr dance that framed the development of the play of tragedy, suggests a connection between the eros of antiquity and Christian love in the excess eroticism of ritual. Beyond Christian and Greek, beyond ancient and modern, experience affirms that in passion, particularly, if not exactly, orgiastic passion which Nietzsche toward the end of his creative life reads as the key to the Dionysian transformation of the tragic, one simply does love the world, without the least self-denial. And yet without self-absorption, if we presume, for the moment, a sufficient measure of ecstasy. But the problem as we now see it in terms of not only of the artist and the Jew but in terms of woman is that in order for such a passionate moment to count as such, one has really to be beside oneself. The problem here for the artist, Jew, woman, as Nietzsche sets these questions together as the problem of the actor, is that ecstasy excludes the hysterics pose, that is, the falseness with which we began. We can also call this the problem of the orgasm if we want to go back to the metaphor of woman, via Lacan's art historical reaction to Bernini's Saint Teresa, or else via Irigary's dryly scientific confutation of Lacan's interpretation. Thus the answer to Nietzsche's transcuring question will depend upon the intoxication of desire or the framed veiling of artistry. It is to be emphasized once again that the Nietzschean question of transcuration is not a Christian question, if only because the question for Nietzsche is not how to love the unlovable, that is, what Alasdair MacIntyre calls the signally Christian, precisely because unmerit, love for the sinner, but rather for Nietzsche, the question becomes the transcuratively artistic or creative cultural problem of rendering the unlovable lovable so that our love is positive, or in Nietzsche's words, active rather than reactive. But how can this be done, given Nietzsche's terms as we have seen them? The clear contrast here to the joy of intoxicated desire or masculine artistry is reactive desire, that is to say, womanly desire. Reactive, that is to say, lacking power, the slave's desire to be loved turns into the calculation of semblance, feigning love, to gain love. As Nietzsche poses his invective, it is the slave in the blood of the vain person, a residue of the slave's craftiness, and how much slave is still residual in woman, for example, that seeks to seduce one's neighbor to good opinions about oneself. It is also the slave who afterward immediately prostrates himself before these opinions as if he had not called them forth, bge. Or as Nietzsche expresses the same point more pithily if no less convolutedly, certainly not less offensively, seducing one's neighbor to a good opinion and afterward believing piously in this opinion who could equal woman in this art, bge. For Nietzsche, for Aristotle, as for all antiquity, including the ittering and whining Catullus and the other Latin love poets, this ambition is not merely ignoble but ultimately impotent, it cannot attain but only mime success. Woman is so artistic. Contrary to the simple cult ideal of genius, the artist as such, or more evidently the fool, buffoon, or mime, is not the noble, as Nietzsche reeks in his genealogical analysis of the noble versus slave origins of moral judgments, or in his chapter-long reactions on the nature of nobility in Beyond Good and Evil. This too is also the point of Nietzsche's reminder to us as star-struck, artist-struck, genius-struck moderns that no noble-born Greek would have wanted to be Phidias, the sculptor, the artist. Pericles, the triumphant statesman, yes, Achilles, the glorious warrior, yes. But Phidias, an artisan? Might as well be a eld worker or slave. For Nietzsche, like his closest relative, the criminal, the artist is hard-pressed for everything that he or she becomes, and this includes the artist's own survival at the most basic level. Moreover, the womanly ideal of the artist is always an artist who is never an artist by choice, as this ideal includes Nietzsche, as philosopher, poet, author, along with actors and buffoons, rhetoricians, and Jews. In Nietzsche's unmasking of the masks of seduction, a divine or demonic and furtive neediness unis actor, artist, Jew, and woman. The urgency of disguise is predicated upon the lack of a sure or secure place in society except on the conditions and terms of the same dissembling assumption of disguise. And yet, and this can be seen in the passions to which all humans are susceptible, in sexual desire above all, one can be driven to distraction, as we say, and in such a state or compulsion, we are the mask and no one, not women, not artists, not Nietzsche himself, has ever had any choice. It is Nietzsche's merit to have traced the appearance of the mask/artist back to the need that gave it birth. If the mask is common, general as it must be, it is so for the success of the ruse. Thus the problem of the theater is not the matter of inauthenticity or the lie as such. The problem of Wagner, or Schopenhauer or any one of Nietzsche's educators, as the problem of the actor is not that the feigning of truth, i.e., illusion, is untrue. Rather the rub is the backward and forward vulgarity of display. The dangerous concept of the artist is a problem because the only possible artistic genius lies in vulgar expression. Success has always been the greatest liar and the work itself is a success. The great statesman, the conqueror, the discoverer is disguised by his creations, often beyond recognition. The work, whether of the artist or the philosopher, invents the man who has created it, who is supposed to have created it. Great men as they are venerated are subsequent pieces of wretched Minertian, in the world of historical values, counterfeit rules, bge. Hence, Nietzsche writes, for artists, as for higher men, ruination is the rule, ibid. And he will tell us that, like the impossibility of certain truth, there is nothing to be lamented in this. Recall the strange cadence of Nietzsche's rendering of the dangerous notion of the artist along the continuum, actor-Jew-woman. To use Nietzsche's words, the most interesting of these cultural problems turns out to be the problem of the Jew, that is, the problem of the actor. Ultimately resonant in the problem of woman, the southern metaphor Nietzsche gave to the erotic idea, as he said, of music itself. This is the erotic music Nietzsche prescribes for us, as a cultural physician on the image of the Jew or the actor or the woman. This is what he calls the element of the erotic, the Mediterranean Adriatic Aegean, in music. Nietzsche meant to contrast this erotic, southern music to German music. As the redemption of music from the north, this more sultry music would only be, and thus the goal is a therapeutic one, a prelude to a deeper, mightier, perhaps wickeder and more mysterious music, bge. For Nietzsche claims that he, at least, is able to imagine a music whose rarest magic would consist in this, that it no longer knew anything of good and evil, except perhaps some sailor's homesickness, some golden shadow and delicate weakness would now and then it across it, ibid. This is the music heard by the same heart's ecstatic spirit, the tempter god and born Pied Piper of consciences whose voice knows how to descend into the underworld of every soul, bge. There the poses of Nietzsche's seduction take us beyond our routine pettiness, resentments, redeeming in an almost confessedly Christian mode and, incidentally enough, in the bravest democratic fugue yet heard nothing less monumental than every vulgar instinct. It is the genius of the heart, who makes everything loud and self-satisfied fall silent and teaches it to listen, who smooths rough souls and gives them a new desire to savor, ibid, teaching the agitations of modernity stillness and superficiality out of profundity, that the deep sky may mirror itself in them, ibid. Such a genius teaches not the cheap promise of the market and its seduction of still vulgar desire in the curse that is the blessing of the goods of others, but instead and much rather forms the common man so that he is richer in himself, newer to himself than before, broken open, blown upon, and sounded out by a thawing wind, more uncertain perhaps, more delicate, more fragile, more broken, but full of hopes, ibid. In the genealogy Nietzsche traces between artistic creativity and artistic culture, both abundance and poverty or neediness can give birth, both can bring forth either immortalization or destruction. And Nietzsche wishes to look less at the fruits or works of the artist as a means to understand the psychology of the artist. I am one thing, my works are another, why I write such good books, than the nature of the creative impulse, the expression of overabundance or destitute versatility, cfksa. Not the child of poverty and inventiveness, as in the stories Plato tells us. Nietzsche's eros is closer to the god of the Orphics imagination, among the primordial deities of creation, the golden god of many names, the love that brings everything hidden to the light of birth. Nietzsche's consciousness of the tragic insight colors both the creatively primordial, affirmative, as well as the reactive dispositions of abundance and need. Whatever is replete with overowing energy cannot be conserved. This is the economy of expenditure or expression, affirmation. The will to power, that is a capacity for expression, can only be given out without reserve. The Dionysian instinct that Nietzsche employs as a cipher for the older Hellenic instinct, is also, Nietzsche writes in praise of Burckhardt, explicable only as an excess of energy. In the Orgy, Nietzsche writes invoking the naked idea of Greek eroticism, a well-known stumbling block for Winckelmann and Goethe, and as it was for the young author of himself, conceived in the mysteries of sexuality, eros expresses a will to life exactly as the triumphant yes to life beyond death and change, what I owe the ancients. Knowledge, as contrasted with art, merely seeks to tell itself a story, justifying and enduring its own impotence. In this way, Nietzsche speaks of the gap between know and can, ibid, where what can act necessarily excludes knowledge. The reactive will lacking power is the knowing will to power that does, and can do, nothing but conserve itself in the power it lacks, already played out, already without reserve. If, as Nietzsche tells us again and again, no one can spend more than one has, expenditure remains the point. For in the economic dynamic of life as in erotic love, the mystery is that power, enacted and lived, is continually spent, lost, given away. The need for an active erotic deed as an expressed, articulated desire corresponds to the importance of what Nietzsche calls benediction, yes saying. If we can endia theodicy for Nietzsche, it will be here. If the God of love is faced with the human incapacity for love, that same God still teaches love, and Nietzsche reminds us that love has to be taught because it has to be learned. If the point of the active, creative ideal is expression, opposing both conservation and preservation, the secret to amor fati, the secret to loving life will be to bless backward and forward, celebrating both the desultory effects of chaos and the body's failures, the grapes, as Nietzsche recalled, as he buried his 44th year not long before his null collapse, that were not the only things turning brown. The question in love is not, as one might imagine, how can it be kept? How can one hold, preserve, conserve, or keep love? The question is always how can we lose it, how can it be given out? If it is true of everything organic and inorganic that the conditions of life include death, the condition of the artist as the creator of the work of art is also the contextual history of what must be overcome or mastered as what must be emphasized to produce the work. Not only mud and chaos but also the divine spectator and the seventh day, BGE, are absolutely necessary aspects of a holy yes, a will rolling out of itself, which Nietzsche's Zarathustra compares RST to the child's innocence and poses again with the very same words in the impossible to fool, and thus impossibly romantic, ideal of lovers who promise a life to one another. Nor would Nietzsche ever stop talking of, longing for, arguing about love, which he spoke of as amor fati, Dionysus teasing Ariadne. Thus he could charge, much as Wittgenstein similarly observed, that the degree and kind of a man's sexuality reaches up to the topmost summit of his spirit, BGE. Thus Nietzsche could echo his ideal definition of chastity in love, dans le véritable amour, c'est l'âme qui enveloppe le corps, BGE. The word of love would always be in his mouth, even if as the actor, artist, Jew, or else even as the woman he invented for himself. Nietzsche himself tells us that he makes this up, as every man does, born of a rib of his own ideal, eros. And in this way, the Nietzsche who ventured to paint his happiness on the wall, gs, owes much of what made him dynamite to a dying era and to the insight that the 18th and 19th century ideal of eternal delight, as Hölderlin spoke of erotic ecstasy, sta, Humboldt's Energia was and remains a metaphor for what Nietzsche, despite his innocence, because of his passion, always knew better than to reduce to sex, particularly lacking illusion or erotic artistry. Den alle Lust will Wickheit. Nietzsche's description of the universe as a chaos opposed to any human measure, extending to all eternity, gs, has the extreme character of Nietzsche's many hyperbolic declarations. Nor has this escaped the notice of those who advert to the inherent contradictions of such a claim and, indeed, For the new enthusiasts of Gilles Deleuze as well as those who follow Alain Badiou, this same conceptual frisson enhances Nietzsche's appeal. But other philosophic readers continue to view Nietzsche's propensity to contradiction as the cardinal obstruction to reading Nietzsche as a philosopher. Compounding matters, Nietzsche adds equivocation to the sum of his logical sins, while the universal essence of chaos blocks our ability to square the universe in accord with our knowledge. The source of creative potential in human culture is identified as chaos. Thus, and Badiou explores this reaction on dance, Nietzsche's Zarathustra proclaims, I tell you, one must have chaos in one, to give birth to a dancing star, z. Prologue, v. I argue, in a Hesiodic context, that Nietzsche's chaos is explicitly feminine. But what does it mean when Nietzsche speaks of giving birth to a dancing star? Is this a self-referential claim for Nietzsche, who regarded Zarathustra as his literary son and named, as some have argued, for a golden star? The definition of chaos as a failure of order corresponds to the meaning of chaos on the scientific terms of Nietzsche's 19th-century thermodynamic theory. The cosmos, a seemingly parallel term, would thus correspond to the order of arrangement, the order of order. As the array of order, the cosmos itself is a derivative, not causal, ordering set in dynamic motion by a creative force usually imagined as prototypically masculine. This is the prime moment described in Genesis as well as in Plato's Timaeus, and, beyond religion and even beyond philosophical fables, such a creative force is identified on a scientific level in the popular cosmological notion of the Big Bang. But Nietzsche attends to chaos as a word for nature, highlighting, this is its Orphic and Hesiodic connotation, the feminine aspect of chaos as primordially creative. As encountered in Hesiod's Theogony, chaos represents a broad and obscure Orphic tradition that also identifies it as air, the void, and mother night. In philosophic accounts chaos emerges, especially as Nietzsche reads this history, via Anaximander's expression of a pyrrhon and the Heraclitean nudity of all becoming, a dynamic, innately fruitful, innately self-contradictory, and eternally concordant ux, and which may be distinguished from the chaos of things, a kind of ontic rather than ontological chaos that is the antipode of nous and which Nietzsche distinguishes as Anaxagorean chaos. Other scholars allude to differently creative accounts of chaos, with suggestive similarities to certain mathematical, and quasi-mathematical, structures, a reading named postmodern by at least some advocates/critics. I concede the powerful appeal of such associative readings, and I am quite content that one can justably go beyond Nietzsche's own concerns in Deleuzian, or other, directions. I nevertheless argue that Nietzsche's own conception of chaos deserves further exploration. This discussion is lacking to date. Furthermore, and, from Nietzsche's point of view, it may be that we lack what is even more pernicious. The question of chaos must be raised in conjunction with the question of science, as Nietzsche raised this question throughout his work. Plainly, as we have already noted, Nietzsche had considerable ambivalence with regard to science, and this is to say that although Nietzsche had a certain predisposition to favor science, if only because he regarded himself as a scientist, this same scientific rigor also meant that he maintained explicit criticisms of science. Like its exemplar, and prelude, religion, Nietzsche argued that science lacked the courage to react upon its own convictions. For this reason, science could not carry its own project to completion, and this inevitably yielded the 19th-century triumph of the ideal of scientific method above, in place of science, KSA. Regarding death as a godless, dreamless sleep, as the other side of a preoccupation with life as the same life, taken to eternity, Nietzsche described the modern, scientifically articulated dream of eternal life as nihilism. And of course, the point of the frenzy vis-a-vis the genome project, the impatient urgency that currently attends awaited innovations in stem cell research, or the enthusiasm for the prospect of human cloning, despite the untoward details of the life and early death of what was probably the most cosseted and surely the most famous the world has ever known, and its selective offshoot technologies, the old National Socialist vision of race science redone in thoroughly self-pleasing capitalist colors for the 20th century as eugenics for the free market, from personal genetic re-engineering to selecting your child's genetic traits, are all about life everlasting, life eternal, about anything but suffering, sickness, fragment, deficiency. And the death that Nietzsche always regarded as not merely part of but the very essence of the human condition as ineliminably mortal life. Greek chaos versus the waters of Genesis and scientific entropy. Although Nietzsche's Zarathustra quite conscientiously invokes the resonant language of the Gospels, it is clear from what has been observed that Nietzsche's vision of chaos as precondition for creative possibility, chaos of natura, does not refer to the image of the RST waters presented in Genesis, as these reek the inert depths of uncreative receptivity, nor does it correspond to contemporary visions of chaos, whether as disordered confusion, in casual terms, or, more formally, as correlated with the scientific notion of entropy. Nietzsche's chaos is prototypically Greek, which is to say that it must be read or heard in Greek as physis, as Nietzsche counterposes the Greek chaos to the Latin natura, that which brings forth of and out of itself. Nietzsche names Zarathustra in metonymic proximity to the whirling stars of the cosmos itself. The very language of the suggestion that one gives birth to a dancing star supposes that one has kept the same chaos that exemplifies the world to all eternity within oneself as the source for creative invention. As such a creative source, this conception suggests that the language Nietzsche uses to describe one's personal chaos is more than just an endangered potentiality in the modern world but the consummation of nihilism or the postmodern and exactly ordered world. Nietzsche's chaos is feminine, primordially creative, and above all endangered. This is not just Nietzsche's associative reading or as contrasted with modern decadence. Rather, and from its inception, at least in its prototypical Hesiodic schema, chaos recedes. Following the RST generative appearance of chaos, RST of the gods that came to be, in Hesiod's Theogony, v. Chaos is only named again in the context of the battle between Zeus and the Titans, significantly they're relegated beneath the sphere of world action in lasting exile at the edge of the world, a locus beyond both Olympian gods and Titans, THV. Unlike the contemporary physical notion of entropy, archaic chaos does not increase her dominion. Nietzsche's archaic conception of a primordially creative chaos is endangered in today's delimitedly banal culture of scientific nihilism and leisurely, mediatized decadence. It is for this reason that the ultimate men of today reply to Zarathustra's imperative urging that one must have chaos in one to give birth to a dancing star with blinking incomprehension as they repeat the bleated questions: what is love? Creation is what? Longing is what? A star is what? Z. Prologue, v. Hesiod's Theogony relates the emergence of chaos as RST in what simply comes to be without antecedent but which, because it RST comes to be, is expressed in and, more importantly still expresses the creative order of generation. Although a neuter form, chaos can for this reason be treated as it functions, that is, as female. Thus we hear Hesiod, toi main protesta c degree ovg degree net. After chaos, arise the unbounded gods of the beginning, divinities of aorgic nature, if we may use the name Hölderlin employs in contrast with the cosmetically orgic, or organic or cultured, world, on Hesiod's account. The divinities include, beyond the gloom of chaos, Gaia, or broad-breasted earth, dim Tartarus, golden-winged eros. First then of the mothers of being, chaos gives birth to the deities of darkness, Erebus, and that same night that, in the Orphic tradition recounting these same origins, lays the silver egg in the lap of black darkness, from which is born the god of many names, golden eros, or fans, who brings everything hidden to the light of birth. The Theogony includes this Orphic resonance, and it is night's incestuous union with Erebus that annuls the character of their respective obscurity, yielding brightest ether and the day. It is explicitly chaos and not the masculine world-ordering process of cosmological genesis that functions as generatively primordial, and the only comparable instance of this kind of spontaneous and independently creative generation is the patently feminine Gaia. It has been suggested that the Hesiodic meaning of chaos, as yawning gap, or chasm, can perhaps be traced back to an Orphic account that names the chasm, or night. And this may be so indeed, but the names are less important than the consequences. What is telling, to take up the language of Luce Irigary's suggestive reminder to us, is the forgetting itself. Here we are not as concerned with Irigary's Heideggerian air as much we are concerned with the forgotten word for apeiron, along with erkaus. This is the oblivion of what is rst named, conceded in the order of becoming, and immediately sacrist, yielding the primacy of masculine progeneration. For it is important that the pattern of spontaneous, self-sufficient and feminine, creativity is immediately quashed, even in such archaic accounts, and from the start. The repression is specifically, prototypically male, even if also intimately bound with feminine complicity, going back to Gaia and her compulsion to engender a mate, Auranos, arguably among all masculine primordial principles, the most brutally destructive, even more than Cronus, even more than Zeus. So far from forgetting, we remember that stories that relate original Hesiodic and Orphic accounts of chaos go on to qualify any emphasis upon the creative attributes of primordial chaos. This is the story of ambiguity, here as the story of insurgent male power ordered, or else unhinged, by desire or age-old eros, and this is the point of Plato's esoteric reminder that eros, as desire, is both the youngest of the gods and the oldest of the gods, a point exemplified in today's Viagra-moded times, an emphatic vision not unknown in the days of ancient Greece, as attested by the comic allusion to the supposed effects of oregano and scallions, and all such epithets for eros, young/old, are inherently ambivalent. In this same way, in the genesis of the Olympian gods, the creative power that is originally female becomes, or, better said, is made male. One scholar has traced this same pattern back to the castration of Auranos, and thus back to Cronus, indeed and quite bodily with the analogue of the belly of Cronus to the womb of Rhea. In this way, like his father, Cronus, with his children before him, son Zeus now having supplanted his father and thus replacing him, engulfs and thus becomes his rst wife. Swallowing Metis, Zeus incorporates not only her wisdom lodged in his belly, her counsel would always be his own, but Zeus also elides her story and her name, he functionally appropriates her feminine nature. Thus the Zeus who gives birth to Athena, fully armed, sprung from his forehead, is the same Zeus who can rescue the heart of the dismembered Zagreus from the burnt ashes of his titanic tormentors blasted by Zeus's thunderbolt, thence transferred by the mediating Inyons of wine into the womb of Semele, his human lover, to engender there the child Dionysus, only to reduce Semele herself to ashes with the same lightning ash of his godly countenance, keeping the promise that is the devastation of love between mortal and immortal, rescuing the not yet fully formed child to sow into his own thigh, nally to give birth to Dionysus of the two gateways, twice reborn in the crucible of ashes both titanic and mortal. Such a Zeus incarnates the ambiguity of the All-Father, incidentally like Yahweh, another sky god, a god embodying male/female principles. Among his brothers, Zeus became, he was not born to be, the rst among the Olympians precisely by means of his visceral, gut, or literally physical incorporation of feminine creativity. Now the Father gives birth to the Son. Now the sky gods that, again, like Yahweh, are always male, come to form human beings in their own image. For Nietzsche, what matters is not to pay homage, with his Basel friend Bachofen, to the old story of the primordial goddess, or, with Goethe, to the literally named mothers of being. Instead, Nietzsche encourages us to attend to the powers of wild nature in creative self-genesis, to shape oneself out of oneself and so to become oneself a work of art. To create oneself, giving birth to a dancing star, a wheel rolling out of itself, one needs the chaos and labyrinth of existence, gs. This imperative holds not because order kills, the letter, the spirit, but because the chaos in creative question is primordial nature itself, that which is older than all other deities, that of which the most darkly aorgic deities are born without mediation, as divinities capable of bringing their own opposites out of themselves. The chaos or nature here described is the wild, untamed, and uncontrollable force, Hölderlin's divine, or aorgic, apeiron nature, to be further reviewed in the next chapter. And we, so Nietzsche's Zarathustra tells us, still dispose over this creative power. I tell you, you still have chaos in you. Z. Prologue. And in one of his most ecstatic passages in Beyond Good and Evil, Nietzsche writes: in man creature and creator are united, in man there is material, fragment, excess, clay, dirt, nonsense, chaos, but in man there is also creator, form giver, hammer, hardness, spectator divinity, and seventh day. BGE. Given this complex balance between the creature and the creator in us, we need Zarathustra's reminder because we are also closest to losing the creative force of chaos through a blindness that is as much a blindness about ourselves as about nature as such. In this way, chaos is less to be thought on the all too platonizing order of a sheerly open, timene gap, or receptacle. As self-engendering physis, chaos thus corresponds to a generative excess or plenum, like the anaximandrian apeiron. As an unthinkably consummate, self-sufficient creativity, a feminine RST principle is common to more than one cosmology. Yet, as we have seen, this very same primordial conception of feminine creative potencies, from the notion of chaos as the most ancient of deities to the fantasies of the cultures of the goddess or matriarchy, was also eclipsed from the moment it began. All accounts of the genesis of the dark children of chaos are obscured by the more fertile and various earth, Gaia, who, herself complicit, giving birth to her own lover, sets in supporting motion the dominant account of the succession of masculine progenitors. As the story of the birth of the gods, the theogony becomes a story of genesis, i.e., a story of paternity, another kind of genealogy. Nor are today's more properly scientic, and it is illusory to think the associative connotations of the scientic mode as differing from Deleuzian conceptions of chaos any less transient or secondary. A pell-mell representing the failure of order, chaos betrays, and thus presupposes, the ideal of order as such, an order reduced to disorder, reacting the temporal schematism articulated in both the religious tradition of Genesis and the thermodynamic conception of entropy. Derived from an aboriginally masculinist vision, the Judeo-Christian tradition regards the lifeless depths recounted in Genesis as the impotent, and featureless waters of an unreal and feminine abyss prior to the RST divine moment of the creation of the world. In this convergence of religious and scientific perspectives, chaos is reduced to an expressly negative concept, of value only to the extent that order can be born of it, as a formed and recognizable daylit order takes the place of the dark, formless children of old chaos. Nature as chaos, nature as art. By regarding nature as chaos in its original Greek or primordial significance, Nietzsche repudiates the traditional Western opposition between nature and art. As an absolute will to power, without remainder und nix assertum, the native chaos of the world is a raw, uncountenanceable, and untrammeled realm beyond the imposition of order for the same Nietzsche who teaches the rule and the illusion of perspective. As it recalls Spinoza's Deus of Natura, Nietzsche's Chaos of Natura, KSA, is a proclamation that works to deify nature while, at the same time, stripping nature of its rational ground or foundation, that is, its ultimate concord and commensurability with human reason. Nietzsche's Chaos of Natura thus advances a rare critique of the very possibility of nothing less than the science of nature. By outlining the history of the illusory, as the history of the true, the real world of Platonic fantasy and Aristotelian productivity, Nietzsche raises the key question regarding the rational underpinnings of the ideal real. The scientific order perceived in nature is a reaction of the phantasms of human sensibility and human conceptual power. For Nietzsche, always in the lineage of Kant in matters of knowledge and truth, there is no reality or nature knowable apart from a thoroughly humanized Vermenschlicht nature. Thus Nietzsche criticizes the realist conviction, to cite a passage from the Gay Science directed to the realists, that the world really is the way it appears to sober, realist eyes as inevitably naive and correspondingly egotistical, as if reality stood unveiled before you only, and you yourselves were perhaps the best part of it, gs. For Nietzsche, the whole of natural science is a continuous and effective, successful, and consummate process of what he calls a humanization in summa. Nature is a human invention, and yet and at the same time Nietzsche also argues that it is nature that works its artistry through us and upon us, so that our inventiveness and our artifices are not unnatural, however much we use this inventiveness for the purposes of the mastery and control of nature in the case of science. With the artistic, inventive expression of such scientific means, we express our own nature, the same essence that wreaks the inherent truth of nature as will to power, or chaos, to all eternity. Yet, we apprehend neither nature's chaos nor could we ever do so given our perceptual and conceptual apparatus, nor can we recollect any sense of the chaos of impressions within us, this last a necessary consequence of the coordinate limitations of our human psychophysiology. This is a favorite theme for Nietzsche, who declares that nature threw away the key to the welter of physiological activity within our bodies, and it forms a fundamental component of his pre-Freudian critique of the psychological identity of the human subject. In the more straightforward instance of a face-to-face encounter with the natural world, Nietzsche reeks upon the paradoxical dynamic of chaos and the cultivated, imaginary register of nature that is modern nature when he notes, "As I walk about in open country, I am always amazed to think how everything works on us with such a supreme precision, the forest thus and so, and the mountain thus and so, but there reigns within us not the slightest confusion, misapprehension, or stammering referring to the sensation as a whole. And yet the greatest uncertainty and chaotic aspect must abound. KSA. In the same way as we do not, as we cannot, attend to our own range of perceptions, neither do we attend to the full complexity of things as experienceable objects. By invoking the metaphor of reading, Nietzsche points out that we tend to see not what is actually in front of our eyes, but we perceive what we believe. We see what we already know much rather than registering what is different and new in an impression, ibid. To make this argument, Nietzsche suggests the example of our sense perception of something as obvious and static as a tree. Even with regard to such a routine, and sizable, object of everyday perception, he argues, and perceptual psychologists of all stripes will concur, if for different reasons, that we manage to misapprehend the tree itself, never seeing it exactly and completely, with reference to leaves, twigs, color, and form. It is so very much easier for us to fantasize some approximation of a tree, bge. Thus, whether confronted by routine impressions or in the midst of the strangest experiences, we still do the same thing, we make up the major part of the experience. Ibid. For Nietzsche, we overlook, overleap, and so invent our experience in general. Challenging the convenience of conventional theories of truth, Nietzsche reminds us that we have become accustomed to lying. And this circumstance is not ameliorated by adding reference to the complexity of things that are too minor to attract our notice, the wild variety of insects and spiders and plasmodiae streaming on the bark of the same tree or crawling and ying in the jungles at our feet. As Ryoji Okochi has correctly underlined in his comparison of Nietzsche's conception of nature and Eastern views, nature just so and as such is not a correlevant object for human comprehension. Regarding the world as will to power to all eternity, that is, naming nature chaos, Nietzsche emphasizes both its distance from our capacity to comprehend nature as it is in itself, this is Nietzsche's routine Kantianism, and its inherent creativity, again, recalling the archaic Greek conception of chaos. As chaos, nature itself is itself interpretive. On this same level, nature itself is invention, replete with multiple subjectivities and a variety of opposed wills. This subjective force is what Nietzsche means by speaking of the will to power as a perspective or an interpretation. Every center of force adopts a perspective toward the entire remainder, i.e., its own particular valuation, mode of action, and mode of resistance. In the organic world, more conservatively, Nietzsche had earlier expressed this point by locating interpretation on the external side, the entirety is the interweaving of beings with invented little worlds about them, inasmuch as they impose upon outer experience their power, their desire, their habits, as their external world, KSA. Nature as a whole is constant and thoroughgoing interpretation, and this means that it is inherently and necessarily perspectival, from which it follows that every center of force and not only humanity construes all the rest of the world from its own viewpoint, i.e., measures, feels, forms, according to its own force. Giving measure and giving form, testing and reacting, Nietzsche can say and mean that nature is art and artistry at once. Indeed, from beginning to end, everything turns on the question of art for Nietzsche. The difference between the art of the human and the art of nature is the difference between the artless art of nature, which lacks all purposiveness, and the artful art of human invention that is both artistically consummate, or artful art, or else poorly executed or aesthetically artificial kitsch, or far too all too artful art. Only cultured, artful art, and especially the art of practical, technical, purposiveness, or techne, is able to name itself as art, even if it does not always do so. Everything else, be it God or be it nature, lacks artistic awareness, as artless or natural art. But the same natural, or divine, artlessness is the key to the active, creative process. Hence Nietzsche agrees with Kant's claim that the highest art is the artlessness that is, or appears to be, an unconscious or natural art, hence unaware of what it is or does. This Nietzsche names innocence. Nietzsche's goal is to recover this, natural, innocence as a possibility for human creativity. The result would be a renaturalized humanity, itself only possible on the basis of a redeemed nature, liberated to its own chaos or independence from the imaginary order of human control. For Nietzsche, knowledge begins in error and illusion, and thus Nietzsche pairs knowledge and art. In light of this conjunction, he describes the ideal beauties of perceived nature, in a word painting as follows: "It was evening, the air streaming with the smell of evergreen, one's gaze opened upon shimmering snow-topped, grey mountain ranges, against a heaven of calm, blue skies, KSA." Contrary to the straightforward, albeit poetic, descriptiveness of this vista, we note that Nietzsche invokes the senses of smell and sight in an encounter with just the kind of majestic landscape we very romantically identify with Nietzsche's 19th century ideal of nature. Think of the Caspar David Friedrich painting, From the Summit, Traveler Looking Over the Sea of Fog, the one that graces the Penguin edition of the late R.J. Hollingbull's translation of Nietzsche's autobibliography. Ecce homo. The problems with these associations are too numerous to document in full, but also too inuential, and amusing, to fail to mention them. For Nietzsche, beyond our automatic associations coloring our seemingly immediate perception of the world, we do best to challenge the reality of any such pure or direct perception of nature. Such a refusal of unaltered or direct sense access to the world around us is the point, Kantian as well as psychological, of his teasing assault upon the sobriety of realist perception of the real world in the gay science. That mountain there, that cloud there, what is real in that? Gs. For Nietzsche, in a Schopenhauerian modality, a thing of this kind we never see as it is in itself, instead we always it over with a delicate spirit membrane that overlay we see instead. Such natural things rouse inherited sensations, our own feelings. We see something of our own self to this extent, the world itself is our representation. Forest, mountains, much more than a concept, but our own experience and history, a bit of ourselves, KSA. There is no world apart from what he explicates again and again as the chaos of our sensations and the chaos of nature itself. Such a natural chaos can never be perceived as such, and what would that be, but must always be ordered. For this reason, ordinary perception is interpretation for Nietzsche. It cannot yield an unmediated or direct truth because it cannot yield the chaotic truth of nature apart from our imposed sense interpretations, an apart world, a world of abundance or excess. This knowledge-theoretic impossibility is what Heidegger captures with a seemingly paradoxical formula, asserting that for Nietzsche, truth is missing the truth, Wahrheit ist Verfehlung der Wahrheit. In saying this, Heidegger underscores the exactly alethetic character of Nietzsche's critique of truth and his phenomenological critique of perception and experience. Heidegger is worlds away from the philosophical accusation that charges Nietzsche with tacit contradiction, where Nietzsche declares, as true, that there is no truth. Instead, for Heidegger, as for Nietzsche, raising the question concerning the truth of the natural world requires a preliminary inquiry into the conditions of possible perception as prerequisite conditions of the very possibility of knowledge, and this knowledge counts as much as the knowledge of nature, or as knowledge of ourselves, that Nietzsche also sets as part of his effort to challenge the legacy of Socrates in philosophy. Chaos of Natura. In the context of a Nachlass sketch for Also sprach Zarathustra toward the projection of a new art of life, Nietzsche's RST invocation of chaos of natura he has only two occurs in a passage from, parsed with a musical allusion to Beethoven, first book in the style of the RST movement of the Ninth Symphony. Thus the conceptual summary. Chaos of Natura, regarding the dehumanization of nature, KSA, offers an expression of the RST movement of this projected new way of life. Nietzsche's perspective here is not to be confused with the Enlightenment vision of de-anthropomorphization, proposing to undo or else to deny the efficacy of the humanization of nature, i.e., interpretation of nature according to us, KSA. The Enlightenment ideal of a liberation from tutelage, self or otherwise imposed, extracting the human contribution from the world of both psychological, psychosocial, projection and putatively objective perception, is an impossible dream, as Nietzsche sees it. Unlike Protagoras, who highlighted the inseparable contribution of the human to all epistemic endeavors, Nietzsche neither celebrates nor, like Xenophanes, does he mockingly emphasize, or even seek to subvert as postmodernist avant la lettre, the inevitably human contribution that is a part of any and all natural knowing. Instead, Nietzsche's ambition goes back to his earlier expression of an artist's metaphysics in his Out of the Spirit of Music. This artistic metaphysics is a metaphysics as conceived from the side of the creative artist. Nietzsche's goal is a stylized, conscious art. We want to take what we need from nature, in order to dream above and beyond the human. Something more grandiose than the storm, and the mountain range, and the sea should arise and yet born from humanity. KSA. Nietzsche's artistic vision sees a transformed humanity in the light of art, presupposing both the unknowability of nature and its abundant excess, chaos of natura. The form of this last expression parodies Spinoza's Deus of Natura. Criticizing Spinoza's formula as a confession of sensibility, Nietzsche accuses Spinoza and other metaphysicians of being guilty of a literally higher feeling, GS, a mystic return to nature on the background of Christ-like Vertrauensseligkeit, KSA, itself derived from Descartes' equation of God and the things of the world, Meditation 6. The core of Nietzsche's chaos of natura is Kantian, echoing Nietzsche's rebuke to the Stoic ideal, yoking Rousseau with Spinoza and Comte with Christianity in the context of the mechanist's music box that is the eternal repetition of a world that, as he claims, more than concealing a hidden or obscure God, now lacks even the capacity for eternal novelty, KSA. When Nietzsche identifies his project as the de-anthropomorphization of nature and the subsequent renaturalization of humanity, after regaining the pure concept of nature, he proposes art as a means to the redemption of both nature and the part of nature that is the human being. This is more than a matter of describing a parallel between the human, as homo natura, and nature, as a dynamic creative chaos of abundance and chance, but rather of undoing the obstacles to recognizing ourselves as what we are, as who we are. Once again we note the generous optimism of Nietzsche's definition of humanity. The human being is the witness to what gigantic powers can be set in motion through a small being of myriad content. Beings that play with stars, KSA. The project of renaturalizing humanity in terms of such stellar playfulness presupposes the redeemed conception of nature that restores its creative abundance as chaos. In this way, the physics Nietzsche praises, long live physics, corresponds to the same physicists that Nietzsche urges us to become in order to be able to be creators in this sense, that is, we are to take up erection on natural science, erection on what is proper to the physicist, in order to become those we are human beings who are new, unique, incomparable, who give themselves laws, who create themselves, GS. Looking into the chaos within, Like the chaos of nature, Nietzsche emphasizes that in the great as in the small, there is nothing that lasts das Bleiben fällt, im Kleinsten im Ganzen, KSA. Hence for the sake of cosmic creativity, for cultural creativity, what is needed is an affirmation of chaos as change, alteration, impermanence, ux. This restored emphasis on unfathomable excess also restores the innocence of becoming. In this way, amor fati, or what Heidegger calls Gelassenheit in another context, is the point of Nietzsche's de-anthropomorphization of nature as the naturalization of the human being here reworked as, recreated as, or become a work of art. To give oneself style, becoming a work of art, at once artist and artist, like Spinoza's naturing and natured, aesthetic subject and aesthetic object, Nietzsche tells us that one must have the disposition of a chaos within. As the power that can give birth to a dancing star, this resonant chaos is not the power of fractal dynamics, the order of chaos reconceived or reframed as the perspective fantasy of smaller and smaller proles, but wreaks the RST hesiotic chaos that gives birth to night and to darkness. This is a dark or tragic chaos, and it is one that can risk going to ground, for the sake of a dancing star. Hölderlin's ecological politics. Both poetic and modernizing technological constructions may be seen as parallel, depicting the concept of nature as a human invention. This chapter offers a philosophical reading of Friedrich Hölderlin's poem, Nature and Art, or Saturn and Jupiter, not to resolve to be sure but much rather to sharpen the debate on the relationship between nature and art and the political stakes of ecological thinking. Nature pure. As represented in an ethical context, the idea of nature, pure and untouched, is sometimes presented in romantic contrast to the artifices, and artifacts, of technology and science that we have learned to regard with rather more embarrassment and even more resignation than suspicion. We take technology for granted, counting upon the possibilities of a cyborg rebirth, if indeed as projected upon the desolately at worlds, or screens, of gaming alter egos, or, more commonly, in the claustrophobic knees of email or the internet, we contract, if indeed the we here refers mostly to men who may be accounted as customers, for cyborg intimacies, and above all, as academics, we subscribe to the ideology and the ideal of the educational enrichments of an internet search program. We take ourselves to be tools, as we take nature, unto old but utterly pliable, open to our incursions. Thus nature is represented both as a world apart from human intervention and the prime site of the same. By the same token, note the great convenience of dialectics, human praxis is both natural and non-natural action, to the extent that humanity considers itself distinct from the natural. Yet ours is increasingly an era of demythication. And it is as easy to demythify nature as it is to criticize its appropriation and devastation. This may be the reason such demythifying critiques are so often and so very paradoxically deployed on the left, although this may simply be due to the residual scientism that was characteristic of Engels' marketing of Marxism. Thus, in the sense of natural healing alternatives or natural health foods, the natural is demystified as a phantasm. Nature is as meaningless as the advertising copy all natural on a cereal box. From this perspective, nature is merely a domain apart from human life but also a complementary reserve, very like the backdrop for a television commercial advertising the utility of sport utility vehicles, able to get away from the human, to make a path through unconquered territory. And this also means that nature is replete with possibilities for transformation. No matter whether to be exploited or to be stewarded, nature is the innately plastic, ultimately available human resource. The critical and rationalist, which is sometimes called the Detionist, critique of the romantic disjunction between nature and science, or technology, has its advocates particularly among those who take an analytic approach to the philosophy of ecology and seek at the same time to sidestep critiques of technology and science. For such readings, what historically minded scholars now speak of as the invention of nature works to subvert the very substance of romantic critiques. In this sense, Hölderlin's construction of nature responds to the engineered construction of nature in modern times, a more literal construction that must be seen as the invention of nature, scientifically driven, technologized, and industrially capitalized. Nature as ecological construct and the ethos of poetry. To the extent that nature is seen only as raw material, the Denning schema is that of fabrication and appropriation. To be exploited or preserved, the intentional, orientational dynamic of human appropriation articulates the common convictions between rapacity and conservation, the same fully natural rapacity that has John Gray rename the human species, Homo sapiens. As it will turn out, conservation has not only the same intentional structure but also the same object as exploitation. Nature is to be preserved for the sake of deferred consumption, thus the project is an inherently speculative or capitalist ideal, whatever the politics of its disposition. That nature has this utility, now/later, and that humans have every right to use or appropriate it for human use, be it now or later, is not questioned, and there is no social or political perspective that would challenge this conviction that has a hearing, or might be taken seriously enough to win a hearing, in any country on this earth. For contemporary sensibilities, no matter how instructed by cultural and intellectual critique, nature represents nothing other than a God-given, or natural, bounty. This righteous account of nature as standing reserve is rendered in nothing like the sense of this originally Heideggerian term, but a manager's sense. Nature as natural resource is synonymous with natural right, an essentially human endowment. As the ideological critique of Enlightenment rationalism reminds us, the ideal purity of nature, untouched by human hand, unspoiled by industrial development, has its provenance in a cultural dream. And we ourselves, with all our polyester, artificial sweeteners, chemical additives, electronic accoutrements, biochemical and nuclear wastes, are nothing apart from nature, and thus everything human and technological, product or byproduct of the same, is as natural as anything that may be found on the earth. Whether we read the rationalist or pro-modernist account of nature or the opposed and so-called post-romantic philosophies of thinkers such as Nietzsche and Heidegger, the idea of nature remains a poetic invention in truth. To say that nature is an invention is exactly not to say that nature is man-made, even if it does entail that as a poetic invention. There is and can be no such thing as nature in actuality, that is, in real, unimaginary, non-symbolic, but chaos nature. As we have seen in our account of Nietzschean chaos, regarded as a kind of anaximandrian apeiron, as the source of what comes to be and passes away, nature may not be set apart from our cosmicizing concerns and deeds. I am critical, then, of the physical, and metaphysical, program built into the conception of nature as a resource, sustainable or otherwise. This, I believe, is where humanists, logical rationalists, and Marxists all alike err. For all visions of nature, that is, nature perceived as alien to us, and so needing to be mastered and tamed, and nature idealized as original garden, and so needing to be rewritten as our home, are, as Nietzsche says, equally inventions. Both conceptions are poetic constructs, as is, indeed, the idea of our difference from nature. Nor is it an accident that such perspectives conveniently leave nature at our disposal to dominate or to cultivate. But without thoughtful clarification of the meaning of invention or poetic construction, we miss the fundamental issue behind the several convergent views criticizing our estimation of nature. For Nietzsche, it should be added, the human as an element of nature is neither intrinsically superior, kinder or more humane, nor intrinsically base, crueler or merely, Nietzsche would say, all too human, in comparison with nature as a whole. The point is not to absolve our guilt but to drive it home. Our humanity can serve either way. Thus Nietzsche poses his question, when will we complete our deification of nature? G.S., in the wake of the Cartesian Enlightenment project of rampant demystification. However ironic it may be, the perspective advocated by the pro-development, rationalist conservative coincides with the Marxian argument for appropriating the whole of nature, for the sake of material human progress or comfort. From such enlightened perspectives, nature simply cannot be violated merely by being used or exploited. The very concept is anthropomorphic, they will say, because, in a kind of ideal wholeness or totalizing vision of absolute perspectives, there can be no difference between man and nature. The logical man, capitalist rationalist or Marxist materialist, takes alienated nature as separated or sundered from its original or ideal unity with humanity and proposes a corrective in the appropriation or restoration of unity. Claiming that there is no such thing as nature, that nature is a poetic fancy, a romantic ideal, theorists are trying less to comprehend the complexities of nature, or poetry, than to end all debate. For his part, this is the great difference between ideology or demystification and philosophy. Nietzsche, and in a different way, Heidegger too, could desire no such thing. Thus Nietzsche's question concerning the deification of nature goes beyond humanism. When may we begin to naturalize humanity in terms of a pure, newly discovered, newly redeemed nature? G.S. Hölderlin's Saturn and Jupiter, Archaic Nature and Technical Art. Nietzsche's notion of a naturalized humanity coordinated with a humanized, deified nature entails an affinity between nature and human invention, art. The idea is allegorically mapped in Hölderlin's poem, Natur und Kunst oder Saturn und Jupiter, Nature and Art, or Saturn and Jupiter. Du waltest hoch am Tag und es blühet dein Gesicht, du haltst die Waage, Saturnus Sohn. Und thielst die Luz und ruhest Fraim. Ruhm der unsterblichen Herrscher kun Saint. Doch in den Abgrund, sagen die Sanger sich. Habst du den Heiligen Vater, den einen, einst verwiesen und es Jammer drunten, wo die Wilden vor dirmit Rex sind, skuldlos der Gott der Goldenen Zeit schon langst, einst Muhelos und grosser, wie du, wenn schon. Kein Gebot aussprach und in der Sterblichen keiner mit Namen nannt. Herab den Oder Scham de Danks dich nicht. Und willst du bleiben, die dem Alteran, und gon es ihm, das in vor allen, Göttern und Menschen, der Sangernen. Denn, wie aus dem Zwölke dein Bleis, so kommt von ihm, was dein ist, he. So zeugt von ihm, was du gebeutst, und aus Saturnus Frieden ist jeglich macht erwachsen. Und hab ich erst am Herzen lebendigs. Gefalt und dammert, was du gestalti test. Und war in ihrer Wej mir in. One die wzelnde Zeit insklammert. Dan ken ich dich, Kronjen. Dan hor ich dich, den Wiesenmeister, Welcher, wie wir, ein Sonder Zeit, Gs jut und, was die Heilige Dämmerung birgt, verkendet asterisk. Asterisk high up in the day you govern, your law prevails, you hold the scales of judgment, O Saturn's son, hand out our lots and well-contented rest on the fame of immortal kingship. Yet, singers know it, down the abyss you hurled the Holy Father once, your own parent, who long now has lain lamenting where the wild ones before you more justly languish, quite guiltless he, the God of the Golden Age, once effortless and greater than you, although he uttered no commandment, and no mortal on earth ever named his presence. So down with you. Or cease to withhold your thanks. And if you'll stay, defer to the older God and grant him that above all others, gods and great mortals, the singer name him. For as from clouds your lightning, from him has come what you call yours. And, look, the commands you speak to him bear witness, and from Saturn's primitive peace every power developed. And once my heart can feel and contain that life most living, his, and things that you shaped grow dim, and in his cradle changing time has fallen asleep and sweet quiet lulls me, I'll know you then, Kronjen, and hear you then, the one wise master, who, like ourselves, a son of time, gives laws to us, uncovers that which lies hidden in holy twilight. Hölderlin's atypical rendering of the relation between art and nature recalls both the essential necessity of connect and the transformative, redemptive power of recognition, that is, grace. However much art, Jupiter, necessarily overcomes or subdues nature, Saturn, art grows out of nature, and herein lies the RST force of its animation and vitality. but Hölderlin goes beyond Schiller or other Romantic poets. Jupiter, Cronion, art, owes Cronus, Saturn, nature, an ultimate, abiding acknowledgement, which in turn serves as the condition for and thus inaugurates a new age of harmony. It is important to emphasize that the poet invokes not nature but art. The course of redemption proposed is nothing earth-shattering, but a literal matter of observance and reserve. In this way, Hölderlin addresses the redemption of nature beyond ecology. Contrary to the modern or even Judeo-Christian ideal of progress exemplified by the concept of the fullness of time, an ideal brought to a certain secular pitch in today's modernist thinking, the Greek course of temporal advance was one of tragic decay. This conception of decay was drawn closer to a certain image of nature than the supernatural focus implicit in either the Judeo-Christian religious tradition or the explicit optimism of the modern project of manipulating nature. Progress, for the Greeks, runs backward, thus the current age is always one of downgoing Untergang, an age of decay in Nietzschean terms. The modern progress ideal opposes such a nihilistic or decadent image and, in contrast to the Greek perspective, presupposes a future paradise of subordinate delight. This deferred enjoyment is also at the heart of Max Weber's analysis of the presumptuous virtuality of modern rationality. Anticipating Heidegger's later analysis of modern scientific calculation or Wissenschaft or technological enframing, Weber does not use the neo-Kantian conventionality of the as-if. Instead, Weber clearly articulates the still current, that is enduring, spirit of modern technoscientific confidence in the powers of our achieved rationality. Rather than the ideology of the will, the essence of modern technoscience employs an ideology of potential power or virtual potency, conceived as what could, in principle, always be done. The logic of modern reason does not contradict the Western religious perspective but is merely an alternate expression. Opposed to the spirit of this modern myth, Hesiod's construction of a golden age of lost harmony is ordered to an absolute rule. But this is a melancholy invocation, for this era is past, the vanished world of the now deposed Titans. In this perspective, Jove, or Jehovah or Judea, throws off the yoke of Saturn or Cronus. In an ambiguous play on the phonetic similarity of the names Cronus, the Titan, and Chronos, time, Jupiter, the son of time, usurps Chronos, in the order of time, Cronus, the old, Titanic order. The names can shift as they do, but the oppositions or gers of opposition are preserved by the play of allegory. Thus we recall that the Golden Age, immortalized in song by the poets, was anything but an age of peaceful harmony. If the Golden Age is an age of glory, its Titan Lord consumes his own children, fully meaning to include, save for a ruse, the child who would one day exile him to inaugurate the new order of law. This is Zeus or Jupiter, and Jupiter's violently circumscribed law is born from Saturn's primitive peace, a peace both pristine, Saturn makes no laws, and inaugurated or RST guaranteed by Jupiter's succession. Jehovah/Jupiter, we note, may also be named Dionysus, for resonantly complex references are characteristic of Hölderlin. The poem begins with praise to Jupiter and the modern order of reason and bright day, the Enlightenment. Not only is Jove praised as on high, literally on top of the day, but his word is law, and righteous law. As the son of Saturn, he allots the just portion to all, resting happily in the fame of his immortal ruling arts. Following the classical Greek style of reversal, the second and third stanzas do not expound on this glory. Reading Jove in mythic terms, we are confronted with an unexpected critique, and read anti-mythically, we will hear little more than a romantic convention, one part Hellenistic ethos, one part Stoic encomium, urging a return to nature. Thus one traditionally understands the description of poetry as holding a culturally mimetic and thus informative mirror, for the instructive Binet of the current day, ut pictura poesis, mirroring nature in its purity. This, the art of art, is to seem artless or natural. But further reading cannot maintain the direction of the allegory, if only because the connection is drawn too intimately. The accession to art is not the truth of nature but its banishment, its renunciation, so that mortals scarcely know its name. This is intimated by the singers, whose task it is to preserve such knowledge and to call art to account. Broader than poetry itself, art must be understood as the domain of law and order, as rational rule, the science of bold invention and measure. The fourth and fth stanzas, recalling the creative reign of art to an original and foundational responsibility to nature, express a leal commandment that once acknowledged must be redeemed, whether by abdication or else with the honest expression of gratitude that is shame. Both rational law and the primordially irrational titanic power belong to the full expression of every power that is or can be. Thus the singer asks that the creative artist or scientist or man of law come to recognize and then to acknowledge that he owes everything that he is to the fettered power of Saturn, now mastered and forgotten in the underworld. Everything that we bear in our hearts is rst begotten by this age-old power, again, every power that is grows out of Saturn's same primitive piece. What the poet asks of the creative artist, the scientist, and every poetic construer of nature is what he asks of Jupiter with respect to Saturn, to be the conscientious son of his father, remembering who he is and thus returning to himself again, Jupiter, that is, as the poet reminds him of his name and origin, Cronion. That what is asked is a matter of right order is plain, it is a matter of the recognition of service betting the rst in the order of time. For the sake of justice, the singers are to name by name the older god of a golden time. Note here that what is asked is not the liberation of the Titan bound in deepest Arcus. Rather, as a son of time, and like ourselves it is Jupiter and not Cronus who is enjoined to come to himself. The penultimate and ultimate verses adumbrate the necessary prerequisite for and the value of recognition, that is, honor, or what Nietzsche named affirmative praise. Thus the poet can anticipate that the poet will affirm or praise Jupiter, if only once led with the feeling or sentiment of life itself, once granted the waning or softening of the light of pure reason, of creative calculation. But this is to say that as the creative artist, as the artist of poetic construction, the poet will know Jupiter as he knows himself, as a son of time. And all of us are mortal, all of us likewise children of time. In the blink of changing, rushing time, held in the poetic cradle of resonant verse, of rhythm suspended between past and future, one sees the gift of law and revelation, a justice otherwise concealed in holy twilight. The conditions for this recognition, for this affirmation of just measure, turn on the muted voice and suspended process that will be time in the balance for Hölderlin. This poised moment is very like Nietzsche's Augenblick, the winking blink of an eye, the moment. But in an ecstatic extension, Hölderlin is not catching the moment in the collision of past and future close to Pindar, close to Anaximander and to Heraclitus, older voices from an archaic age. Hölderlin effectively arches the weighted moment in the cadence of poetry, in the hung power of the word in song. This draws out the moment as a still space, a caesura, which Richard Sieberth deems as a space in between, an interval of silence in which the pure word may appear. This achievement is the achievement of all true poetry. The ultimate verse is crucial perhaps because, as in life, last words often say everything one came to say in the rst place. Then ken ich dich, Cronion. Then will I know you, son of Cronus. And the son of Saturn, that is also, in the play of ambiguous reference, the sons of melancholy, poets, and scientists, echoing their origins, can nally emerge as masters of wisdom, not as pretenders to mastery. Poetic construction and the truth of nature. Poetic founding or naming is key. What is at issue is nothing less than the literally poetic construal or construction of nature. Nature becomes what the poets say it is. But from the side of law and reason, science too will be found on the side of the naming or constructive power. Nature is the life force of the universe itself. To say all this manifestly to the poet's ear words inevitably fail. But ordered in just measure, they serve a function for human beings, ordering the universe, naming the beings of heaven. For Hölderlin, who held that poets install what perdures, one learns from discourse, but such teaching can only be observed or consummated in song. Viel hat von Morgenen. Seit ein Gespräch wir sind und Horen voneinander, erfarinder Mensch, bald sind wir Abergesang ***. All that we are is a result of our discourse with ourselves and with one another. This is thinking and this is language. Our humanity then is not only a result of reason, the ability to theorize, but our humanity requires discursive reaction and conversation, the echoing answer of ourselves to ourselves, of another, confirmation, challenge, struggle, and growth. Thus we come to learn who we are from reactive thinking and from discourse. But reason and language are not without limit. It is exactly the failure of language that it cannot say who we are. It is also the failure of the poets in our desperately needful time, more needful than Hölderlin himself could ever have imagined, this need to observe what Hölderlin regarded as the poet's highest task. This is the task of giving praise to what must be praised above all, the Most High. The failure to praise RST gods, the failure to sing the titanic powers of nature, relegates us to a time of destitution. And what song promises in our destitution is a redemption of meaning. The question here of modernity, as a newer time to be ranged after the golden time lost with the Titans passing, is mirrored by the loss of the significance of the gods as such. It is, the Romantics saw, not only the ancient gods who have abandoned their temples. Today, as Nietzsche memorably punctuates the same requiem in recent centuries, the Judeo. Much, from the morning onward, since we have been a discourse and have heard from one another, has humankind learnt, but soon we shall be song. Christian God has been reduced to a civil signier. Thus in the second version of the poem Hölderlin dictates to memory, he writes. Ein Zeichen sind wir, Dudungslos. Schmertlos sind wir und haben fast. Die Sprache in der Fremd verloren ***. The problem exceeds human doing. But the key to the divine for anyone who invokes divinity is to let God himself be, as Angela Silsus, Johannes Schäfer, would say, given not as commandment but task. Gott aber selbst zu lassen. The idea of Gelassenheit and the juxtaposition of Hölderlin and Angela Silsus is familiar to us from Heidegger. What is not familiar is the referent here. This is an assignment scarcely to be fathomed, a task to be recalled in the spirit of the Cherubinic Wanderer's better-known expression concerning worldly being, Die Ros ist ohne Warum, sie blüht weil sie blüht. The rose is without a why, it blooms because it blooms. For Hölderlin, as for Angela Silsus, the divine in some sense needs the human, even if this same need is for our very humanity in its mortal essence, that is, its most vulnerable expression, and even if that need is expressed as the helping advantage of the absence of God. Such weakness and such negative consolation permit us to stay as wanderers in the holy night and to keep intent on the possibility of the divine in its return. Den nicht vermogen. Die himmlischen als. Namlich es Reichen. Diester Bleichen und den Abgrund. Also wenn det es sich, das Echo mit diesen. Lang ist die Zeit, es erignet sich aber das war. A sign we are, without meaning, without pain we are, and have nearly lost our language in foreign lands. Not everything is in the power of the gods. Mortals would sooner reach toward the abyss. With them the echo turns. Though the time be long, truth will come to pass. Here time, not mortal time but time in its length, is mentioned once again. Though the time be long, it is also the occasion of truth. Once more, the poet's task is to install the heart or memory of a people, and this works in the happening of truth, permitting truth to come to speech in such a way that it can be heard. Our modern time may be said to be that of transition, like every time, because such transit refers to the nature of time as it is apart from or beyond us. It is the task of the poet to allow an expression of what cannot be said. This venture into impossible articulation is as old as Homer, where the poem achieves even more than words or syntax have the power to say. Although Hölderlin could agree with almost everything Schiller wrote about the importance of all the elements of an aesthetic education and with Goethe's dynamic plan for poetic mastery, he also felt the tension of nature itself, but the tension of nature, of life, although echoed and mourned as a fading harmony since antiquity, is as an experience now very nearly lost in our day, and likely to be less and less available. The paradox in the power of words to say what a thing is and to bring it into being is thus achieved. We become mere signs to ourselves, meaningless, and as our words lose their weighting force, their old ties to nature, our art, our science, seals us off from all contact with origins. And thus we have almost lost our language in foreign lands. This awful adventure of the paradox of language is the paradox of invention and convention, expressed for American ears by Thoreau's dictum, "We are the tools of our tools." We recall that George Steiner once identified this paradox as the breaking for my mind, it is the shattering of logos in our mouths. Taking up the same puzzle, another commentator has made reference to the sacred revealed in the connection to nature. Hölderlin seeks nature as sustaining time even in the very moment of its dissolution, a form of being that might stay die Reis and Zeit, time which runs along with violent speed but also tears what it touches. But we do not need romantic sentimentality, quite apart from the genre detail that excludes Hölderlin from this definition. This ripping, tearing time moves at a speed we moderns all too easily imagine, needing not poetic presentiment regarding the industrialized transformation of the world, but the everyday time of ordinary, contemporary time, especially, indeed, as I write this in such a quintessential city as New York, a tempo that is also felt in Paris, but also in Berlin and London, as well as in the energy of the Frankfurt of today that Hölderlin, the son of Laufen and Nürtingen who once walked its streets, might almost have imagined it. Tübingen, Stuttgart, Jena, these were city towns for Hölderlin, just as they were for Goethe. Small or large, then and now, the time of the city is calculated. Time, measured and without justice. This is the city's time that none of us has, the urgent urban time that tears. It is this weighted, rending time that is the time of the modern era, the Neuzeit as the Germans name it, the newer time as I have been calling it. Such tearing novelty is distinguished in Hölderlin's Natur und Kunst from the golden time, the time of rightness, rectitude. Speaking elsewhere of the course or running path of a lifetime, Hölderlin refers to Saturn/Cronus, banished to the underworld, and links nature's slumber as a possibility hidden in the vanquished kingship. Aufwärts oder hinab. Herrschet in Heil ger Nacht, wo die Stumme Natur verdende Tage sind, herrscht im Schiffessen Arcus nicht ein Grades, ein Recht Knockouch, ***. What nature holds out as a possibility to art is the imperative of balance. The creative power is sprung from both. But the key is naming, as a task and as a sign of incipient failure. Nature is not a myth, but the force of life that, like Napoleon, hero of all romantic dreamers' lives and stays in the world, let und bleibt in der Welt. In any case, our time remains a time of need. Thus even the poet called to serve, as Hölderlin has it, not the needs of the world but the highest things, is called to serve in a time where Zolang ist alles Gott like Dienstbar schon. Und alle Himmelskraft verschert verbraucht. Die Göttingen, zur Lust, danklos, ein. Schulausgeschlecht und sie kennen want es. When in der Erhabni den Acker bot. Das Tagslicht und den Donnerer, und es spät. Das Wal sie all und zählt und. Nicht mit namende Himmelstern. Asterisk whether upward or down does not in holy night where mute nature thinks out days that are still to come, though in crookedst arcos yet a straightness, a law prevail? Too long all things divine have been put to use, heavenly powers tried away, mercies squandered for sport, thankless, a generation of schemers, and it presumes, when the most sublime Lord tills their elds, to know daylight and the thunderer, all these the telescope scans and quanties and names the heaven stars. And what the names weaken, is given to the song to say, after an insight Hölderlin sees as his vocation, das heilige sei mein Wort. Asterisk following Hölderlin's word on this holy vocation, from his poem Wie wenn am Feiertage, we see that it is called forth by nature's power, broken out and forth with the clash of arms. Den sie selbst, die Ilter den die Zeiten und über die Götter des Abends und Orients ist, Die Natur ist jetzt mit Waffenklang erwacht, und hoch vom Ether bis zum Abgrund nieder nach festem Gesetze, wie einst, aus heiligem Chaos gesucht, folgt. Hölderlin's sight is not lost today. Nietzsche shared this vision as Heidegger did. The question of the meaning of poetry and the poetic invention of nature are questions that have a common origin and destiny. Where poetry has lost its voice, where we cannot all name ourselves poets, one hears in the words the might of poetic resonance, the halt and measure of rhythm and balance. And this poetic weight is the weight of meaning. What is at stake is far more than merely the loss of the sacred dimension, as if the presence of faith or the observance of Christian or Jewish or Islamic traditions could or would be a solution. Hölderlin did not merely speak of the passing of ancient gods as an allegory for the passing of the Judeo-Christian God, but he invokes the id of the divine as such, where all the gods, ancient and modern, have turned away, and where it belongs to the essence of life to recall the golden age, the age of the Titans, the highest gods, Father Ether, or nature. The imperative must be more than allegorical, it speaks to the very loss of the earth itself, the veritable id of life. If it is possible to hear Hölderlin's warning in this way, then we, sons and daughters of time, like Zeus himself, are called to recall the nature of our kinship to nature, and if we do this, we may end a way that will restore us to the poet's right measure. But we need to do more than speak the name of God, more than proclaim our sensitivity to suffering. To do this we need to attend to the fate of the earth, not just our all too swiftly dwindling oil. The holy my word shall convey. For she herself who is older than the age and higher than the gods of Orient and Occident, nature has now awoken amid the clang of arms, and from high ether down to the low abyss, according to XED law, begotten, as in the past, on holy chaos. Reserves but the assault on the air that it is to use such fuels, and the mechanized slaughter of animals and the systematic destruction of forests and the devastation of the land for mineral harvests. All these things are the pride of our human race, its violent law, and its powerful achievements. But in our complicity with what is done to the earth, what we claim for our needs, we fail as yet to bring out into the light and so admit and so honor what we have done to the heart of nature, which lies hidden in holy twilight. Heidegger, Shapiro, Gadamer. Shapiro's critique of Martin Heidegger's interpretation of Van Gogh's shoes can be challenged as lacking hermeneutic adequacy. A review of the culture of the museum together with Hans-Georg Gadamer's discussion of the role of the ecstatic public, as illustrated by Christo's and Jean-Claude's installation, The Gates, supports a reading of Heidegger's essay on the working of art, including his discussion of the preserver as co-creator, striking in its absence in the conservation of the temple of Apollo Epikourios at Bassi in Arcadia, Greece. Gadamer's hermeneutic windows and Shapiro's expert closure. The contested question of art is on display in the museum and its culture, from the perspectives of art history and the philosophy of art, but, above all, in the pure ideal of art for its own sake. Such a perspective on art alone is accomplished by severing art from its original life context. For Hans-Georg Gadamer, this alienation from life ultimately alienates art from art, engendering the emancipation of art from all of its traditional subject matters and leading to the rejection of intelligible communication itself. Thus, for Gadamer, today's art has become problematic in a twofold sense: is it art, still and yet? Indeed, does art want to be art? From its inception in Plato, philosophical thinking on art had sought to limit art's claim to truth. For Gadamer, the question has shifted from such traditional disputes regarding the truth of art to the question of what art is, or, for today's analytic aesthetic philosophers, to the where or the when of art. At the same time, the clear locus of art has never been more patent, and any one of us, author and reader alike, knows exactly where to find art at any time. This extends, in the cultural sphere, to its archetypically geographical locus in Greece. Martin Heidegger's philosophical meditation on the origin of the work of art has controversial political overtones. As lectures are given in, readers have pointed to its intrinsically nationalist, if not to say national socialist, tonality. If such insightful readers as Robert Bernasconi and Jacques Tamanillo do so, Bernasconi in his careful and hermeneutically sensitive attention to a people, Tamanillo regarding the exigence of what he names voluntarist proclamations to the German Dasein, we can also hear elements of this anxiety in Heidegger's most nuanced defenders, such as the late Jacques Derrida. For his part, Gadamer speaks as a contemporary witness to Heidegger's same lectures, describing the impact of these lectures until their RST publication in terms elegantly reactive of the contextual circumstances and substance of the essay itself. For Gadamer, the lectures were part of the same history of surprises that characterized Heidegger's early university career in Freiburg. In this epical sense, Heidegger's lectures on the origin of the work of art amounted to a philosophical sensation. Of course, what was sensational about the language of earth and world was the Hölderlinian and life philosophical or very Nietzschean reference to the earth, as viscerally, physical earth, that is, earth as more than Blosserstoff. Earth in this sense is in truth not matter but that from out of which everything stems and into which everything goes. Here, like Heidegger's language of dwelling, Gadamer's powerful, Platonico-Goethean language of lingering Verwellen is articulated with reference to Plato's Phaedrus, where, by contrast with the gods, mortal beings can only cast a momentary, eating glance upon this eternal order, as well as in the lived phenomenological occasion of the encounter with the work of art itself. When one really undergoes an experience with art, then is the world at once become both lighter and easier. In our all too human and mortal world, Gadamer recalls the demand such an encounter with that which seems to endure poses for us, the thing now stands and with that it is there for all time. This same demand may be heard in Rilke's archaic torso of Apollo, as Gadamer takes it to be the philosophical keystone for his essay, "There is no place that fails to see you. You must change your life." Beyond the traditional aesthetics of Baumgarten and Kant, what is significant in Heidegger's essay is the challenge he poses against the arbiters of expert judgment on the history of art. Heidegger's lecture, addressing the origins of the work of art, counters not only traditional philosophic but also art historical categories by shifting the question of judgment to that of Heideggerian or aletheic earth-grounding, world-opening truth, but in consequence he manages to misjudge the artwork itself as it is judged on expert terms, as we have heard this art historical judgment from Meyer Scapiro. Yet Scapiro's critique turns upon a fetishistic conception of art, and the artist, in addition to suffering from a failure of hermeneutics, or a lack of philology as Nietzsche would have put it. Derrida, Heidegger's careful if esoteric defender, shares Scapiro's judgment, at least on the question of taste, recoiling from Heidegger's all too professorial, and all too Schwarzwald or peasant style, judgment on art, which seems guilty of every Philistine error regarding art. Following Derrida, several commentators have emphasized Heidegger's reference to art as relevant solely to great art. We may recall Gadamer's note concerning the historically transfiguring power of contemporary modern and abstract art, and we can extend this to include the similarly backward-working power of techno-shock realist art, which now yields a context forever altering any traditional understanding either of greatness or of art as such, as it transforms our understanding of the work of art as such. For Gadamer, again, the naive assumption that the picture is a view like that which we have daily in our experience of nature or of nature shaped by man has clearly been fundamentally destroyed. Scapiro's critique has been effective because it is an art expert's critique of judgment contra philosophy, representing the claim of art history contra aesthetics as it ranges from the Baumgartian science of the beautiful to Kant, but also including Heideggerian and Nietzschean post-aesthetic reactions. And, if we know too that Gadamer underscores Heidegger's own essay's specific dependence on the German tradition of aesthetics from Baumgarten to Kant, this same critical vision is no longer to be expressed via the, today hardly unimpeachable, authority of Kant's third critique, but only in terms of the claim of expert judgment, that is, once again, the art historian's claim to precision. Art history, and today, art criticism, is addressed neither to the experience of art, the question of subjective judgment or taste, nor, for Heidegger, the working and egregia of art as the locus or occasion of world historical truth, nor, indeed, the definition and factive details of art as such, that is, art for art's sake and for the sake of the abstract idea of art. As it expresses the contemporary cultural question of art itself, Gadamer reeks upon this esoteric dimensionality. Hence Gadamer articulates the traditionally subversive function or critical character of art as it acquires an eternally postmodern, that is, re-exive aspect. Our task is not only to recognize the profound continuity that connects the formal language of the past with the contemporary revolution of artistic form. A new social force is at work in the claim of the modern artist. The confrontation with the bourgeois religion of culture and its ritualistic enjoyment of art leads the contemporary artist to attempt to draw us actively into this claim in various ways. The artwork preoccupied with its own character as art, together with our own art historical and art critical concern with this very same art character, constitutes the self-referentiality not only emblematic of postmodern art while also presupposing a straightforwardly fetishistic conception of art, a conception that nds its most insightful and creative expression in André Malraux's classic account of the museum in terms of its colonization of the human imaginary. Today, much more than Gadamer had imagined, Malraux's vision is seen in its limiting precision, as it exemplifies the image-driven character of our contemporary media-absorbed and preoccupied world. This literally token character of art is thus coordinate with the dominion of the museum even as the museum itself, postmodern and experimental, constituted by changeable collections of inherently transportable, reconfigurable, dispositional gallery space, has increasingly come to stand as its own self-immolating ruination, and therewith and with the same assertion of ruin, the exhibit and its signiers, reinstalls the museum's stubborn perpetuation of itself as the privileged locus of art. Together, the kind of museum art can vary, from classical to modern art, minimalist art, conceptual art of all kinds, video art, earth art, or, and increasingly, the so-called shock art of formaldehyde sharks, Damien Hirst, the physical impossibility of death in the mind of someone living, religious images immersed in urine or tarred with excrement, Andrés Serrano's Piss Christ or Chris Oli's The Holy Virgin Mary, the last known for the scandal associated with its exhibition at the Brooklyn Museum. Or the anatomical scientist Gunther von Hagen's duly patented plastination of real bodies. For quite apart from the question of whether von Hagen's anatomical displays of dramatically posed cadavers, in the exhibit, Corpor Welton, are to be counted as art, or artifacts of science, for instruction, or to be seen as entertainment/desecration, von Hagen's installations could not work at all were it not for the cult venue of the museum itself, no matter whether a museum of natural history or of art. This last point accords with Arthur Danto's reactions on the museum as the substitute for the church. Just as the great churches of the past were built for the sake of organizing a town or a city toward its God, they also served as gathering spots, if only topographical. The church outlines the space of a marketplace. This is the all too worldly reason that Nietzsche's madman can endy an audience standing by in the marketplace when he cries, "I seek God. I seek God," and it is the reason they can laugh at him, asking has he got lost, a question more obvious than mocking given the proximity of the nearby church. And it is the same locus of the village church that offers the convenient proximity permitting Nietzsche's madman to break into the same churches. The landscape is a Protestant one and Protestant churches are closed on market days, to strike up his Requiem Aeternam Deo, Gs. Artists and the museum, where's and wherewithal. It is no secret that Heidegger's essay The Origin of the Work of Art does not offer a discussion of art as such. Indeed, Heidegger would contend that his question with regard to art was a singular question for thought. Heidegger's question is not the question of art but being. Accordingly, Heidegger's reference to and his analysis of a painting by an artist no less famous than Van Gogh is not properly referred to in the context of Heidegger's essay as art at all, much less art qua art. For Shapiro, the debate will turn on the issue of the identity of the particular painting in question. But Heidegger, as is similarly well known, chooses the painting as an illustration not of painting but of the kind of thing that the artwork is qua manufactured or poetic thing. For not only does Heidegger discuss the painting as a kind of T-degree CNH, but he considers the work of art as liable to be stocked as things can be, as Beethoven's musical scores are stored in the same way potatoes in a cellar might be preserved for future use, just as the greater part of a museum collection can be on reserve in the same way. The virtue of Van Gogh's painting is that it can serve, for Heidegger, as representative of what a thing is in order to show what things are in truth. Rather than an abstract work of art like that of Kandinsky or a non-curative work like those of Malevich or Mondrian, Van Gogh's painting is a work of nicely representative, post-impressionist art. Van Gogh's shoes depicts things of an everyday kind, as Heidegger expresses it, a pair of shoes as the artist had seen them, which Heidegger proceeds to read from a hermeneutic perspective as a revelation of things, exactly in terms of their thingness as such and in the view of the artist. The painting in question and this revelation that takes us to the fetishistic dimension proper to art history and to aesthetic theory is the one, on Shapiro's account as noted above, Heidegger reported seeing in Amsterdam in. By contrast with Shapiro, Heidegger overleaps the privilege of the museum definition, that is, the art historical definition and description of art. But we recall that it is the museum today that serves and has always served as the de facto locus of art, whatever, increasingly, wherever art may be. And this is the reason we are not presented with things, as Heidegger or as anyone else might name them, in a museum but rather with exactly sorted works of art. And if Heidegger differs from many professional, particularly, analytically inclined philosophers of art or aesthetics in failing to deem art, or even to say when art might be, as I observed at the start, for most of us, it is clear enough where art can be found at will. In this fashion, even Christo and Jean-Claude have typically made of their installations a movable museum, employing the signier of the gallery as museum, as exhibit, as display, with the associations and privileges attached to the museum, figs and. The real work of art is constituted, in Christo's case, not only by the installation as an event but also by the preparatory drawings and collages in addition to other original works, that serve to enhance and hence to advance the work in the age of industrial and factory reproduction and mass media interest, thereby institutionalizing, corporatizing, the work of art. In Christo's, and Jean-Claude's, case, in addition to such sketches and collages, only on offer to investors, the artists work as their own agents. This will be a draped and temporary easel-cum-gallery space, literally so in the case of the so-called wrapped works of art, the wrapped Reichstag, or else what was Christo's perhaps most iconic preparation of the Pont Neuf wrapped, in Paris, or else it will be the Gates, February. Nearly 23 miles of orange drapes, framed as portals to a work of found or already made art, in this latter instance, Central Park, designed by Frederick Olmsted and Calvert Vaux, Fig. All the signiers of the museum calling forth the private realm of the museum, and the special projections of its donors, but, in the case of the installation, also evoking an inevitably ecstatic exhibit that either excludes or defers access. Thus Christo and Jean-Claude engender a desire for the space of and the space beyond the exhibition, a desire for the space of an imaginary space, fantasies at an exhibition. I submit that it is likewise relevant that the desire, or captivation, that is the consequence of this same spatial inaccessibility is also a characteristic of Daniel Libeskind's void, as architectural construct in the Jewish Museum in Berlin, an inaccessibility that was the key to the popular architect's triumphant design, as it turns out only temporarily secured, for the projected rebuilding of the locus of the strike against New York City's Twin Towers on September. It is a trivial but still key detail that this same inaccessibility yielded, among other infelicities in the projected realization of the surprisingly idealized design, the unusability of the design in a city where usable/saleable space is at a premium, and it is essential to note that this very circumstance does not apply, by contrast, in a city like Berlin. Given the world historical context of its physical location right in the middle of what had been Eastern Germany, Berlin is not short on space. Hence, at the initial time of this writing, and this is currently still in ux, Libeskind's design for rebuilding the World Trade Center had been passed along to the more sophisticated powers of a David Childs, familiar with both the bureaucratic constraints and claims of New York City regulations but also with still more important investors' concerns, the same childs who not so very incidentally recently recreated the Twin Towers on a single city block between TH and TH streets, the Time Warner Center, Kitty Corner to the southwest edge of Central Park, the so-called Merchants Gate at Columbus Circle, erected on the site of the former locus of the New York Coliseum, Fig. In the case of the Time Warner building, like an architect's model writ large, Child's two steel and glass towers are joined with the kind of off-space and atrium that marks the condensely conservative architecture of the future, or the mall. The sharp angles of the glass towers are curved to face Central Park across Columbus Circle, less to make an architectural statement than to solve a marketing problem, maximizing the best view in New York, vying with Trump Tower on Central Park South to claim the right to this realtor's phrase. In a not dissimilar fashion, Christo's and Jean-Claude's The Gates was designed to cover an open space. The work of art that was the deliberately ephemeral installation project of the Gates thus played into, but at the same time it also drew upon the luster of New York's Central Park. If it can be argued that the workers who set up the Gates in a frenzy of casual nepotism might also be counted as the work of art, if it can be argued that New York City marketed itself, as it hoped, in support of this project, there is also the play of the park itself. Fig. Thus the projected blanketing of Central Park turned into people wash portals of orange set at uneven intervals and widths, accessible in its totality for one with the ambition to walk all 20-odd miles of the scattered frames of the Gates. But such an ambition would miss the key to the Gates as they framed the classic work of landscape art that is the design of Central Park, Fig. Where the work of art, as Heidegger invokes it, is one that has the potential to lose its place in a sustaining world or as situated upon earth, the art world is exactly what Heidegger, if not Gadamer, would call a world pour domain. For this reason, museum art is incapable of losing its world, a point well illustrated by the success of Christo's projects. Art in the museum's context is eminently movable, exactly without erratic fade. This resilience is also the sign of its restriction within the museum context. Out of place in a museum, the work of art may have been stolen or lost to a natural disaster, or else it might be on loan, as a marker in its former locus will indicate. In every case, the work moves from one fetishized locus to another, remaining within the museum even in its absence. Denning the museum as the place of art is not a practical, Wittgensteinian definition but an effective or pragmatic one, that is, a stipulated or conventional definition. Art is thus whatever appears in a museum or a gallery or else in a public square when deemed as an installation with a word borrowed from the same aesthetically fetishized locus and not as a monument, although monuments can be designated art. One thinks of the Vietnam Memorial in Washington. They are not always art but retain the quality of the calculated production and craft that is not pure but merely applied, and that is to say, not art at all, not even bad art. I know too that this locus, the place of the museum, is also the place where Gadamer, speaking of the Hellenic Museum in Athens, is able to recall to us as the very festive character of special museum exhibitions, brought into being and exemplified by the public's fascinated response, celebrating the latest discovery in Gadamer's hermeneutically expressive terms of a commemoratively festive silence, feierliches Schweigen. The Truth of Things, Jacob Taubes, witness for the prosecution. Monument, or archaeological discovery, artworks in storage or on display, all are things. And it is to explore the nature of things, the thinghood of things, that Heidegger speaks of Van Gogh's painting of a pair of shoes. For writers like Paul Crowther, such a review reduces to little more than an extended prelude to the real work of Heidegger's essay, and this is an impatience shared by more than a few Anglo-Saxon readers. By contrast, the reference to thinghood remains key for Gadamer, who takes pains to remind us that in addition to the traditional aesthetic relevance of the science of aesthetic sensibility of the thing as such, Heidegger's reactions on the origin of the work of art went beyond neo-Kantian aesthetics and its relativistic contradictions in a scientic age, an age that forbid one to conceptualize either the thingness of the thing or the instrumental quality of the instrument. Instructively, Heidegger takes the thing conception of the artwork to be its most important correspondence with materiality as such stuff and thus and classically in connection with form. Gadamer reminds us that to talk of things, Heidegger will need to discuss equipment, things regarded, as Heidegger tells us in Being and Time, in terms of their coordinate, integrated purposiveness with other things things in their telic dimensionality, precisely redolent of the Kantian ideal of Zweichmaßigkeit ohne Zweck. In his essay, Gadamer explains that in this context, for sake of rendering the instrumentality of the instrument conspicuous, Heidegger accordingly had recourse to an artistic representation, a painting of Van Gogh's that depicted farmers' shoes. With such an account of thinghood, Van Gogh's painting can be seen as exemplifying the things painting is meant to be painting of. But if Heidegger's characterization of great art unsettles philosophical aesthetics, as scholars from Bernasconi to Crowther attest, it was Heidegger's example of Van Gogh as a well-known, ordinal, painter and his depiction of shoes, ordinary things, in their ordinariness, that disturbed the art historian Meyer Schapiro. The present author thus recalls several conversations she had with Jacob Taubes, the eschatological hermeneuticist in Berlin, conversations held between Berlin and Paris. Taubes had been Schapiro's then colleague at Columbia University. If today's debate on the Heidegger, Schapiro Connect carries Derrida's imprimatur, Taubes would claim that Schapiro's critique was far more devastating than simply a hermeneutic difference of academic opinion. By declaring Heidegger's interpretation of Van Gogh's painting a violation of disciplinary boundaries, with a seemingly patent demonstration of expert incompetence on Heidegger's part, Schapiro, as Taubes pointed out, simply blew Heidegger away. Nevertheless, Schapiro's devastating proof contra Heidegger reduces to nothing more than Schapiro's assertion that, as Taubes recalled it, Heidegger had got the shoes wrong. In spite of the dramatically conclusive success of Schapiro's critique, a success so complete that one might wonder whether anything at all remains to say on the issue, a striking conviction in a discipline of eternal questions, it is important to note the lack of demonstration, or argument, in Schapiro's essay. Only surmise and subjective preference on Schapiro's own part prevail in the claims he presented contra Heidegger, quite apart from the critical note that these claims were never of relevance to the concern of Heidegger's essay in the RST place, as numerous Heidegger scholars have rightly argued. The contentiousness of Schapiro's text is impatiently colloquial, and at least this reader misses the art historian's otherwise careful rigor. Indeed, it seems that Schapiro's essay, Further Notes on Heidegger and Van Gogh, betrays something of Schapiro's own end-of-the-day awareness of this very decency. Thus to point out, as Schapiro does, that Van Gogh purchased the shoes likely to have been painted in the painting to which Heidegger refers is not to prove Van Gogh's ownership of the shoes as his very own shoes in the sense required by Schapiro's claim that the painter painted his own shoes, rather than a peasant's shoes. The only way anyone can own shoes is by wearing them not once only, and this point is one Schapiro explains: to be in someone's shoes is to be in his predicament, at least for the duration of the American Indian's aphoristic mile of life understanding. For one wears one's own shoes as an everyday or habitual matter of course. The owner of a pair of shoes is the one whose wearing wears them, so that the shoes wear that same wearer. And this is what Heidegger's phenomenological account of the work of art in Van Gogh's case serves to make clear. Some commentators note that Schapiro's Marxist sensibilities were also at work in his reaction to Heidegger's manifest ahistoricism and supposed apoliticism. But if this is so, such sympathies explain Schapiro's criticisms without justifying them. Contrasting the philosopher's account of the work of art in its origin with that of the art historian's account of the same originality, we recall Heidegger's claim that Van Gogh's painting depicts a pair of peasant shoes to be exact, and to specify the precise words that so irritated Schapiro: the shoes of a peasant woman. Perhaps this attribution of ownership inspired Schapiro to see Heidegger's expropriation of Van Gogh's artist's shoes in, and thus on the terms of, Heidegger's own Black Forest world as manifest exploitation. But the problem with Schapiro's interpretation begins, it does not end, with this explanation. Contra Heidegger, Schapiro claims that in this case Van Gogh depicts not the shoes of a peasant but the artist's own shoes, due to the plain matter of fact that Van Gogh, for his own personal use, as Shapiro supposes, had purchased these very shoes at a market in Paris. Heidegger, so Shapiro contends, projects nothing but his own arthistorical ignorance, Heidegger's egregious lack of expert knowledge, into his account of the painting. In his turn, Derrida thus sees the conict as one between the faculties. I have been arguing that Shapiro's expert judgment errs in the case of Van Gogh with regard to the function of the shoes Van Gogh purchased. I do not dispute this. Neither do I mean to claim or to dispute the claim that the shoes do not form a pair, either for or contra Derrida, nor indeed do I contest Derrida's expression of Shapiro's claim. Nothing proves that they are peasant shoes, uttered on behalf of city shoes versus country shoes, the shoes of a Parisian intellectual, the shoes of an Alemannic Suabian rustic. Rather, I contend that in the case of Van Gogh's shoes, to claim that he owned them hardly resolves our problem, and with this contention I mean to submit only a more plausible suggestion than Shapiro's vision of the same. For we have to do with shoes that like as not were purchased from the start not for the artist's personal use or wearing, as Shapiro rather uncritically assumes, but precisely as an object, an accoutrement to be painted, an exemplar or thing acquired precisely for the purpose of painting it. Artists in general, and here I am not revealing anything Shapiro would not have known very well, hire women they do not necessarily seduce. Likewise, artists do not necessarily acquire the fruits depicted in a still life to consume them themselves. They may even, as Cézanne famously did to excess, record the specific superfluity of doom, letting apples and other fruit go uneaten, and, again, in general, artists select likely objects for the sake of drawing or painting them. The plain fact that Van Gogh purchased the shoes does not justify the conclusion that he bought them as his own shoes, that is, to wear them. Van Gogh, as Heidegger underlines, painted several of these still lives. To raise the question concerning Van Gogh's shoes, we need to begin by inquiring not, as Derrida does and to whatever coyly fetishistic extreme, into issues concerning the shoes of peasant women, be they from the south of France or Germany, or even Holland, but only, because Shapiro's contention only concerns, Van Gogh's shoes. Thus we might ask what shoes Van Gogh wore, as the element of biography important for the critical sake of being sure what shoes, qua painted, we are indeed talking about. And we know, from a fellow student's report, that Van Gogh purchased just as such a pair of leather shoes in Paris, exactly for use in a still life. We also know from a letter Van Gogh wrote from Als to his brother as Shapiro's source, apart from and in unnoted connect with the letter he himself had from Heidegger, that he had in his possession a pair of old shoes, un paire de vieux souliers, and we know too from Gauguin's powerful account that in Van Gogh's studio was a pair of big hobnailed boots, all worn and spotted with mud. He had made of it a remarkable still life painting. Shapiro quotes this report at great length because of its association with his claim that the shoes were the artist's own, revealing in Knud Hamsun's words as Shapiro quotes them, a portion of the self. To these heavy, hobnailed shoes, which Van Gogh had worn and which he described as caked with mud, there corresponds a painting that can be matched to such a pair of boots, and this would seem indeed to be the painting Gauguin admires as the remarkable still life in question. To be sure, this painting of boots is not the one Heidegger describes, nor indeed does Shapiro claim that it is. To identify the shoes in question, given the variety of similar shoes Van Gogh painted, we further need to attend to Van Gogh's paintings, and to do that we need to return to the question of the sort of things, in Heidegger's sense of the word, Van Gogh painted. Heidegger's phenomenological hermeneutic account of the painting not only refers to an identifiable painting by a famous artist, but it was named as such for the sake of the representative and representational character of the shoes in question as Heidegger describes them. This character conforms with Van Gogh's aesthetic, as an aesthetic some art scholars regard as consecrational, which sacral character is unmitigated by naming this aesthetic that of the extraordinarily ordinary kind, the preternaturally ordinary. Such an aesthetic, representing the ordinary in extremis, does not mean that the ordinary is made banal, but rather that it is made strange, unfamiliar, and so given to be seen for the rest time as such, as the only way that everyday things, as Heidegger reminds us of their invisibility or withdrawal in use, can be given to be seen. estranged in angle and dimension or in perspective, and in the thick dissonances of the painter's medium, and in the choice of painted color. This ordinary character is obvious in the choice of things to be painted, as in the night cafe, the potato eaters, as well as crows over a wheat field, his self-portrait, and his bedroom et al.'s. In other paintings, the preternatural aspect appears in the force of their presentation, such as in the cypresses, starry night, irises, and sun-owers. The difference between human subjects and the traditional scenes of nature, still life and landscapes, adumbrates the same focus. None of these paintings shows the perfection or extraordinary precision of everyday things such as the earlier tradition of Dutch painters exemplified by Vermeer, and the difference is more than an encounter between the north and the light and mores of the south in the eyes of Van Gogh, himself a perfectly immortal Dutch master. Emblematic of this representational everydayness, Van Gogh's shoes lack the sharp divinity of detail. They are redolent of the earth which swirls duskily around them, the dullness of worn leather glowing and highlighted against the dark echo and damp of fatigue. This is the point of materiality as Gadamer catches it, the same point that would occupy Merleau-Ponty's reading of the work of art for his very different part, the same claim that Malraux himself, agonistically deconstructive far in excess of Derrida, has made contra Van Gogh's own self-invention of himself as signator/guarantor of his work and hence as artist. Gadamer thus is able to attend, as Dieter Janig shows us with yet more care, to the material of what is shown in the work, a materiality that shows itself as such and in its truth. As if for the RST time, Heidegger would say, for the one and only time of such a revelation in truth. The shoes are as plain and as forcefully centered as Dürer's more rustic drawings that work in the same way to cite, situate, institute, or found a world as Heidegger describes the standing efficacy of the temple work, opening a world and simultaneously setting this world back again on earth, which itself only thus emerges as native ground. For Gadamer, in addition to the Platonic significance to be heard in the word trademark kia, this is the event of revelation. What is revealed in the work of art is the character of the world in truth. It is in order to discover the equipmental character of equipment, the nature of equipment, in truth, that Heidegger undertakes what must then be regarded as a properly, if irrecusably hermeneutic, phenomenological analysis of Van Gogh's painting. The point of departure is one of convenience for Heidegger, who had declared his project from the start in settling upon a pair of shoes as an example for the sake of its very redundancy. In the context of the lecture course on the origin of the work of art, the advantage was patently didactic. Just as everyone knows the painting, everyone knows what shoes are, everyone is acquainted with them. But we know Heidegger too well simply to trust his didactic preludes or concession of familiarity, particularly where Heidegger goes on to suggest the fateful pictorial representation of a pair of shoes found in a well-known painting by Van Gogh, who painted such shoes several times, to present the reader with a familiar painting of familiar objects. Thus Heidegger turns cliché upon cliché. For Heidegger, the cliché corresponds to the representational equivalent of the obviousness and intimacy of the example. Everyone knows what shoes consist of, ibid. The phenomenological continuity of Heidegger's analysis of the equipmentality of the shoes qua equipment turns upon and into the same evidential quality of the obvious, what is made manifest not here by way of cliché but via Heidegger's earlier phenomenological analysis of things in use in being and time. Equipment recedes, disappears, withdraws, vanishes from conscious intrusion in use. This is the intentional utility of equipment as such. One cannot use a hammer in construction and contemplate the hammer qua hammer as philosophers like to do. The preoccupation with hammerness as such would get in the way. And as Wittgenstein reminds us in this same context, not only philosophical contemplation but even full grammatical sentences and reports seem equally intrusive. Only when the peasant wears them, whether woman or not, whether the shoes were the shoes of the artist or philosopher as aspiring peasant, are they what they are. That is, shoes actually serve or work only when they are in use, and when in wearing they are beneath notice, when they do not intrude as such, when they are worn and when they are wearable and not when they are contemplated, regarded, or noticed. Until, and of course, the artist represents them, and this very use for the artist does matter, as utensil, like the rough beer steins Van Gogh also collected, and also in order to paint them, in painting the work of art. Plainly, given this interpretive phenomenological context, the painting as such, and on Heidegger's account and in the context of Heidegger's own early equipmental or tool or use analysis, can be read as yielding manifest access to the equipmental character of a pair of shoes as such. By regarding the painting, Heidegger is thus able to trace every aspect of the wearer of the shoe, in the character of wear, in the painting of the leather of the shoe, its look and character, thus retracing the lost person of the wearer, herself, as Heidegger pretends to know her through Van Gogh's painting. Phenomenological analysis does not proceed as a detective works or as the art historian might do. Anti-Platonic, quintessentially non-theoretical, the phenomenologist adverts to the use character of a tool, an item of equipment for beings like ourselves who have to be, who need to be, shod. For Heidegger the work of art is in the place where truth comes to stand. This perspective on art is opposed to the traditional aesthetic view of art and hence opposed to the philosophy of art from Plato onward. On the traditional view, philosophy does not ND truth in the work of art or in any way coincident with art. Philosophical aesthetics does not dispute this perspective, it simply assumes it and drops the focus to that of the task or rule of judgment. Art and truth are related as negative, art, and positive affirmation, truth. Plato, as a lover of truth, condemns art, as illusion thereby opposed to truth. And the philosopher of art follows suit, even going as far, as seems patent in Nietzsche's case, to condemn truth itself for art's sake. This painting spoke. As Heidegger reads the painting, the hermeneutic story Heidegger tells reeks Heidegger's Alemannic Suabian origins, just as Shapiro charges, just as Derrida defends that same phenomenological reading in his oblique appeal to Shapiro's sympathies for Van Gogh cum Shapiro, the city dweller. The uprooted emigrant, the patently unsympathetic, in Shapiro's view, but all too sympathetically appealing, magically, in Heidegger's view, country dweller's character of Van Gogh's shoes. And as Derrida observed, no matter what can be said of the migrant life trajectory of the artist himself, that same artist's sympathies, both as he painted them and as he movingly recounted them in his letters, were not exactly the sympathies of the city. This migrant never stopped uttering the discourse of rural artisanal and peasant ideology. Derrida emphasizes Van Gogh's migrant character, rather than the emigrant Shapiro, in just the way in which Shapiro identifies himself with Van Gogh, and against Heidegger. The artistry of Van Gogh exemplifies that ideology precisely as it exploits it. All artists are merchants, of their products and of themselves. But the truth of art is not to be reduced to the merchandising impulse that has recently managed to build a Van Gogh museum to hold what Amsterdam's now other museum, the Rijksmuseum, can no longer contain, a trend exemplifying what Nathalie Heinich, a social anthropologist of art exploring the limits of Malraux's characterization of the world, analyzes as the glory of Van Gogh, a glorification, or fetishizing, of the artist that continues today as much under negative as positive guises. Rather, the truth Heidegger speaks of as the truth that speaks in the work of art, the truth that originates in the work, holds as the earth, Heil, or matter of the work of art. It is this, not the form, that speaks in the duskily enshrined leather of the shoes themselves. This holds no matter, I maintain, whether Van Gogh himself painted them, as Shapiro thinks, after wearing them himself, or whether, as Heidegger seems content to think, they were worn by the eld workers Van Gogh celebrated so often. Heidegger sees the toilsome tread of the worker, in the dark interior of the painted shoes, precisely because from Van Gogh's painting we cannot even tell where these shoes stand, and Heidegger descries the honesty and the rigors of peasant life in the darkness of the shoes, revealing an entire world and the wholeness of a human lifetime. Under the sole slides the loneliness of the eld path as evening falls. In the shoes vibrates the silent call of the earth, its quiet gift of ripening grain and its unexplained self-refusal in the fallow desolation of the wintry eld. It is by wearing them that Heidegger's farmer relates to the shoes, and it is the way shoes serve throughout such a lifetime, The peasant woman is made privy to the silent call of the earth, by virtue of the reliability of the equipment she is sure of her world. I have been arguing that what a phenomenological hermeneutic account of the work of art tells us in Heidegger's account, and as expressed in Gadamer's terms, is that to be affected by the description of such a life and the vibrant call of the earth, no kind of specifically Black Forest sentimentality is needed as some have claimed. Not nostalgic recollection as Shapiro and, if differently, as also Derrida would claim, and not via a phenomenological bracketing of an actual pair of shoes, but only via a hermeneutic encounter with the work of art. Only by bringing ourselves before Van Gogh's painting can we read a life in this way. And this is the reason Heidegger's approach to the work of art is an ineliminably hermeneutic aesthetics, unlike Merleau-Ponty's more classically phenomenological aesthetics, as Heidegger calls us to attend to what we thereby encounter in the presence of the work. This painting spoke. And what it says tells us what shoes are in truth. Importantly here, we note that Gadamer moves to transform his own original hermeneutic reading of the work of language reading art as he does in his RST account of the truth at work in Heidegger's artwork. For if Gadamer observes, we must realize that we must RST decipher every work of art, and then learn to read it, only then does it begin to speak. He also speaks, with reference to the subversive character of modern art, of what he calls the language of art to which one must respond as art's iconographic claim on us. Gadamer's later turn to what Heidegger calls the spoken claim of art is articulated not with reference to Van Gogh's painting but rather to Gadamer's reactive and careful account of the voice the poet Rilke gives to his archaic torso of Apollo, and, with reference to Plato, the claim of this poem/encounter is such as to require us to transcend the limitations of our humanity toward the tarrying that is a matter of the extraordinary difficulty of place and dwelling, earth and world. There is no place that fails to see you da ist kein Stell, die dich nicht sieht. I have noted that this is the key point of Gadamer's reactions on the imperative relevance of the beautiful, the plusquam expressed in terms of beauty's claim on us, which Gadamer expresses with Rilke's ecstatic invocation as we have already invoked it. Such a thing stood among men. What comes to stand in the eternal presence of the work of art takes Gadamer to the Platonic variation on the word of longing from Hölderlin with which Gadamer closes his reactions on the beautiful, das in der Zodernden weil einiges haltbar sei. As Gadamer speaks of reading and hearing, what is said, this is Heidegger's word, is the work of art. And for Gadamer, this is explained with regard to that which is to be heard and thus to that which belongs to hearing itself and which the art of listening alters or transforms as music. This musical illustration exemplifies Gadamer's analysis of modern art's challenge to traditional perception. On the basis of these reactions, Gadamer offers an elegant articulation of the persistence and transformation of tradition. In this way a kind of fusion of horizons takes place in Gadamer's comments on the long-standing tactic of smuggling new music into the expected horizon of concertgoers. For his part, Heidegger invokes a world of use and serviceability brought to representation and claiming us in the same way. We are thus brought before what is as such, that is, Van Gogh's painting is the disclosure of what the equipment, the pair of peasant shoes is in truth. For Heidegger, art is the truth of being setting itself to work. This claim concerning the work of art as the work of truth is Heidegger's dynamite of a completely art philosophical kind. Since Plato and through to Nietzsche, philosophy sets art against truth. For Heidegger, truth happens in Van Gogh's painting. This does not mean that something is correctly portrayed, but rather that in the revelation of the equipmental being of the shoes, that which is as a whole world and earth in their counterplay attains to unconcealedness. But Heidegger's gambit contra the philosophical tradition is compounded by an ambiguity. For us, and this is why we wait for the expert judgment, in order to have value, the work of art must be a genuine or true work of art. This truth of art has to do with its authenticity as art, its authentic identity as a genuine work of art. To use Heideggerian terms to speak of a non-Heideggerian problem, such a free occasioning of a genuine work of art would be its true, i.e., authenticable, derivation from an original, authentic, artist. The modern tradition determining true art is preoccupied with authenticity and correlative value, is determined with reference to authority, accurate representation, and the proper reception of aesthetic value attributions. The art expert assumes the truth or untruth of the work of art as corresponding to its genuine character, its authenticity or inauthenticity. Yet, like the logical truth of science, the aesthetic truth of modernity turns out to be other than Heidegger's alethetic occasioning of truth, the origin of the work of art. The artist and the truth of art. Heidegger's challenge to this expert tradition adverts to the mastery of the artwork precisely as it is able of itself to elide factitious detail, precisely as its presence remains as the happening of truth. In this way, Heidegger's anti- or post-aesthetic perspective offers a hermeneutic phenomenology of art in truth, and may yet yield a more vital experience of art as the working of the work upon us. Thus Heidegger declares the working of the work of art against the fetishizing ethos of the museum itself, as against the preoccupations proper to art history and the oratic concerns of criticism. For Heidegger, just as the poem in its own voice can deny its author, who the artist is, remains unimportant, the work of art can deny the artist's person and name. Van Gogh's shoes are as morosely frozen as the sepia tone of the photographic image and the innate reproducibility that was already at work in forever altering the face of the working of art. And Gadamer later addresses this same point as it expresses the essence of alienated work. Someone who has produced a work of art stands before the creation of his hands in the same way that anyone else does. There is a leap between the planning and the executing on the one side and the successful achievement on the other. The thing now stands and thereby is there once and for all, ready to be encountered by anyone who meets it. This uniqueness and irreplaceability corresponds for Gadamer to what Walter Benjamin named the aura of the work of art. What Heidegger restores to art as its proper and ownmost state, that is, its truth, is nothing but what Plato sought to withhold in his charge that art trades in illusion or deception, not truth. Even Nietzsche, for whom, and famously for Heidegger, art is higher than truth, remains, just as Heidegger asserts that he remains, within the Western philosophic perspective on the relation between art and truth. Heidegger thus attempts a reversal of the refusal of art's truth, which is for the expert nothing but the erring truth and which for the philosopher is what aletheia means, from the inception of philosophy. This attempt at restitution does not prevent critics from charging that Heidegger falls within the scope of the ressentiment-driven movement of philosophy against art, disenfranchising art, here to repeat Danto's provocative formula, a fantastic denial of art, thought to be poised against its ownmost scope as a realm over and above, but certainly a world beyond philosophy. Here there is more than a disciplinary dispute, or battle of the faculties, but an expert crisis, a default of expertise, and a failure on the part of expert judgment, as such public intellectual battles are increasingly all that remain to us as intellectuals. For critics, art historians, connoisseurs, it is essential that art be worth more than philosophy. On Danto's terms, on the terms of the Alturutine art world, especially as this is characteristic of New York City's intellectual art scene, the philosophical disenfranchisement of art takes place whenever it is imagined that philosophy seeks to deny this privilege either by censoring the claims of art and denying its value beyond the aesthetic domain of culture or else by converting art to philosophy, whereby art reveals its own, same, concern with being and with truth. For Heidegger contends that art lets truth originate. Art, founding preserving, is the spirit that leaps to the truth of what is, in the work, Thus art by nature is an origin, that is, art is a distinctive way in which truth comes into being, that is to say, becomes historical. The place of art will be the locus of the composition of the true wherever a work comes to be, wherever creators nd their way and preservers nd their own place. As much as the artist, qua creator of art, the preserver is co-important, for Heidegger, even the co-originator of the dynamic working of art as such. Heidegger regards founding preserving as the veritable origin of the work of art, not only as a correlative counterpart and rather than the part of the spectators or public adduced by anyone informed with the right/wrong way of appreciating a work, that is, not via a program of art education or the training of connoisseur or art historical experts, but rather to each mode of founding there corresponds a mode of preserving. The preserving openness to the work as its co-creative compositional reception is essential to the working manifestation of the work of art. The preserver is not a conservative element but a veritable prerequisite needed in advance and before the work of art can come into being at all. Here again the reference goes beyond the aletheic space of truth opened up by Van Gogh's shoes. Beyond painting as a locus of truth, for Heidegger the expertly named and certed Aegina sculptures in the Munich collection, Sophocles' Antigone in the best critical edition, also offer us remnants or traces of art. But for Heidegger, although the truth of art can hold true in a historical context, the artwork can only work as such in an unvanished, still real, and present world. And to invoke the need for this real presence, we see that to note the passing of a world will also be to admit the eclipse of the working power of art otherwise than as a trace. And in our own time, even if we ourselves undertake to journey to the site of the work itself, to meet, as Heidegger did, the temple in Paestum or the Bamberg Cathedral on its own square, what we and what that same encounter cannot retrieve is a vanished world, emptied out or lost, the world of the work that stands there has perished, ibid. The loss of a world can never be undone. And this is Heidegger's lasting challenge to the ethos of the conservation of art, the ideal of preservation in the frame or guardianship of the museum. Bereft of preservers, the works themselves are gone by. This does not mean that we cannot come to an encounter with works of long past times, as Gadamer festively recounts both the common occasion for and the significance of such encounters for us, but only that if we do come to engage them, we encounter them as antique, as eclipsed and closed, abandoned and desolate. The phenomenological description of the Greek temple, so important for the dramatic expression of the strife between earth and world, shows the force of such an eclipsed or vanished world by contrast with the origin of the work of art. It is the working of the temple that rsts together and at the same time gathers around itself the unity of those paths and relations in which birth and death, disaster and blessing, victory and disgrace, endurance and decline acquire the shape of destiny for human being. The architecture of preservation. The working truth of the temple as art reveals a vanished world. What remains today is a site for travelers and the increasingly destined locus of a museum. This is not merely so in the tacit wake of forgotten cults, mourned in Nietzsche's cry, years, and not a single new god, but this constraint follows in the wake of the new world cast by the ruined temple as reconstituted and reworked under the aegis of preservation. Gadamer's moment of feierliches Schweigen, a festive mien. That may also have wreaked at Gadamer's own spirit, now gives way to a tacit isolation not only from the everyday world. In this way, it is far from irrelevant that apart from illustrations of poetry and literature, Gadamer's aesthetic examples are drawn from events of what is called culture today, like opera, concerts, and museum exhibits, and including his examples of play, recalling as they do the sport events of European soccer matches rather than, say, the schematic aesthetics of the example of the game of chess, as the game is invoked by other philosophers of play like Wittgenstein or MacIntyre, or else, like the aesthetic play of the world, for philosophers of cosmic play such as Heraclitus, Nietzsche, and Fink. What characterizes events of culture or sport is their discontinuous punctuation of everyday life. In the case of the gallery or the museum, we have to do with precincts of conned isolation, set apart from the quotidian. As Heidegger describes it, by contrast, for the Greek, like the parallel example of the cathedral at Bamberg, the temple belongs to the life of the people who built it for the sake of the integrative festive character of life, exactly understood in time, as Gadamer describes the festival. For the successes and failures, birth and death, war and peace of such a people, as Heidegger details it, the temple is consecrated. This is a reciprocal consecration, for the temple is deprived of this character when it loses this same centering, essentially sacred focus as a temple and as such. Then, although it continues as a trace, a ruin, a remnant of this vanished world, to be visited on special occasion, for tourism, or adventure, or even for the purposes of research so familiar to academics. The temple has lost its character as a site of life and time, that is the encounter between mortal beings and the divine, earth and sky. Nor indeed do other cultural events, such as concerts nor museum visits, offer the occasion for such an encounter as that lost in the origin of the temple work in question, neither for the highly cultured in the art and customs of the past nor a contemporary enthusiast of the art of the present and the world to come. The example for this is the temple at Bassi, set against the Arcadian landscape of Greece, huge and looming but hidden, no accidental juxtaposition by the mountain approach of the road one must follow to enter it. That hidden and dominating aspect has been transformed, and not by being brought out of the geographical dynamic of its landscape, indeed in such a way that if it is true that in ancient times one approached the temple on its height by means of a different path than today, as scholars have long debated the right approach to the Acropolis to explain the proportionate paradoxes of Ecdinus's and Callicrates' Parthenon in perspective and design, today's circumstance is one that renders all temporal debates in perspective or changed landscapes irrelevant. Today 1. NDS the temple completely covered over, blocked over with a huge tenting structure, figs and, the massive steel struts of which vie with the mountaintop against the sky, eliding in an ever more dramatic way the world of truth as the world of the temple in truth that Heidegger could invoke. The tenting over of the temple at Bassi hardly lacks working power. Outlining nothing less than the world of today's preservers, the temple's tent exemplifies the curator's world, the conservationist's world of the archaeological expert of modern Greece, where the prime natural resources for development in this land, however connectedly regarded in this same modern world, are the remaining structures and objects of Greek antiquity. This is the world of the modern exhibit, and this is the world come to distinctive presence on the Arcadian mountaintop where, once upon a time, a people built its temple. A weirdly circus-like structure of ungainly proportions in a strange landscape, the covering tent builds the closed space of modern vanity, a permanent temporary scaffolding around the temple, a mindless gesture of affected protection from the elements, secluding and so refusing them as the elements the temple was set up to meet and to greet. For prior to such a conservative blockage, occlusive beyond the passing of the antique world itself, the work of the temple had ever been the work of exposure set up into the elements of the world itself, a place of wrought encounter between earth and sky, that is the mortal and the divine. After so very figure. Temple at Bassi. External view. Author's photograph. Much antiquity, the tented gesture at Bassi now intends to keep the temple safe from the ravages of the light and the air of the industrial world, calculatedly foreclosing the very elemental exposure that the temple builders put all their energy and all their resources to assure. The example of the temple at Bassi, tented over and shaded from the sky, fig, proves the conservative force of the modern isolation of art in the locus of the museum or the tourist exhibition, duly labeled, properly illuminated, not so that it may be seen as what it is, but like an old parlor, in an old-fashioned style, so that it may not fade. The museum as such, the conserver's impetus, secures and in so doing seals off whatever trace of the temple world had yet remained on earth in the very place and the look itself of the temple beneath the sky. The temple, for Heidegger, and as Heidegger, many years after he had given his lectures on the work of art, was still able to see it unguarded by preservative scaffolding or the interventions of modern self-assertion, is not incidentally but essentially the site of world withdrawal and decay, as a world in abeyance or retreat that only thus can show itself to us in a world without the temple's cult and thus without temples. The withdrawal alone shows us what has been lost. The temple in its standing there, gives to things their look and to men their outlook on themselves. And even where the temple still stands in perfectly preserved glory, under the open sky, this look of things and this human figure. Interior/external view. Temple at Bassi. Author's photograph. Outlook are foreclosed. The view of the temple only remains open as long as the work is a work, that is, as long as the temple is a working or real temple for a real people, only as long as the cult and the life of the cult remains real, that is, and only, as long as the god has not ed from it, oh. The festive silence feierliches Schweigen surrounding the exhibition of a recovered treasure of Greek antiquity in Gadamer's account of his revelatory visit to the Hellenic Museum tested to an exactly Platonic aletheic moment of revelation. The work was shown from out of its long concealment in the depths of the Aegean Sea. This once lost sculpture was brought to an encounter with modern eyes. But what is restored is not the statue as it once stood among men, be they its creators, or its original preservers, as Heidegger speaks of these, standing there in Gadamer's Rilkean Heideggerian words, founding and proclaiming that such a thing stood among men. Astonished and wondering, what we see in the space of a newly discovered work is a revelation, a discovery, and the sheer act of recovery from the sea anticipates the contours of museum conservation, a found artifact, a genuine antiquity. Nor is there any difference between a temple and a coin, a uncovered or mosaic or a shattered pot that can be restored with the antiquarian skill of the archaeologist. In Heidegger's sense, the gesture of recovery is the same as the gesture that covers over, but rather than being brought up from the sea, the temple at Bassi is withdrawn from the sky. A similarly revelatory occultation, as the statue is recovered from the sea, the temple is closed off from the heavens and its setting into the Arcadian mountainscape, the institution of an exhibition for the scholar, for the tourist, an image of eternity, worth seeing and corresponding to Heidegger's description of the age of the world picture, all under the watchful mediation of expert conservancy. When we travel to the site of the temple at Bassi, what we encounter is not even the space of disappointment. Left open to the sky and on its original locus, as in Heidegger's examples of the temple in Paestum or the Bamberg Cathedral on its square, if we may recall that even the pristine temple is similarly occluded, if the perfect temple does not open a world in truth for us today, then the object found on the heights at Bassi is anything but the place of an abandoned world. What we meet in Bassi is not an encounter with a world in eclipse, for what its tenting ensures is no more than the withdrawal of occlusion. In the heights of Arcadia, the struggle between earth and world might have remained, perhaps as the encounter with the elements themselves. The same after thousands of years, there is the wind and the dry air, there are the spare, small trees and their stark perches on the rocks. There is the earth itself, and above all, there is the sky and the passage of day and night. And all of this still claims the visitor. In the absence of a world of preservers, consecrated to the cult of the temple built to situate the crossing of the mortal and the divine, the temple work itself, however, does not and cannot speak. In this sense, conservation elides and cannot correspond to what Heidegger would name the preserver's task. Perhaps we should regret that with this effort to save what has been lost, we have sacrificed the ruined testimony that once, at least, such a thing stood and drew the space of destiny around it. Like the lions that for so many millennia stood as silent witnesses to the long military and mythic history of Delos, the same lions which have now been shifted to a more commodious housing in a climate-controlled, duly monitored museum, all under the watch of the expert, the care of the cultural authorities, Bassi has become a tourist's resource, a world historical resource. And it seems plain that such things. Figure. Landscape, Arcadia, Greece. Author's photograph. Ought to be displaced for the good purposes of preservation as well as for the sake of research and indeed the cultural education of travelers. But perhaps it is true, as Nietzsche says, that whatever is poised to fall, needs no more than a helping hand. Pondering death, pondering the essence of Christianity and pagan light, the teacher's furor in the painter Poussin would make an enigma of allegory, e.t. in Arcadia ego. There is no mystery that does not turn us on ourselves. And once in Arcadia, I, too, would also travel great lengths in a mountain landscape, spare and ethereal in contrast with the vision of the pastoral created in its name, a word that captures no aspect of the place. Perhaps this was once otherwise, but perhaps, so I am inclined to think, given the mountains themselves, it was never otherwise. Vico would remind us that this we cannot know, if only as what inevitably remains alien to us today. Perhaps the Arcadian ideal was always the sheer starkness of the landscape. Like Nietzsche's chaos taken to eternity, at its height, the harsh turns sublime. Famous in antiquity, celebrated for its symmetry by Pausanias, recounted to me by others who had detailed the revelations of their visits, I traveled, together with a friend, in search of a temple. Yet, in Arcadia, like the mystery of Busa's tomb, if I too could only expect to nd that what I sought could not be there, it is important to remember that what had to go missing for me had nothing to do with the manifest obscurity of the temple hidden from the sky. Dreaming Ovid's dream, dreaming the dream of Rome, Arcadia is like nothing one imagines. Nothing apart from the height of the world. The ethical alpha and Heidegger's linguistic omega. On the inner affinity between Germany and Greece. At the extreme limit of suffering Leiden, pathos nothing indeed remains but the conditions of time or space. At this moment, the man forgets himself because he is entirely within the moment, the God forgets himself because he is nothing but time, and both are unfaithful. Time because at such a moment it undergoes a categoric change and beginning and end simply no longer rhyme within it, man because, at this moment, he has to follow the categorical turning away and that thus, as a consequence, he can simply no longer be as he was in the beginning. Hölderlin, Remarks on Oedipus. In the long-ranging debate on Heidegger's ethics, the rhetoric of conscious and unconscious equivocation decides. This logical ambiguity perpetuates the causes of the politics of suspicion in the case of Heidegger's Nazism, his anti-Semitism, and his silence. The equivocation plays between Heidegger's Nazism, that is, his party membership, and Heidegger's Nazism, that is, his anti-Semitism. The terms are equivocal because the Nazism in question corresponds to Heidegger's political affiliation with Nazism and the matter of Heidegger's biographical fact as the RST Nazi rector of the University of Freiburg and Nazi party member until the end of World War II. One can argue that these facts of Heidegger's own life imply the different sense of Nazism as an expression of anti-Semitism. Heidegger's political Nazism entails Heidegger's racist Nazism, such an affiliation tacitly condoning the sense of the party line against Jews to the extreme of the mass murder of 6 million Jews, the Holocaust that resulted, following precisely from that same party line. Working neither to validate nor to invalidate such an argument in its possible expression, the points just mentioned outline but do not articulate such an argument. The functioning of equivocation as a rhetorical gur sidesteps argument altogether. In the present chapter, I am not seeking to make formal, logical, or any other points against such a consummately successful rhetorical campaign. Rather I seek to identify the workings of such rhetoric in what is said about Heidegger's Nazism. This is not to say that a formal analysis could not be offered but rather that, and still to date, such an analysis has not been offered just because such a formal argument or proof is not necessary where what is at stake is persuasion on the matter of Heidegger's political persuasion and his political persuasiveness. All in all, an ethical issue in the realm of logic, a domain traditionally ruled by rhetoric. On another rhetorical level, to deduce Heidegger's racist Nazism from Heidegger's silence on Nazism, so proving his anti-Semitism, is the enthymeme that supports the same ethical judgment concerning his political and personal or affective orientation. An enthymeme, when not deemed as a Ciceronian rhetorical gur ending in two contraries, is a truncated syllogism consisting of two propositions, a syllogism in which one premise is suppressed as presupposed or given. Thus one may conclude, as important contemporary thinkers have already argued, that the connection between Heidegger and National Socialism is not only racist but impenitent, pernicious evil. In this way, the connection between Heidegger and Nazism not only renders the man morally culpable but his philosophy morally corrupt and, where the turns of argument move fast and easy in enthymematic connection, it also renders the study of his philosophy morally corrupting. Secondarily then, it is necessary to consider Heidegger's silence as itself warranting the enthymeme that works in the suspicions of Victor Farias and almost all of Heidegger's recent commentators, right and left, on this point. These commentators do not suppress what Heidegger simply does not say. A logical or rhetorical gur is not necessarily comprehensive. By his silence, then, Heidegger gives voice to his guilt, precisely because anything said is also impotent before the tribunal of right. In the end I seek to indicate but not to prove, because arguments directed to this question can only be rhetorical. The philosophical relevance of the discussion of Heidegger's Nazism and the suspicion of his anti-Semitism and conviction of racism to philosophy, and what, appropriating Hölderlin here, may be called the extreme limit of suffering. The problem of suspicion, as we know, when it is not a matter of an ingredient in a recipe, calling for, as the French say, a suspicion of nutmeg, is directed to or raised against a person. What is meant by the expression, the politics of suspicion, is also directed to issues of personality, of persons and personal circumstances, or, in a word, associations. One can also, of course, name this problem with an old-fashioned term borrowed from scholastic catalogues of formal offenses, offenses against argument, against logic, the chaining of judgments, of words and consequences, as argumentum ad hominem. Such an argument violates formal procedures if it also gets its job done, as it were, by rhetorical aspersion. We are here speaking about the person of Martin Heidegger. Despite the denning prejudices of logic, it is important to underscore that we must consider the personal here, arguing precisely ad hominem because Heidegger himself is under attack, suspect, and because in the case of Heidegger, who spoke no less than if also subsequent to Nietzsche against the strictures of school logic, heretofore one had not been permitted to name the person where the question to be thought was being, the task of thinking itself. The Heidegger case has thus released a tenderhood of personal reminiscences, retributions, and restitutional accountings of Heidegger's personality and spirit, all rather more than less at the expense of his philosophy. There is a hint, a suspicion of scholarly schadenfreude in all of this. If, in the past, commentators have supposed that for the sake of rigor, Heidegger would have liked to have it said of his life as he said of Aristotle's, he was born, he worked, he died, they are no longer bound by this restriction. The upshot of this Vermenschlichung of Martin Heidegger, the man foregrounding and backgrounding the thinker, now allows access to the matter of Heidegger's guilt, the substance, or the question in the best Heideggerian sense of Heidegger's philosophy, but without the stuff of thinking getting in the way. Just how this works we may be able to see further on. But let me emphasize here that the major issue to be discussed is not a matter of what is philosophically relevant or not. What follows is not a discussion of points of philosophy as such. Quite the opposite. Indeed, the rhetorical question of Heidegger's Nazism does not connect Heidegger with the complex historical phenomenon that specialists are fond of discussing with reference to particular years, the years in question being the date of publication of Being and Time, and the efforts, for or against, to see Nazi connections or preconditions in that text, and of course, all which have special value for historically minded specialists, for Lebensphilosophen, for philosophers with one axe or another to grind, and so on. But instead of such technical details, what is important are colloquial images and personal associations. This rhetorical level is effective in drawing general attention to the political fortunes of a philosopher, where presidential candidates and movie stars have more selling appeal, just because, as Heidegger would say, we are, academics included, proximally and for the most part zunächst und zumeist common and average, a typification Heidegger with uncommon restraint or else with uncanny kindness named unagentlich, that is, inauthentic, not truly our own, not truly what we are, except, and. This exception turns the claim around again, in what is closest to us and most ordinary in us. Thus, and with the best philosophic interest in the world, one informed by Heidegger's own anthropological or hermeneutic concessions to the connections between biography and philosophy, we turn to the level of the individual, the man Heidegger, just because, unlike Socrates, to recall one reader's analysis, Heidegger was just Suabian, or, perhaps, more specifically, Alemannic, more broadly, German, enough to be reticent about himself and not like a Mediterranean type, not at all like the people Tedtke characterizes as the loquacious Greeks. Forky Seal, a former engineer and currently a philosophy professor from Illinois, who in the interim has become much more intrigued with the intricate details of Heidegger's life. If one seeks an answer to the question of Heidegger's silence, one is compelled to eavesdrop on the private record which Heidegger graciously left behind. Even Heidegger's intimacies now belong to the world. But what is the meaning of such a suggestion, betraying the rehabilitation of approaches traditionally damned in philosophic discourse, namely that of the argument, ad hominem, a rehabilitation now effected to excess in the bibliography, growing and proliferating into subsections and research specialties of such a personal history used as a pernicious rhetorical device? What is problematic here is the rhetorical twist that is in this case a kind of metaphorical swerve, or, to use a term borrowed from a Roman heir to the Greek physiologoi, what one might invoke as the klinemen at work in the rhetorical scheme of argumentative cause and effect. To be a Nazi, as Heidegger was, is to stand for, in causal and necessary connection, to be, a representation of absolute evil, the diabolical, sheer horror, as claimed by more than one commentator on the matter. But, at the same time, and this is the luxury of equivocation, trading on one term to mean something else also signed by the same term, one need not actually maintain that Heidegger, in his own person, was actually evil. Or then again, one can. In any case, one now knows what this kind of evil looks like. It writes sen Zeit and Zeit sen, leaves us his contributions with the subtitle Vom Erinus and speaks of Gelassenheit and Gefahr, quotes Heraclitus, claims an essential connection between its own philosophy and a poet known to be mad, has a personal history of neurasthenia and general gutlessness, and holds in just this connection, mysticism can go so far, that thinking and poetry are the same. Silence, Heidegger's racist humanism and the name of the Jews. Simply by speaking of Heidegger's silence I can be heard to be speaking of Heidegger's anti-Semitism. The focus of this rhetorical association means that Heidegger's silence concerns what he did not express, and this is the question of anti-Semitism, for in almost every other connection with his Nazism, Heidegger did indeed, more or less, express himself. The culpable silence here is what George Steiner has named a calculated silence on the matter of the crimes of Nazism. The silence in question names what can be taken for anti-Semitism even if we had no other evidence, and we do have other evidence. Heidegger's silence refers to his failure to denounce the murder of the Jews, in a complete and sufficient or satisfactory fashion, which crime is the most resistant, ultimate facticity of the Holocaust. For all who write and think on this point, it must be remembered again and again that those who attempt to write on this topic are very nearly without words for it. If any constellation of events shows the singular violence of a word of naming, it is the naming of the kind of thing the Holocaust was. One may not call the Holocaust a tragedy, or a sacrilege, or a crime, or employ any other qualifying nomination simply because what was done exceeds naming and must be acknowledged as it exceeds, is in positive negativity plusquam, exceedingly violent and horrifying, the more than merely diabolical act of all the very many, and there are indeed very many horrifying brutalities of this century, crowning 3,000 years or so of Western civilization, that is to say, if we begin with the Greeks. And we do begin with the Greeks, for the problem of anti-Semitism is also the problem of the opposition between Jerusalem and Athens. With Christianity, the problem is Latinized, Romanized to the connect between duties to Caesar and duties to God, or what we in the United States are fond of discussing as the separation between church and state, but note that even here the opposition is the same. If Heidegger repudiates the translation of Greek into Latin, it is because Heidegger, together with a longer German tradition, historically and most notably, the Romantics, who are nevertheless, according to one account, absolved as guiltless in this connection simply by virtue of their earlier birth, and a special linguistic and spiritual affinity between German and Greek. Hence, if Heidegger claims, as he does in the Spiegel interview, in reference to his thinking's essential connection with Hölderlin, that the Germans have a special world historical task, his point is that this task is mediated by the special inner relationship between the German language and the Greeks. Thus Heidegger assumes that we begin as his philosophy most primordially begins, with the Greeks. One would have to be half deaf in heart and spirit not to hear the implicit condescension and insult in Heidegger's pronouncement of the impossibility of philosophizing in languages that are not Greek or German. The contest between Athens and Jerusalem is given a different tone, a different resonance to be heard in the Nietzschean contrast that may be made between Thumos and Chutzpah, although, obviously enough, these were not Nietzsche's words. With all his Germanness and his claims for Greek affinities, Heidegger is best characterized by the latter, and that merits further attention. Thus, as Rudolf Augstein puts it, the boldest assault against speakers and thinkers of other languages was explicit in the claim Heidegger made during his interview with Der Spiegel: just as little as one can translate a poem, can one translate a thought. Supplying a fuller context to Heidegger's statements, and in the process paralleling Heidegger's aletheology in quasi-juridical fashion, Augstein points out that from the start Heidegger's articulation of the pride of German place in language and the house of being, is a veritable coup against the French, if also against the English, the Italians, and of course, to Heidegger's everlasting pain, having insulted that certain Victor Farias, against the Chileans and thence and thereby, the Spanish and so on. It is of course significant that to these terms and on these terms even the French surrender, not only in fact but as a fact that Heidegger takes to full account. In the house not of being but philosophy, as practiced under the continental rubric, that is between contemporary German and French philosophers, Heidegger's coup has been successful. The French, that chauvinistic people par excellence, those of Heidegger's personal acquaintance and those who follow his thought today, who in the estimation of many authors so comprise the horizon of French philosophy that the problem of Heidegger is very nearly a French question, are given to declare, or to concede, so Heidegger tells us, again and again, that when they begin to think they speak German, they insist that they could not get through with their own language. As a reaction on this point, it is worth remembering what we have heard not merely from Nietzsche or even Schopenhauer, but in this same connection, from Freud and the subsequent psychoanalytic tradition, that it is part of the thinking of innocents and victims, part of the psychology of violation, that offense is rarely rebuked as such but swallowed. The primordial transference yields the complicity between trauma and the psychopathology that in repression constitutes the everyday, that is, that tells us who we are, proximally and for the most part. It is the negative word, the word of abuse, that tells us our own names. One becomes a victim simply by receiving an insult, where one quite literally, this is the assault of naming, has no other choice than to take the abusive word at its word. But to protest an insult is to repeat and thus to reinforce the full force of the slight. We are reminded of the irrecusable violence of the name. It is not only Heidegger who cannot by any number of uttered, or unuttered as we see, words defuse the charges made against him, but no Jew, no black, no woman, no abused child, no insulted scholar, think of Nietzsche here, ever has or will have the power to refuse an insult, to defuse a characterization, a name, or to dictate a hand raised in suspicion against what is suspected. There is no defense against being called a Jew. Nor are the strong immune, and Nietzsche has shown us that if one has a talent that is otherwise than vulgar or common, such strength, such talents are inverted when the claim of being what one is rather than something else is held against one. Thus the expression of strength becomes a weakness, what is becomes a defect in being. And this for Heidegger is the essential violence of logos, the word. But let us be clear here, just to keep to the rhetorical track. Heidegger's philosophy includes a racist conception of humanity, to use the title of Rainer Martin's essay on the theme. Elsewhere Martin offers a balanced and passionate discussion of the issue. For Martin it is not a matter of prejudice, but what he calls in a deliberate reductive reference to Jacques Derrida, as well as perhaps unconsciously to a rather local, even specifically provincial German sense, Heidegger's Geist. If the atmosphere of Heidegger studies was previously one of transhuman reverence, this circumstance no longer holds. Heideggerians are now prepared to take their revenge upon and self-declared anti-Heideggerians their own sweet way with the Father. What this means in a scientific age, the era of technicity, of techno-complicity, if one may coin a word here where so many words have been coined, is that it is ranged under the opposite sign, the sign of regress and indeed of religion. Thus so-called Heideggerians have been and will continue to be, if one may predict, attacked and abused in a postmodern but still scientific age by the explicit use of quasi-religious terms. To this effect, Heidegger is named the master, Heidegger's philosophy dogma or dogmatics, his followers devotees, acolytes, or quite simply the faithful. The religiously inclined, the Catholic, or the mystical, here we have the proof of the Catholicity of scientific anti-religious prejudice, are per se ideological, fanatical, capable of anything, and in this then not properly philosophic. This is the rhetorical use of enthymeme, and with it we are quite nearly landed back where we started with the traditional analytic philosophic suspicion against Heidegger's philosophy proper. The positivistic ghost of Carnap could not be more, if more perversely, vindicated. It must be noted that there is surely a hagiographic tendency among Heidegger scholars, if it is unclear that such hagiography is missing in studies of Nietzsche or among Rilke or Hölderlin enthusiasts. But one denounces the literal consequences of that sanctity in Heidegger's case, namely his mysticism, and of course, this is the point of the attack, his opposition to technology and science. It is this opposition that, as some critics have observed, pits Heidegger against the average person. Accordingly, Heidegger is nothing but an elitist mandarin, expressing the privileges and values of the priest at the expense of the ordinary, the average man. After all, isn't it true, the pious pro-modern mind observes, that the common man benefits from the intellectually maligned advances of modern technology? How could Heidegger question such a thing? Doesn't this mean that Heidegger's critique of technology betrays his fascism? For most scholars, Heideggerian or not, and Rainer Scherman and Dominique Janicot are among the rare exceptions to this piety, technology, as such, could never be the problem. The problem, and George Steiner puts this complaint most eloquently, is Heidegger's silence, in particular the egregious absence of protest on his part or indeed against him. This is the problem of Protestantism, anti-clericalism, anti-papism, here to be heard as dissonance or dissidence. The Heidegger case was nothing like the case of Wagner, condemned and censured as much for fascist appropriation of his music as well as for his anti-Semitic writings. Instead, in Heidegger's case it seemed that one had an unconditional and fervent for, without a corresponding against. Thus Heidegger could complain not of opposition but much rather ignorance. Dogma once again. But as Martin has summarized this issue, in the end the recollected Heidegger case can no longer be handled by way of the to and fro of explicit clarification and inarticulate obfuscation with regard to Heidegger, the human being, but places a question mark after his philosophy instead. This question leads to the issue of racism and thereby to anti-Semitism as such. The issue for Martin is that already named, the connection between Germany and Greece. The fact that Heidegger's spirit is primordially Greek means for Martin what it signifies for other philologically sensitive readers. To count the German and the Greek together as a single spiritual event or entity is to steal a people's language, claiming their thunder as one's own. Whether protesting or dogmatic Catholic, the religious impulse seems to be the same. For his part, Martin suggests that with the claim that in Heidegger's historical perspective and time the Greek spirit is at home simply and solely in German blood and on German soil, an incalculable violence is done to the Greeks as such. Adorno makes a powerfully similar argument as we have seen, and Martin is somewhat, if indirectly, in his debt. Thus violence is also done to those who, no matter how complicit they may be, are excluded from this heritage. For philological sensitivities, the problem is the same as it ever was: Heidegger is wrong. Hence the connections Martin and DS are typically tendentious ones, and not just in subtle ways. For Martin, what is at stake is major and basic, it concerns the central concepts and positions of the Greek doctrine of being. It is hardly necessary to note that the remedy, more rather than less preoccupation with or study of Greek, is one that might have been taken from Heidegger. And in all the general conclusion to be drawn is the one claimed by Heidegger, that we are not yet thinking. And we are indeed not yet thinking, at least not enough, not to the point, not to the philosophy, the philosopher in question. For the issue remains unposed before us. We fail, as ever in Heidegger's regard, to think or to question so long as we fail to pose the question in the proper way. And what belongs to thought, or to questioning Heidegger here? There are two rhetorical tacks to the equivocal question of the relation between Heidegger, the man, and the thinker. The RST stylistic approach, and for all his ferocity and thickness vis-a-vis Heidegger's thought, Habermas takes this tack, separates the thought from the thinker from the thought, and the sinner and the sin in a move common to both Catholic and Protestant, but not, let it be noted, to the Greek, allowing us to condemn the one and embrace, or even love the other. It is remarkable once more that this tack is not the other, the second interpretive turn. Sophisticated readers other than Habermas or philologists who utter the innocence of the same sophisticated readers, are given to take after Heidegger. For what Heidegger taught his students to do, despite the philologist's fury at the audacity implied by this inversion, made attentive, reactive thinking on a text primary for, made it the preparation for careful, resonant reading. To read Heidegger is not to read a philosophy of Nazism or anything else, but it is to read philosophically. What we have to learn from Heidegger in the phenomenological tradition after Husserl is a dedication to thinking. To prepare for thinking in this way is no matter of mere reading but a task to be undertaken, a doing that must, as it is thought, undertake, or as Nietzsche taught in another sense, overtake us. In this way Heidegger took seriously Nietzsche's own injunction that thinking has to be learned in the way that dancing has to be learned just as much as reading is to be practiced as an art. From Heidegger too, following the hermeneutic turn, one read Freud, one read Marx, one read Kierkegaard, one read Schopenhauer, and even Wittgenstein, and found cause to conream Nietzsche's subterranean strategies in the genealogy of reason, the morality, the grammar of science and philosophy. Not merely desire continues to speak in the name of the logos but also power, ambiguity, and fear. What we have from Heidegger is a complex legacy, one addressed only with comparable complexity. In the present context, to advert to the ineluctability of ambiguity admits in Sherman's expression, accuses as Nietzsche charges us to see, that it is a compound lie to pretend that all truths are simple. Here the problem does continue to be, in the spirit of Heidegger, again, not a matter of opposition or disagreement but still understanding. And of all the many expressions on this topic, Sherman's efforts to limn the original meaning of ambivalence the real as Lacan has it, speaking of the two-edged essence of technology and Western culture and the ethical meaning for life of triple binds, follows a track of utter restraint to the heart of Heidegger's question and to the old tradition of the question, the love of Sophia, wisdom, and the importance of the thinkers, that is, of the critic's own journey in thought. But that said, focusing on the exigence of understanding, we may not forget what it means to understand differently. Our questions to Heidegger's philosophy, to the topics of his questioning, to his affirmations, to his collaboration, our suspicions raised against his silence, his commission, where we note that he gives consent by silence to a crime at the extreme of expression, beyond image, and against reason in its most perfect expression. Heidegger's complicity with this crime of abysmal, cataclysmal, horribly sublime proportions inaugurated the terms on which this thinking must acquit itself or stand the threat to be quitted. This is the thread behind the question Karl Loewe began to pose in Heidegger's regard and seconded by Adorno, and raised now with far greater venom and vengeance: why read Heidegger? The greatest evil, we say, perpetuated here once again by refusing to name the Jews, that people singled out now not by God but by evil itself, by what was done, and what thereby is perpetually done against the Jews. In the wake of Yom Kippur, as IRST wrote this text years ago, now in the subsiding awe of the Day of Atonement, it is the thought of the horror and the consequences of anti-Semitism that must set the stakes for thinking from now on. As Sander Gilman writes, it is not the age of postmodernism, it is the post-Holocaust age. Speaking of the Jews, as Heidegger did not, Heidegger's racism embraces rather more than the violence done to an ambivalently, complicatedly, nuancedly magnificent people, namely the Greeks as articulated in Martin's catalogue of the ambivalent meaning of Greek culture, with Heidegger's ultimately non-Hölderlinian claim that the German captures the spirit the Greeks themselves failed to master and forgot, so that in the predictable formula here, German becomes for Heidegger more Greek than Greek itself. The problem of nuance and complexity is that the thinker is thereby permitted, following his star, to forget the gross and rude matter at hand. We would repeat, Heidegger failed to express significant sensitivity, horror, pain, remorse. Heidegger failed to confess responsibility for and complicity with the Nazi program of exterminating Jews, the murder of the Jews. It is this last awful fact that weighs on us, that gives the equivocal force to the expression of Heidegger's Nazism, as the ultimate meaning of anti-Semitism today. We are not merely talking about Heidegger's racist conception of humanity. Hence, although there are expressions of this last issue ruled by little more than a moralizing fury, raising this questioning accusation at this penultimate point now concerns Heidegger's failure to affirm and to speak of the pain and horror of the Holocaust as a German crime against other cultures, where the Nazi program was, of course, so hyper-inclusive in its extermination, its exclusion of others, that it would seem to have made it possible in the post-Nazi, post-Holocaust era to speak, as Adorno and Horkheimer could, of the invention of other Jews. Heidegger's silence condemned these events to silence. More crucially, what follows from Heidegger's thinking is that by failing to let these events come to word, to use the language Heidegger borrowed from Stefan George, by breaking off not only the word for these events but the very possibility of words for Jews and non-Germans, non-Greeks, Heidegger's silence is not simply an omission. With the claim that thinking is possible only in the language of ancient Greece, and in German as Nächstverwandt, one closes off the words for counting certain events as happenings, as things that matter. Turns of expression, clichés, idioms, phraseologies all speak in the hermeneutical space and play of a language. Whether one follows Gadamer, Quine, or Wittgenstein here, the hermeneutic, the experience, the game of learning. A language conreams that to learn a language is to learn to catch, to learn to see or to hear what is cast forth by the play of words. To learn Greek then is to learn to catch the same glimmering playing of a phrase, of what is spoken in what can be, what is said by this one in that time and that place. For a Sophocles is not a Plato in word or in the constellation of words offered, and the difference in expression bespeaks more than the difference between tragedy and philosophic literature, but a different resonant of Cauchy. What Heidegger, what Nietzsche, what Hölderlin, what Goethe, and what Milton saw RST reading the Greeks is an intimation of a way of being that can be made to speak, and in speaking to us be restored as a possibility for us to know, and in knowing to share. This ash of recognition, the vestige of humanism, subjective primacy at its best or worst, betrays a special linguistic and spiritual affinity not only for the German student of Greek but the English student of Greek, or German. For something like this occurs in every apt scholar of another language and culture, just as Nietzsche saw it occurring between cultures of genius. The nature of an affinity is not a given, it is no second nature as such and from the start. Are we to say, following Heidegger in specific reference to the French, may we count the Belgians too, that a Georges Dumézil, or indeed a Pierre Vernant or a Marcel Deschamps, or even, now via Hungary, a Gregory Nagy or a Gabor Batek possibly lack some kind of special affinity for the language of their specific eld of scholarship? Surely not, and if one were to do so, if one yielded to the presumption of such an essential failing, one sacrifices the very thing that makes any kind of historical and scholarly sense possible. As the art historian Ludwig Curtius wrote long ago, echoing Wilhelm von Humboldt and Friedrich Hölderlin as he did so in a quaintly vituperative review of Oswald Spengler, what makes history possible is continuity between cultures, Eingang, here understood musically as consonance. It is important to question the nature of these dragon's teeth, that is, to question the meaning of the autochthonous as such and the meaning of related or of being, to question those who have an affinity with the original, share the same, the autochthonous essence. This is the question of the relation in Heidegger's word of Germany and Greece. Nietzsche saw genius as the resonant capacity that alone and in the end expresses the meaning of ofnity. The Greek art of fruitful learning constitutes genius like the spirit that lists where it will and is nowhere limited. The question of interpretive ofnity can only be raised in a liminal way and not elaborated here. But we have seen enough to suggest that a special spiritual and linguistic ofnity cannot be a given but must be learned. The question for Nietzsche as he posed it, both at the beginning and in the end of his Reactions on Culture, turns on the matter of hearing, seen again as if for the rst time. One has to learn to see, one has to learn to think, one has to learn to speak and write. Learning to see is for Nietzsche, the philologist, the disciplinarian, and advocate of careful reading, the hardest of all, requiring one to habituate oneself to a veritable epoche in the best Husserlian and scientific sense, even where Nietzsche names this the rst preliminary schooling in spirituality, habituating the eye to repose, to patience, to letting things come to it, learning to defer judgment, to investigate and comprehend the individual case in all its aspects, what the Germans lack. Such an eye for details or subtlety is perhaps a listening or attuned eye, an eye that would be able to see and able to hear. If we would condemn Heidegger, it cannot be for his silence where, as the path of another inquiry would show, silence, the still point between tone, caesura, and the breath, diaeresis, is the very condition of full speech and best ofnity. Rather, what is to be continually deplored is only, if this is also, as Martin says it above, very grave, Heidegger's silencing of the significance of the silence of other languages, of other words. Heidegger's crime then is in forgetting the resonant sense or working of ofnity. This forgetfulness impelled him in a move that, like nothing else in Heidegger, is truly reminiscent of Spengler, thus a move marking Heidegger as a writer if not a child of his own time, to condemn other languages to silence. Heidegger's expression fails as a silence that would be like Nietzsche's strong will, a silence that in the end would nally hear and only thus defer decision. Heidegger and Nazism, philosophy and tragedy. I have sought neither to prove nor to disprove Heidegger's Nazism. As Jürgen Habermas's inimitable word has it, Martin Heidegger? Nazi, sicher ein Nazi. And Heidegger himself, in his interview with Der Spiegel, expressly acknowledges his then conviction of the greatness and magnificence of Hitler as Chancellor of the Reich, a judgment that easily parallels the infamous passage where Heidegger declares that the works peddled about nowadays as the philosophy of National Socialism have nothing whatever to do with the inner truth and greatness of this movement. I have suggested that the effect of acknowledging what one has done, giving the deed a name, naming oneself as the doer, as responsible, ultimately legitimates, recognizes the past and so naming it, sanctions it, diffuses its violence, admits it into presence as what was done. This naming, this setting into language, this failure of the breaking of the word is, we remember, for Heidegger and in the same classic text, the purest heart of violence. The prime rhetorical effect of linking Heidegger and Nazism, as such and as Farias has done, yields guilt by association much on the order of Gilbert Ryle's reported laconic and very British, very analytic statement uttered in, Heidegger can't be a good philosopher. Wasn't a good man. With this citation, Robert Bernasconi goes on to emphasize Jean-François Lyotard's point, one should not seek to neutralize the intrinsic inequality of this affair by regulating it through its alternative, if a great thinker, then not a Nazi, if a Nazi, then not a great thinker, the implication being, either negligible Nazism or negligible thought. But as Lyotard had hastened to remind us, it is not merely Heidegger who is on trial here. The rhetorical English put on the questions puts us, we ourselves, we to use Nietzsche's pronoun as Philippe Lacaille-Labart likes to use it in connection with nothing less than the null solution, so that we do not forget whose solution it was, good Europeans in question. In an appendix to Heidegger Art and Politics, Lacaille-Labart offers an abject illustration of the impossibility of articulating the demand to express the meaning of Nazism in spite of his best efforts, where he seeks to express the impossibility of his own expression, and is thereby condemned to condemn himself. It is this neutralizing distinction that is deeply problematic, and not just in the directions not quite given voice by Lyotard. For when one begins as we do, as we all tirelessly seek to show that we do begin, from a position of revulsion, a perspective of condemnation, by recognizing, acknowledging, and denying Nazism for what it was and must be, in all that caused it and all that steadily results from it as its constant effect, we end ourselves on the track not of the diabolical but the repressed. We are thereby condemned to the repetition here and elsewhere, to the compulsion to name Nazism as Lacuelabart does, an absolutely vile phenomenon both in its goals and its result, without question the most grave by a long way that the West has known, i.e., that it has produced. We could analyze the character of this qualification and others like it as the necessary anakaluthon, nay the very series of breaths and hesitations and indirect ions required to purchase the space for a near consent, a la Levinas, to horror, or again, with Levinas, for a sanctioned transaction with the diabolical. The limits of the present question do not permit me to trace the essentially philosophic implications of this question to the anakaluthon that is only a blind apogeopasis, that is an admonishing hesitation that stumbles in its stammering refusal. But I must say that such breaths are far from the caesura, the pure word to speak with Hölderlin of a counter-rhythmic interruption of a null or turning point of balance and decay, so that what appears, what comes to stand in appearance, is nally representation itself. The key to Rainer Schermann's discussion of law, to Heidegger's awful privileging of the no, the mortal and god-awful height of the meaning of Heidegger's utterance that higher than actuality stands possibility, like Richardson's deep and enduring concern with the dire, is found in Hölderlin's titling expression of a fragment from Pindar, as the law das Gesetz. We do not need Lacan's strictures on the meaning of law, nor Benjamin's, nor indeed Adorno's discussion of mimesis to understand the dynamic between the imaginary of reactive fantasy and the symbolic of mastery and denial in order to understand Hölderlin's expression of the law of Nietzsche. The immediate as impossible for both mortals and immortals. But rigorous mediateness Mittelbarkeit is the law. In lieu of judgment. By questioning the virtue of our expectations and our questions, one might in the end underline something of Heidegger's own special integrity, his consuming preoccupation with philosophy. What is to be thought can be called being or truth or the tragic essence of the event or law or destiny, but it always speaks to the reader as that which is given, as one's own, to be. With this one asks, as Heidegger does at the start of his introduction to metaphysics, why are there beings rather than nothing? That is, why is there what is at all, or better still, the one who is, rather than not being, rather than the higher possibility of nothing? This is the question of possibility as such, of what is mine to be for me and for any individual, as one must always make this Kantian extension with Kant, and it may yet take us to the consideration of non-human being and the question of one's own most never to be outstripped possibility, and that is again to say, the tragic essence of being. This is the height of suffering, once grasped as a law, even if the law transgressed is to the point at which Hölderlin broke off in his Reaction on punishment and law unknown to me. Thus Heidegger ends by observing the true problem is what we do not know, and what insofar as we know it authentically, namely as a problem, we know only questioningly. Heidegger's Beitrag as Will to Power. Nietzsche himself never wrote The Will to Power, the book that is arguably his most famous, certainly his most controversially notorious work. To underscore this point, Heidegger opens his two-lecture course, The Will to Power as Art, by setting the word work in quotation marks. As is now well known, what was published as Nietzsche's Will to Power was cobbled together from his remaining notes, including, as Heidegger writes, preliminary drafts and partial articulations. In this way, Heidegger is able both to advert to the history of the compilation of this non-book at the same time as he lectures on the topic, a practice alienating Nietzsche specialists, especially the more philologically sensitive, indeed perhaps even more than the politically sensitive among them. I regard Heidegger's Beitrag as his will to power, so to speak, and in two senses. The RST and more important sense is that in these notes Heidegger engages the issue of power Macht and domination Machenschafft. This focus is complicatedly political. But the Beitrag is also stylistically modeled on Nietzsche's writing, Not on Nietzsche's "Thus spoke Zarathustra," as has been rather hastily supposed, but the will to power, the subject matter of Heidegger's not at all incidentally contemporaneous RST lecture course on Nietzsche. The support for this claim is critically stylistic. Like the will to power, the Beiträge features short sections as short as the scholastic Heidegger could make them, numbering them into subparagraphs that vie with those of Bernard Lonergan's insight for enthusiastically numeric excess, but above all, the Beiträge features paragraph titles that work as Nietzsche's titles work in his books, such as The Gay Science and The Will to Power. In what follows, I cite the titles Heidegger employs along with his numbered paragraphs in the Beiträge. And just the invocation of these titles should serve to make Heidegger's debts to Nietzsche's will to power at least preliminarily, superficially, clear. The idea of power was omnipresent throughout the S, especially in Germany, especially in a world that had already fought itself to an unprecedented level of devastation and abasement and was about to begin another uncountenancable course in the natural history of destruction. For Heidegger, then, Wissenschaft had a distinctively modern expression, later identified in his lectures to the Club of Bremen as the essence of modern technology, the worldview of modern science. This was an essence that cut across political borders, a truly global essence of the kind that he regarded as obliterating the supposed differences between Bolshevism and capitalism, as well as the reigning rule of National Socialism and its conception of science expressed in its practical and very political commitment to all the devices technical and cybernetic, biological and psychological of modern science and its totalizing development. After discussing Heidegger's Beiträge as an editorial production like Nietzsche's Will to Power, I offer a review of Heidegger's analysis of power as technical, scientific Wissenschaft. I conclude by noting the continued relevance of Heidegger's reading of modern technological Wissenschaft as expressed by the background assumptions and ambitions of genetic engineering in general and the Human Genome Project in particular. Heidegger, Nietzsche, and Modern Technology. Wissenschaft and Will to Power. Since its RST seemingly surprise publication out of the prescribed order for the Gesamtausgabe, scholars have read and reread Beiträge without coming to anything resembling consensus regarding its reception. Whether today's reader retains a fondness for the Heidegger of being and time or appreciates the transformations of the turn in itself, or in its resultant effects yielding the complex linguistic resonances and thoughtful endeavors of the later Heidegger, the Beiträge remains a difficulty in the Heideggerian corpus. Why so? Superficially, of course, the easy answer ought to be that the publication is too new, too close to us both in terms of its publication in German or in the brief decade, by academic standards, until its appearance in English in December of. But this reply seems wrong. For whether or not, as Otto Poggeler claims, Heidegger never mentioned the Beiträge to his closest students, Poggeler's sustained defense of the Beiträge as nothing other than Heidegger's second major work has played for 40 years in German and English language circles, beginning with Poggeler's own early sketch of the text itself, Senuendi Aranus, English. At the very least, the surprise or novelty factor is inexact. In this final chapter, I propose to explore the relevance of technology and the constitutive role of Nietzsche's thought as aspects of related importance in Heidegger's Beiträge. The latter consideration is tactically more important as it concerns the relevance of style in Heidegger's reading of Nietzsche, the former concerns the enduring complexities of Heidegger's critical take on science in the modern world. Without adverting to Nietzsche's Ignorance and without raising the question of modern science/technology, as the essence of what Heidegger names Wissenschaft, the function and meaning of the Beiträge in Heidegger's thinking can only elude us. In this respect, key emphases in the Beiträge recur in Heidegger's later Zoologikon seminars. To this extent, Heidegger by no means abandons the insights of being and time. Such an emphasis opposes the tendency to read a readerly construct named Heidegger I, or what Tedke Seal names the early, pre-being and time Heidegger, as if one had to do with another thinker entirely, addressing the personality dynamics of the two Heideggers. William J. Richardson sets into the scholarly habitus of apotheosization in Richardson's recollection of the genesis of this distinction in his recently written preface to the U.S. edition of his Heidegger book. The same periodizing Reichation exacerbates the tendency toward mystifying readings of the so-called later Heidegger, the Heidegger too who comes after the turn or care. But, as we recall and as Heidegger himself emphasizes in his original letter to Richardson, Heidegger I and Heidegger II are to be thought together and ineliminably so because II is already, so Heidegger expresses it, to be found in Heidegger I, nur von dem Untereigedichten her Wort zunächst das unter zu denken zugänglich. Aber I word nur möglich, wenn es in II enthalten ist. To the perplexities of thinking Heidegger I and II, early and late, a reference to Nietzsche seems only to compound the challenge. For many readers, Nietzsche's name continues to work as a key signier for irrationalism. Correspondingly well known is the related assertion that Heidegger's irrationalism, usually articulated in terms of an explicit antipathy to modern science and technology, is what rendered his philosophy vulnerable to or even sets it equivalent to Nazism. No accidental byproduct of a contamination with Nietzsche's style, I have been arguing that Heidegger composed his manuscript on the model of the publishing phenomenon that in effect constituted what could be called Nietzsche's contributions to philosophy, the same part of Nietzsche's philosophy that remained Nachlass. In this sense, it is directly relevant that in his RST lecture course on Nietzsche, Heidegger offers a reaction on what he calls Eros, the subtitle of the Beitrag, posed in equivalent Nietzschean terms as nihilism. The Beitrag as Heidegger's will to power. In such a deliberately focused context, we may interpret Heidegger's then involvement as one of the editors for the planned edition of Nietzsche's works. Because Heidegger's prime official engagement with Nietzsche was adumbrated in a literally textual, editorial, fashion, Heidegger was also consciously or unconsciously inspired, as almost any reader of Nietzsche's texts can be seduced into seeking, to appropriate Nietzsche's style. But as already noted in the very RST chapter above, to raise the question of Heidegger's encounter with Nietzsche's thinking, substance, and style, is also to raise the problematic issue of style in Heidegger's own work. It is striking that philosophical studies of Heidegger's work have almost invariably avoided the question of style in Heidegger's writings, as if somehow, language should clear the way to thought. And, if Heidegger's Beitrag is notoriously a stylistically troublesome text, of which the least one might say of it is that it challenges ordinary ways of reading Heidegger, even for experts in his work, it is also a text where Heidegger addresses the question of style as such. This would serve as the enduring occasion for Heidegger's calamitous engagement with nothing less than the limits of language itself. As we have already seen, Heidegger's own words for this encounter, Nietzsche hat mich kaputt gemacht, are far from clear. How could Nietzsche be thought to have been, how could Heidegger have imagined that Nietzsche could have caused his downfall? Ruined in what way? Brought down in what sense? The conditions under which Heidegger accepted Walter F. Otto's invitation to join the board of directors for the critical edition of Nietzsche's collected works were politically complicated. And, so I argue, this same engagement offered Heidegger a direct experience with the forces that can control an author's works. By specifically and deliberately composing his own Nachlass materials, Heidegger would attempt to avoid Nietzsche's fate at the hands of professional and politically driven editors, and this is not merely to be imagined something that only happens under particular political regimes. Heidegger intended to limit his vulnerability to the same editorial interference by keeping what he expected could count as his own Nachlass under his own control. Ironically enough, Heidegger himself would not escape editorial manipulations no more than Nietzsche was able to escape them. For although hardly a conglomerate work like Nietzsche's Will to Power, selected out according to editorial and arranged from disparate notebooks and disjointed sketches, it has in fact turned out that Heidegger's Beitrag is also a similarly radical, editorial production as published on the basis of the notes preserved throughout Heidegger's life. If the radicality of this textual derangement has gone almost completely without remark, the compilation of the Beitrag into its currently published form would result in shifting nothing less substantial than an entire chapter. In its niched form, Das Scene is set as the work's conclusion, following what had originally been the null chapter, The Last God der Letzte Gott, a concluding chapter title that also, shades of Nietzsche's Will to Power Nachlass, corresponds to its place in a list of chapter titles given in the RST section, the preview. As Friedrich Wilhelm von Hermann explains in his epilogue, this very radical editorial transposition responded to a note on a loose slip of paper indicating that the division in question was not correctly ordered. How is one to read or to interpret such a slip of paper? Was it a direct message for a later editor? Was it an author's remark noting the necessity for a future rearrangement? As it stands, the editor of the published book assumes a positive answer to both these questions. But Heidegger's routine asides and comments on the arrangement of his texts, obviously directed against presumptions readers might have or employed to undercut the apparent ordering of the text as a whole, are far from unusual for the Heidegger who makes similar comments about argumentative array in being and time or introduction to metaphysics or what is called thinking, and this Heidegger's readers know all too well. But the inserted note justified the editor's decision to transpose the chapter from its original placement to the very end of the manuscript, whereby, as the editor explains, this now no longer makes up the second part but the eighth instead. I am far from suggesting that von Hermann's motives were other than well-intentioned, and indeed, for my part, I find them unimpeachable. At the very least, and like other scholars, translators, and editors, I find it significant that von Hermann's arrangement follows the temporal order of textual composition. But I also note that von Hermann, precisely in his role as editor, was able to secure the determining force of his interpretation of Heidegger's intentions by rearranging the order, and hence the effective design, of the Beitrage. I am suggesting that Heidegger planned the Beitrage as his Nachlass in order to escape editorial manipulation. But this was, of course, not to be. If Heidegger himself had RST ordered and then, and despite his own comment on the typewritten table of contents, if Heidegger also left the order of his manuscript, and typescript, unaltered from, the date of the manuscript gloss to which von Hermann refers, until his death if Heidegger in the interim would transmit directions concerning the dissemination of that same manuscript of divisions and sections to Pogler, among others, and, Nally, if Heidegger himself was to spend the last years of his life working on an exactly authorized, null edition of his works, it would nonetheless transpire that Heidegger could not quite elude the fate of Nietzsche's Nachlass. Nietzsche as the last metaphysician. On the last men and the last God. In an important expression of the question concerning technology and science, Heidegger declares Nietzsche the last philosopher of the West, crowning the end of metaphysics with Nietzsche's philosophy of the will to power as art or techne. Although Nietzsche scholars reject Heidegger's interpretation of Nietzsche as willful and inaccurate, I argue that, in drawing on the lecture courses on Nietzsche dating from the same time, Heidegger's engagement with Nietzsche's thought in the Beitrage sheds important light on Heidegger's singular and woefully underanalyzed or even ignored preoccupation with the logic of science and modern technology. In the later Zoologikon seminars, referring to the subtitled theme of the Beitrage, Vom Eros, Heidegger will declare that as long as one understands being as presence, one cannot understand technology and surely not the event of appropriation Eros at all. Nietzsche's thinking offers Heidegger the preliminary expression of the task of thinking at the end of philosophy, corresponding to the eventuality of Eros as such in the Beitrage. It is noted here that for Heidegger, the question of Eros is linked to the question of science and of art or technology. Thus in the Nietzsche lecture courses Heidegger emphasizes that the question concerning technology can be illuminated in terms of Nietzsche's own reactive self-assessment of his own RST work. As Nietzsche expressed it in his attempt at a self-criticism, the task is to regard science through the lens optic of the artist, but art in that of life, BT2. For Heidegger, what Nietzsche says here is typically misunderstood. Half a century, he wrote in Slash, has passed in Europe since these words were written. In these decades, this point has been again and again misinterpreted and, indeed, especially by those who sought to struggle against the increasing rootlessness and devastations of science, N. Heidegger is here contending that it was not Nietzsche's claim that what we need is to add a bit more sparkle to science, making it more lively, adding a touch of Lebenskunst to the scientist's world, nor indeed was he suggesting that we attend to the aesthetic dimension in science. The phrase demands knowledge of the event of nihilism, which knowledge in Nietzsche's view at the same time embraces the will to overcome nihilism, indeed by means of original grounding and questioning, n. This same project of overcoming invokes Hölderlin as well as Heidegger himself with his signature project of redoubled questioning, questioning. Heidegger notoriously reads Nietzsche's challenge to the notion of truth, as a species of error, as insufficiently radical. Despite, indeed, as he claims, in order to grasp the degree of originality of the questioning encompassed by Nietzsche's philosophy as a whole, Heidegger repeats that it is critical to recognize that the question of the essence of truth absent in Nietzsche's thought is an oversight unlike any other, even if it is also true that Nietzsche is hardly the only or the RST thinker to fail to see it. For Heidegger it is just this oversight that pervades the entire tradition of Western philosophy since Plato and Aristotle, n. Like Nietzsche in this regard, philosophers from Descartes to Hegel leave the essence of truth itself untouched, ibid. But Heidegger does not merely install Nietzsche in the pantheon of philosophy, in itself a not irrelevant achievement what Nietzsche for the very RST time and indeed with reference to Platonism, recognized as nihilism, is in truth, and seen according to the grounding question that is alien to him, merely the foreground of the far deeper happening of the forgetting of being, which emerges more and more directly in the course of discovering the answer to the guiding question Leitfrage, b. Seinsverlassenheit. With respect to this epical connection with the eventuality of appropriation, or erroneous, Heidegger emphasizes that the phrase God is dead as it is routinely associated with nihilism ultimately obscures the true compass of Nietzsche's claim. The phrase God is dead is no aesthetic principle but rather the formula for the foundational experience of the event in Western history, n. Thus Seinsverlassenheit, as the basic experience of the eventualizing of Western history is perhaps the most concealed and denied through Christianity and its secular descendants, b. Seinsverlassenheit. I am not here going to read Seinsverlassenheit as the abandonment of God beyond being, of being beyond God. The tendency to read the talk of abandonment in this way goes back to an even older seduction. We can be lulled, Heidegger reminds us, by Nietzsche's style into mistaking the philosophic significance of what Nietzsche says, misdirected. By the form of Nietzsche's expressive style, one took his teaching of nihilism as an interesting cultural psychology, b. Nihilism. Nietzsche's insight into the growing reign or sway of nihilism is not an insight into the simple oblivion or forgetfulness of being. It is the same reason that Heidegger's reactions on Nietzsche's core nihilistic proclamation is expressed as a reaction upon the intersection of the essentially calculative conception of truth as it runs from Platonism to positivism. If reading Nietzsche in terms of nihilism has led to his identification as an atheistic philosopher, the tireless effort to reduce the core concern of Heidegger's thought to a secret theology, as postmodern theological voices have attempted to do, is a tactic to be discovered on both sides of the so-called analytic continental divide. On either side, such a reduction works as a dismissal of Heidegger's claims regarding reality and truth, i.e., modern science and modern technology, in the modern world, nor do we fail to champion modernity even as we invoke the postmodern. In today's context, pronouncing Heidegger a religious writer contra Heidegger's interdiction of this interpretive reduction betrays the hegemony of analytic philosophy as the legacy of the positivist turn in philosophy, i.e., modeled on the image of science and dedicated to denning science on the terms of science and analyzing it accordingly. From this perforce non-critical, Heidegger would say unrigorous, perspective, there is a recognized or received way to offer substantive philosophy concerning truth or reality, i.e., the sphere of modern science and technology, addressing matters of knowledge or truth in accord with the standard account of logical analyses and the valuation of the privilege of the methods of natural scientific theory and experimental process. Whether one takes oneself to be doing philosophy in a so-called continental modality, or not, to the degree to which one concedes this analytic assertion, the reduction of Heidegger's thought to religious or mystical thought inevitably excludes Heidegger's reactions on science/technology. Thus we should perhaps wonder why we absorb our philosophic energies with reading and rereading Heidegger's words on decision and last gods, reading him theistically but along the way, chiding him for his failure to affirm his theism and for inciting the moral danger that has so historically turned out to be a corollary of Judeo-Christian impiety. In the process, and this has long been the point of such a preoccupation, we save ourselves the trouble of having to concern ourselves with what Heidegger has to say with regard to modern science and technology, or what he called calculative machination. As much against Cassirer, the thinker of the philosophy of symbolic form and myth, as more typically contra Carnap, the philosopher of the logical structure of the world, who was to assume the mythic stance of Heidegger's nemesis with his analytically incendiary assessment of the logical content of Heidegger's work as reducing to the claim that the nothing-nothings, Nietzsche's insight into the growing reign or sway of nihilism, is not an insight into the simple oblivion or forgetfulness of being. Rather than opening up a need for a return to theology or religious values, Nietzsche's reactions show Heidegger the singularizing event of nihilism as forging into the scientific domain of truth and the logistic domain of proof. When Heidegger writes, "What furnishes the standard for the whole history of Western philosophy, including Nietzsche, is being and thinking," he does not thereby convert Nietzsche to terms imagined foreign to him, a common practice still in use to expose Nietzsche's thinking on truth by revealing it to be enmeshed in its own assertions and claiming it in consequence as inherently self-contradictory. This is not only because Heidegger takes over this very critical gur of thought from Nietzsche himself. This structure Nietzsche names genealogy, the key terms of which, as Deleuze emphasized beyond Foucault, are terms of action and reaction in Nietzsche's dynamic economy, but because rather than an insight to be deployed against Nietzsche's attempt to revalue all values, Heidegger reads Nietzsche as a thinker and hence takes him, as Nietzsche is still all too rarely taken, seriously. This is the gravitational force Heidegger outlines as the dialectical force of interpretation, or Auseinandersetzung. All countermovements and counterforces are to a large degree co-determined by what they are against, even though in the form of reversing what they are against. For Heidegger, countermovements become entangled in their own victory, ibid. In a similar fashion, Heidegger sets his own articulation of truth as trademark Kia in opposition to the rationalist cadence of the interchangeability of correctness with truth at every level, especially at the level of the absolute, as patently expressed in Hegel and as realistically, positivistically presupposed in the technological articulation of natural modern science, CFB and. But Heidegger emphasizes the inadequacy of this absolutizing ambition of modern sciences, and it is Nietzsche who shows us how little such a controversion as the rationalist project itself can succeed. Thinking, the leading thread of the leading question of Western philosophy. Thus Nietzsche is able to trace the transformative history of the idea, as Platonic or purely ideal, as positivistic or effectively pragmatic, of truth reduced to illusion. For Nietzsche, understanding truth as error meant in turn that truth decays into necessary illusion, into an unavoidable solidification, entangled in beings themselves. Here we recognize Heidegger's challenge to the ontic metaphysics of Western technical rationality, comes to be determined as will to power. This degenerative course is the point of Nietzsche's history of an illusion in Twilight of the Idols, the same six-point historical outline and pattern that Heidegger appropriates again and again in the Beitrage, which is not to say that he is able to limit himself to 6 points, much less to a single page. For Heidegger, Nietzsche represents both the culmination of and at the same time the overcoming of Western metaphysics. For Heidegger, Western metaphysics at its end is at its furthest distance from the question of the truth of seen, as well as closest to this truth in that this metaphysics prepares the crossing to this truth as end, ibid. Heidegger's challenge to Western techno-scientific rationality is manifest in this declaration of the closure and turning point of metaphysics. But he expressed his claim by way of a Nietzschean troing: truth as correctness is not capable of recognizing, and that means grounding its own full scope. It aids itself by attaining to the unconditional, ordering everything so that it is not itself, so it appears, in need of a foundation, ibid. Heidegger's Beitrage as political critique. In a stark contrast with the socio-political skepticism of the Frankfurt School, Heidegger makes the calculated claim, a claim that would have been subversive and exactly dangerous to its author, had the Beitrage been a public work, as it quite decisively was not that our own world is anything but a disenchanted domain. We live in a perfectly if illusorily and today literally virtually enchanted world of technological power and ever braver new and oh so American possibilities for what we imagine the future to be. Obsessed, our bewitchment through technology and its constantly self-surpassing progress is merely one sign of this enchantment, consequently compelling everything into calculability, utility, productivity, convenience, and regulation. Even taste has now become an object of this regulation and everything depends on high-end quality. B. The age of complete questionlessness and enchantment. But so far from arguing the perspective of nostalgia, Heidegger at the time means to argue that the postmodern/modern, technical/new age world is enchanted on the terms of and by means of the unlimited dominion of Machenschafft. Machenschafft, as Heidegger articulates it, here refers to the organized shouting of party gatherings. In distinction to the thoughtful ideal of what he calls Reticenzverlegenheit or the more obscure notion of Auskuh, one had installed in then contemporary life exaggeration and shouting down Überschreiung and the blind and empty scream. In which one screams at oneself and deceives oneself about the hollowing out of beings, b. machination and lived experience. Thus, Heidegger understands the immediacy of radio broadcasts as Rudolf Arnheim also analyzes radio broadcasts on the basis of the same interwartime experience in Germany. In the same way, one may invoke the yet more immediate ventriloquism of the loudspeakers used to energize party rallies, but also working in the fashion of the streaming media of today's wired and wireless connections. Heidegger's analysis remains germane to every kind of media, not just the journalism that Heidegger, like Nietzsche for his own part, characterizes dismissively as ersatz knowledge responding to yet more ersatz concerns, but also personal communications of all kinds and their respective and relevantly objective devices, email, beeper, and cell phone technologies. Both the loudspeaker-driven, organized mass politics of National Socialism and the far more subtle public omnipresence of today's cell phones know nothing like an inherent or fundamental limit, just as inherently they lack both reticence and any kind of respect or awe. This lack of restraint unites the ideal of orlevness, what we speak of today as participatory or performatively real, or even as virtual, online, life. It may also explain the growing appeal of reality TV shows and machination. This, as Heidegger reads the anticipatory character of intentional conception/praxis, is more than the fact that what he calls the coincidence of machination and lived experience work to deprive living or real or genuine power of the possibility of any place or position in the postmodern world. The projection of representation in the sense of a reaching ahead, planning and arranging, grasping of everything, even before it is comprehended as particular and singular, such a representation nds no limits in the given and wants to nd no limit, b. the gigantic. In this way, echoing Max Weber on modernity and possibility, Heidegger emphasizes that in its essence modern technical praxis must be interpreted otherwise than Aristotelian techne. There is, in principle, no impossible. One hates this word, ibid. The same impatience with limit, and nitude, continues as the capitalist watchword of our own technological optimism and information age technical ambition, which Ivan Illich names hubris, but here, some 60 years ago, Heidegger attributes to the ruling utilitarian logic of fascism. Everything is humanly possible, if only everything is taken into account in advance, in every regard, and along with the relevant conditions, ibid. Regarded from the terms of and within the scheme of modern technoscience, everything may be taken as given or as known in advance. There is nothing that is question-worthy, b. der Anklang. Presented as the era of the world spectacle, the scientific viewpoint or technological vision of modern times makes the very immediacy of mediate experience possible in the RST place. Eliminating in a perfectly dramatic way everything questionable by transforming what is worth questioning into merely technical problems, the question-worthy becomes no more than so many potential questions to be resolved, no more than a solution waiting to be found. The optimistic result is experientially rendered orlevness now accessible in the form of scientifically knowable and potentially universally available or articulable results. Such results have a single interpretation on the single road toward the increase of progress and prosperity, that anyone can acquire, available to everyone for excitement, entertainment, distraction, etc. Writing on the title subject of needfulness, Heidegger ponders the question of the late modern ethos of leisure or comfort as Nietzsche had earlier raised it, questioning the contemporary value placed upon freedom from need as an unqualified good. In this, the echo of Nietzsche's reactions in Beyond Good and Evil, along with the third section of On the Genealogy of Morals, recalls what Nietzsche named Socratic, Alexandrian, optimism in and recalled again, in the name of Socrates and Plato, and indeed the entire tradition of philosophy, in Twilight of the Idols, and more than a focus upon leisure and cultural ease, and more than the capitalist spectacle of media distraction or advertising at every turn, Heidegger NDS the abandonment of being. This dereliction leads beyond the derangement of the West to what Heidegger names the Ide of the gods. B. The lingering of the abandonment of being in the concealed manner of forgottenness of being, cf. This abandonment now expressed in the limitless ambition of the West, and which we accordingly call globalism today, is wreaked in terms of the gigantic ideal of totalization. This is what Heidegger would emphasize in the lectures that later became essays condensing in and around his The Question Concerning Technology, and what is apparent even in this early text is nothing but arcandence. This corresponds to what the Heidegger of the Beitrage calls questionlessness in an unquestioning time. For then, as now, we remain unquestioningly oriented toward both the machinations of our time and our technology, ends and means. This cadence has endured numerous transformations, and any number of refutations, nevertheless, and this is what it means to fail to question. We continue to be sure that we very nearly have our technology under control. If anything can save us, it will not be anything so paltry as a god, but our technology. And if technology threatens to cause problems, this too can be guarded against, like the antivirus software developed to protect our cyber antennae, that is, our internet connections, against the Trojan or spy software we unknowingly but automatically download whenever we surf the internet. Technological as we are, all the way down, we want to manage the costs and sustain the benefits of the power at our disposal, understood ecologically as the environment, understood as nature, and ultimately understood as the means of self-expression or the development of the world and ourselves in our own image. Heidegger, Technology, and the Devastation of Style, Nietzsche's Style and Heidegger's Undoing. What I have been calling Heidegger's will to power is Heidegger's appropriation not only of the idea of Nietzsche's Nachlass, the very idea, remaking the Nachlass as Heidegger reconceived this project as his own legacy in the exact language of a text set by his null-hand letzter hand, but also in the wake of the seductive allure of a thinker who could summon the kind of readership Nietzsche commanded and do the kinds of things with words that Nietzsche could achieve by his writing style. Heidegger succeeded, at least until his death, with his RST ambition. He guarded the niched work that would be his will to power, precisely as a legacy for his heirs. He would be destroyed, in his own expression of it kaputmacht, by the effort to engage and to follow Nietzsche's style, and it is in this language stylized sense that I have been arguing that we should take his confession that Nietzsche had destroyed him. This is Nietzsche's stylized direction of his texts to certain readers, always an achievement of some doing in a published and therefore, as Nietzsche would remark, a public and consequently all too common cf. work. But Nietzsche intended his stylistic achievement esoterically, that means, as any Straussian or any Platonist knows, Nietzsche intended to exclude readers, exoterically, by drawing them in and giving them something to take away from the text in place of a meaning, and to protect that meaning. For Heidegger, Nietzsche's esoteric distinction concerns his own very esoteric conception of the nature of questioning as the still awkward elusiveness of his ultimate call für die Wenigen für die Seltenen, and this stylistic restraint that continues in Heidegger's own, and unremittingly problematic, expression of silence. The word breaks for us. Originarily, Heidegger writes, the word fails to come even to word, b. reticence and concern. Reacting on keeping silence and questioning, he will claim that in seeking, both questioning and restrained silence maintain an intimate, even essential relationship, as Heidegger explains, seeking as questioning and still and yet as keeping silent. Where Heidegger sets questioning in its guiding modality, that is authentic or genuine questioning, as opposed to the kind of questioning that, as Heidegger emphasizes by contrast in the Beitrag, corresponds to curiosity and which, we can add, likewise corresponds to investigative research. Heidegger further details the nature of questioning in the Nietzsche lectures. The style of questioning to be opposed is scientific inquiry, answer-bound or problem-directed inquiry. For Heidegger, such inquiry stops short of genuine questioning. And contra-received logic, Heidegger proposes the radically of thinking itself. Heidegger criticizes modern science in its totalizing logic, which is also to say its technological essence. Read through the express invocation of Nietzsche's history of nihilism and in tacit correspondence with both Cassirer and Carnap, Heidegger's Beitrag reeks the concentrated specificity of his engagement with what was then called positivism but which continues today as the veritably working efficacy of modern science and technology as Wissenschaft, that is, the dealings of technology. Heidegger sets authentic or genuine questioning in opposition to the kind of questioning that corresponds to curiosity and investigative research. For Heidegger, answer-bound or problem-directed inquiry stops short of genuine questioning. Contra-received logic, or better said, the received convictions concerning logic, what Heidegger proposes is the radical poverty of reactive thinking, what Richardson calls the indigence of thought. The minimal achievement that is the modesty of open reaction, or reticent questioning is perhaps a great deal more than we are used to regarding as thinking, if only because we might thereby end a way out of calculative thought. The poverty of reaction is the promise of a wealth whose treasures glow in the resplendence of that uselessness which can never be included in any reckoning. Whether it is modest or not, this proposal still strikes us as wrong-headed, and this is because it is critical. In Nietzsche's spirit, Heidegger will later go on to affirm the logic of scientific totalization in its subversion of any alternative. Science is the new religion. To take up a position against science, to advert to the limits of logic and language, or to clarify the respective roles of philosophy and science, seems anti-scientific and even science incompetent. And the charge of incompetence has been raised against Heidegger, indeed, even from the start and in spite of being inaccurate in fact. Heidegger's problem was not that he didn't know logic, nor was it that he did not know science, nor indeed that the science he knew was insufficiently up to date. Only as ancilla to theology, and that for impeccably metaphysical reasons, philosophy for Heidegger was the very origin of the sciences, in the scientific attitude of the sciences, the document of their birth. From philosophy still speaks. And almost 30 years before in his Nietzsche lectures, Heidegger emphasizes that science is only scientific, that is to say partaking of genuine knowledge. To the extent that it is philosophical. Thus Heidegger's argument in Being and Time has called upon us to make similar distinctions. Laying the foundations of science is what Heidegger names a productive logic, not limping after but much rather leaping ahead of science, thus disclosing the constitution of its subject matter or its concern and making these structures available to the positive sciences as transparent assignments for their inquiry. In the spirit of the genuine knowing Heidegger always believed to correspond to scientific thought as such. The ascription of antagonism to science mistakes the critical point he had learned so early in his own life from Aristotle's specification of what we may name methodological phronesis. Much of Heidegger's enthusiasm for Nietzsche's claim concerning the victory of scientific method over science itself derives from just this critical distinction and indeed the philosophical importance of the qualifying philosophical ability to make distinctions. As Heidegger cites Aristotle's account of such judgment in The End of Philosophy and the Task of Thinking as well as throughout the Zoologikon seminars, following a lifetime of such references, for not to know of what things we may demand proof, and of what one may not, argues simply a want of education, meta, cfnethb, etc. In Heidegger's review of the propositions on science offered in the Beitrag, he also adverts to the same charge of being anti-science. Heidegger contends that his summary characterization of science doesn't correspond to a hostility to science because a hostility of the kind is altogether impossible. B. Propositions on science. the disposition between philosophy and science, as the position of reaction and the object of such reaction excludes the very idea of hostility as affect. As Heidegger explains, philosophy is neither for nor against science, ibid. Heidegger's emphasis on the modern, and technological, scientific worldview takes us to what is arguably Heidegger's most reviled textual locus. For the Beitrage repeats what Heidegger declares in his better-known passage in an introduction to metaphysics. Regarded in terms of the calculative, technological rational ideal of modernity, regarded as a triumphalist, or logical ideal, Heidegger claims that both America and Russia are effectively identical or the same. In context, or, at least, in his own mind, Heidegger's comment becomes a reproof, critiquing the then current regime as representing the same dynamic politicizing, technologizing order and ordering momentum as other, and otherwise different, imperial cultures. In consequence, the impetus Heidegger calls Machenschafft would be as common to Bolshevik Russia as to capitalist America, and such technological machination would also be, and this indeed was Heidegger's point here, common to National Socialist Germany as well. So, Heidegger argues, the folk i.e., National Socialist or German organization of science moves on the same track as the American. b. Propositions on science. We can argue if it remains a touchy political claim that this very same globalizing ideal, that is, technological machination as such, continues unabated in the monotonic, more totalized than monopolistic capitalist cum consumerist ethos of our own day. This totalizing parallel however may be seen to lend a different cast to the significance of the so-called inner truth and greatness of National Socialism, precisely in the context of his parenthetical explication of it, namely with the movement of planetary determined technology and modern humanity. It now corresponds to Heidegger's assertion that the modern or techno-rationalist worldview of Nazism would in essence be the same as, or not other than or not importantly different from, American or Russian alternatives. We note that Herbert Marcuse makes a similar argument with regard to the bifurcation of reason into critical and objective or scientific, and non-critical, reason. Marcuse's point is that modern technology tends to eliminate the critical in favor of an authoritarian, that is, absolute, that is, objective ideal of reason. In Heidegger's case, and thus different from the insights of his more politically, and dialectically, Rennes student, it seems clear that precisely Heidegger's least redeeming political values accord with his conviction here in opposition to the essence of modern science. For it is his skepticism regarding the redemptive potential of democracy that puts him on the other side of National Socialism and its far from unique political enthusiasm for science. Heidegger's claim is chillingly prescient to the point of globalization as such. The newest market economies include Russia and America, they will eventually include, one can be certain of this when the dust of political conflict has settled, Afghanistan and Iraq, all of Korea, Pakistan, etc., all economies will be brought under the one umbrella of world commerce, constituting the totalized meaning of the idea of the global per se, now to be understood both in a calculatively economic as well as in a productively rationalist sense, qua the global market and qua that non-locus we call the Internet. If the real market economy of the globalized world continues to be beset by old-fashioned political issues, by borders and socio-cultural values, so-called jihad, or olive tree values, versus Macworld, or Lexus economies, we now know this global future better than Heidegger, however prescient he was, could possibly have imagined it to be. We know what a totalized, globalized world would look like in practical theory, that is, we know it virtually. In the wake of the attack on the United States on the 10th of September, perhaps still more in light of the subsequent attacks on Afghanistan and now more brutally and protractedly in our U.S. occupation of Iraq, what had formerly been a debate concerning the autonomy of technology of interest only to specialists has become all too exact an insight. This is Heidegger's inquiry into the totalizing mechanization of democratically user-specific / user-appropriated technology and the impossible but all too real demonstration of the non-masterability of technology even when, perhaps just when, appropriated by users only underscores his original insight. Heidegger warns us that we are most enthralled to technology not when it astonishes us but exactly when we take it for granted, when we assume that we are control, that is, when it is ubiquitous enough that we presume upon its anthropological and instrumental character, convinced that everything depends upon getting technology as an instrument in hand in the appropriate way. One will, as it is said, get technology spiritually in hand. This is the point of Heidegger's critique of the enchantment of disenchantment in the Beitrage. If critics of technology like Marcuse, or like Langdon Winner could raise concerns about the potential for the loss of certain freedoms, formerly presumed inalienable, at least for Americans in their own land, such worries are exactly not empty, they constitute the inescapable ground rules required for American national security. The rationalist ideal Heidegger named logic, well beyond the dominion of the imaginary sublime now consummate as the virtual image of modern technology, the modern scientific worldview that rages today ever more unencumbered by any possible or, imaginable, alternative, is the rule that remains. Neither pluralism nor a return to traditional societies can alter the monotonic play of technique. Neither the modern world nor pre-modern societies, as, using an outdated ideology, one insists on regarding fundamentalist Islamic societies, may be thought as other than technological. There is only modernity, liberal or not, as we choose to claim it, and it is what Heidegger in this text names Wissenschaft. From this perspective, as Poggeler also emphasizes, all reactions following in the wake of metaphysics become inescapably transitional. Modelled on Nietzsche's seemingly fragmentary form of the aphorism and the truncated outline, contributions are all that remain of Heidegger's legacy as his will to power. This is also because, in the keenest transition from Heidegger I to Heidegger II, paraphrasing Hölderlin's The Death of Empedocles and in equally patent reference to Nietzsche, Heidegger writes, referring as much to philosophy as to his own RST book, the time for systems is over. B. Contributions, questioning upon a track. If Hölderlin's Empedocles, resisting popular acclamation as king, declares the time of lordship past, the allusion for Hölderlin himself referred to the French Revolution. The problems of today's modern technology are not merely the problems of nations and dictators, of politicizing, and of war. Today, our problems are in the food we eat, the air we breathe, and very soon our problems will take on the aspect of our very own human-ish. Technology is hell-bent on gaining a human face in the new millennium. This is not a kinder, softer technology. This is the technology that sells rice and grains to farmers to grow the kind of rice and grains that offer special features against disease, bugs, weeds, i.e., resistance to special herbicides, but, very conveniently for Monsanto, cannot grow again. Like the activation programs for a certain kind of operating software, these new seeds are one-way seeds, and if you want to continue as a farmer, you'll need to go back to the manufacturer for the new and improved version. The techniques are simple ones, very like the kind of grafting, on a cellular level, farmers and gardeners have always done. Reworking the cellular mechanisms of genetically altered but still all too natural bacteria as ready-made technologies, we are far from having invented artificial life with all our genetic modifications of life processes. Our mechanisms only imagine operators like nucleotide transcriptions, the uptake of moded genes as therapies or as remodeling transformations. Already patented, already at work are the moded one-celled organisms, ready-made for the work at hand precisely because the mechanism needed, infection/ingestion, is already extant even if quite beyond the limitations of what our technologies can currently make. Using moded bacteria and viruses as vectors, as today's researchers do, the technized animal is itself reconceived as the viral vector for protable mutations, the bacterial plasmid likewise, and Monsanto already imagines the day when it can rule the world. If Heidegger describes the transition from the human to the technized animal, the image he employs articulates an organic technicity in advance of any available in his own era. Not a representation of Shelley's Frankenstein, a human made in the image not of God, but man, of cobbled together body parts, not even the robot fantasy that still charms us in images of illusory androids, illusions that have given way to the similarly imaginary cyborg of fantasy and indistinct interfaces between virtual and real. Today, in the new language of genes, this means that we human beings, not just rice and soybeans and corn, will end our own selves named in our essence. What is betrayed in today's digitalized ideal is no longer the warning threat that humanity itself, not just the natural world of natural resources, may come to be taken in the image of Heidegger's standing reserve. The past FTY years has made this danger trivially real. In theory, the entire population of Iceland; in practice, let us name only the fertility clinics as veritable banks of human beings, potential and actual. So many ova, so many vials of sperm, so many embryos, not to mention stem cells and cloned cell lines, the basis of genetic research and cultivated in some cases now already for more than FTY years. All of this is already stock on hand and nothing at all compared with the virtual promise of the same technology. If the Genome Project has proven to be as anticlimactic as it has, the genetic code, the sheer molecular idea of a registered and accessible essence of humanity allures us as a signier we very complicitly hope to take for granted in place of the lived complexities of human life. Conclusion, in a double sense. I began by reviewing Heidegger's Beitrage as his self-composed will to power, presented under the rubric of academic vanity and publishing markets. I spoke of real politics in the domain of the world historical as well as the everyday. Beyond the fate of a book left to the kindness of one's editors, beyond the vulnerability of any author's intentions, no matter how venal or genial, a fate linked to the public destiny of an author's words no matter how the author imagines he has protected them, what is most important are the questions I have just concluded. This is the substance of Nietzsche's and Heidegger's philosophical reactions on will and power. Teaching the omnipresence of the will to power in the world of the living and the dead, in organic and inorganic life, but especially common to both the machinations of the mighty and the calculations of the oppressed, Nietzsche's philosophical legacy to us points to the astonishing capacity of the weak, the success of slavish morality, in his all too accurate but uncannily counterintuitive reading of the biblical teaching that tells us in different tones, in both Old and New Testaments, that the chosen destiny of the weak, that is, to be very clear as I conclude, the destiny of reactive and slavish will to power will be to inherit the earth. And that means to dispossess every other living being, animal and plant, in the sea and in the air and on the land. This is not a future conclusion I paint in order to underline the seriousness of our plight. It is already done, to more of a degree and in more ways than can be imagined, where the greatest of our problems is that we hide the works we do from common perception and suppose thereby that nothing is that bad, after all. For we remain, despite all our enlightenment, the children of superstition and make-believe. As Nietzsche always lamented, we believe that where nothing is seen, or heard, or felt, there is nothing. Thus the chemicals in our food and in our water don't really wind up in our body fat, even if they can be found, detected and measured in the fat reserves of sh and wild animals. We are different, we are higher, whispered Nietzsche's birds. There are no toxins, no need for detoxication, we are assured. The meat slaughtered in abysmal cruelty leaves no traces of the hormones of terror unto death for us to absorb, let alone the growth hormones, steroids, and plentiful antibiotics that bring our food animals in record time from the desolate sorrow of birth through their wretchedly impoverished lives to their literally agonizing deaths. We hack and bleed our animals to death. Slaughter is no word for what we do, nor do we absorb the same steroid cocktail, with a chaser of antibiotics, in our milk. For the human body is unique in the animal world. Any medical doctor or clinical nutritionist will tell you so. We take the nutrition and our miraculous bodies brilliantly filter out all the rest. Eat properly and exercise, and get regular checkups. Or, then again, maybe it is time to think about what we do. Not what we eat and what world we live in, but what we do to that world and to the beings we raise in order to live off their lives, from their suffering, consuming and shod by and dressed in the products of the same. For we have inherited the earth, literally have dominion over it, over all the animals that crawl, swim. And be it by hunting, poisoning, neutering, genetic modification, or ordinary sacrifice, all the many unsung, extinct equivalents of the snail darter, like the dodo, which we named for its stunning vulnerability to human rapacity, like the last Galapagos tortoise of its kind, we have proven ourselves east and west, north and south to be consummate masters at emptying the world of as many species as we can, and at breakneck speed. The ecologists have been telling us that such a process cannot be sustained. The thing that upsets us is neither the enormity of our temerity nor the efficiency of our destruction of species or land or water or our veritable alteration of the air. What upsets us, as it would upset a small child, is the thought that the things we do might not be doable for all time. That it cannot be sustained is what galls us, not what we do. That is the challenge to be solved by science and technology. Other questions of right and prerogative remain the province of politicians and social and cultural analysts. The philosopher must ask the question of real justice in all its complexity. For all the philosopher's questions as Kant summarized them, what can I know? What must I do? What can I hope for? Are interwoven questions. When we imagine that we can separate them, ending that. Nietzsche, for example, has much to say on morality or culture but little or nothing to say about knowledge or truth, thus calling him to account for the moral but not the cosmological content of a theory like the eternal return, we fail thereby to understand even his moral theory. The same holds for Heidegger. If we leave the poets out of such remonstrations, it is because the poet has already found his own way to include himself in the scope of philosophy, as Pindar did, by raising the question of tragedy, tying it to the most philosophical question of all, transgird as the poet's praise and exultation even in mourning, tragic joy as Hölderlin saw it, das freudig Saint freudig Zeus sagen.